Chapter 1745. Exquisite Paradise had specially built a VIP area, which was so huge that many exquisite courtyards had been built. The northern courtyard was located in an excellent location. It was connected to the spiritual vein below, making it an excellent place for cultivation. All the courtyards were built within a day. Although the purpose of this selection of son-in-law was to stimulate Zhou Xian to wake up, since it had already been held, they had to display the imposing manner of a major power. The scale of the event must be grand so that the outsiders wouldn't think that Exquisite Paradise was a small place. Beside the Ling Long Jade Rock, Jiang Qin and Lan Lingji's eyes were fixed on Zhou Xian, but Zhou Xian didn't seem to show any signs of waking up. What should we do? Lan Lingji began to feel a little anxious. What's the hurry? The selection of son-in-law hasn't started yet. Are you afraid of marrying someone else? Jiang Qin teased. Don't joke around. Lan Lingji darted a glance at Jiang Qin. She was so anxious that she didn't have the mood to joke around. Exquisite Paradise seems to be very lively now. Jiang Qin said. And a lot of people from various major powers have arrived. They are now in the VIP area. Lan Lingji said. Miss Lan, it seems like your attractiveness is pretty great. So many people have come to fight for you. Jiang Qin continued to tease. You're joking again. But I'm afraid that part of the reason why those geniuses of the immortal court came here was because of you, said Lan Lingji. Lan Lingji spoke. She wasn't a fool. She could still see the current situation very clearly. The reason why those geniuses of the immortal court had appeared was because of Jiang Qin. Naturally, there were many reasons for them to gather in Exquisite Paradise this time, including Jiang Qin. In that case, I'm going to go out and see if the geniuses of the immortal court have 3 heads and 6 arms. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled. It seemed like he was about to go out. If young Master Jiang swaggers out like this, I'm afraid that a battle will break out in Exquisite Paradise. Lan Lingji said. She didn't want Exquisite Paradise to become Jiang Qin's battlefield. Plus, she was almost sure that as long as Jiang Qin walked out of the place like that, a war would break out immediately. I'm not going out to fight. I'm going out to watch the show. Jiang Qin smiled. As he spoke, he used the shape-shifting technique. His face started to distort and his figure also started to change. In the blink of an eye, he became a completely different person. He became a handsome young master, but compared to the previous Jiang Qin, he was a completely different person. Lan Lingji was astonished. Changing one's appearance was something a lot of people could do, but changing one's qi wasn't easy. However, after Jiang Qin changed his appearance, his qi had also changed completely. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe that this guy was Jiang Qin. Miss Lan, if I go out like this, I'm afraid no one will recognize me, right? Jiang Qin chuckled. It's indeed hard to recognize you. You have to be careful. Lan Lingji nodded. I'll leave the monkey to you. I won't be able to stimulate him even if I stay here. Since I'm bored, I'm going to meet those geniuses of the immortal court. Jiang Qin spoke, and with a sway of his body, he vanished. Presently, Exquisite Paradise was the gathering place of geniuses. It would be a pity if he didn't come out to have a look. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had come to Exquisite Paradise with a new identity. It was perfectly justifiable for him to help the disciples of Exquisite Paradise, which could be considered as a form of repayment. Outside the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise, more than a dozen beautiful female disciples were lined up in 2 rows, greeting the distinguished guests. Generally, those who were qualified to be received by them were the geniuses of the major powers with a certain status and identity. Jiang Qin had also arrived outside the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise. He was alone, walking at the back of the group. There were 5 to 6 people in front of him. All of them had relatively strong cultivation base. All of them were immortal emperors. There weren't many immortal emperors among the younger generation. With this cultivation base alone, they were qualified to enter the VIP area of Exquisite Paradise. The leader was a black-robed youth. His cultivation base had already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be in existence on par with Tianyu. Needless to say, this guy must be from the immortal court. Judging from the way they dressed, he should be from the Huangquan Gate. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly in his heart. He didn't have the slightest good impression of the Huangquan Gate. Part of Zhou Xian's injury was caused by old ancestor Yellow Spring. He would settle this score sooner or later. My name is Zhou Xian. I'm here to welcome all of you. May I know how to address you, young master? She was the leader of the group. Her cultivation base was extremely powerful, having already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. Even in exquisite paradise, such a cultivation base could be considered as a first-rate genius. Now that she was standing in front of the mountain gate to welcome the guests, it showed the generosity of exquisite paradise. At the same time, it also showed the importance that Venerable Ling Long attached to the major powers and the importance that she attached to the selection of son-in-law. This is senior brother Lu Yen of our Huangquan Gate. He has just returned from the immortal court. A genius of the Huangquan Gate spoke loudly. When he mentioned the immortal court, his head seemed to be shaking as though he was also a genius of the immortal court. So it's senior brother Lu Yen. Zhou Xian is sorry for neglecting you. Please come in. Zhou Xian hastily made a gesture of invitation. She wouldn't dare to neglect the geniuses of the immortal court. Thank you for your hard work, junior sister Zhou Xian. Here's a body-strengthening pill. Consider it as a greeting gift. Lu Yen turned his palm and took out a pill. The pill was radiating golden light. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. Giving it to Zhou Xian just like that was a generous gesture. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yen. Zhou Xian kept the pill politely. These geniuses who had just returned from the immortal court were very concerned about their reputation. Normally they would give some benefits as a greeting gift. Zhou Xian had already received a lot of them. Therefore she was incomparably happy to stand here and greet these geniuses. How dare you give a mere broken pill as a gift? A voice suddenly sounded from behind. The voice sounded somewhat hateful, which had completely destroyed the beautiful atmosphere. Whoosh. One by one, the gazes turned towards the source of the voice and saw a young man in white swagger towards the mountain gate. The young man could be considered handsome, but he had a sloppy look on his face. In addition, his cultivation did not seem to be very strong, which made people frown. Brat, what did you say just now? I dare you to say it again. Chapter 1746. Jiang Qin glanced at him lung and spoke indifferently. I'm just stating a fact. Aren't you embarrassed to take out a mere pill? Why don't you ask the girl if she wants it or not? Brat, open your eyes before you speak. Do you know who we are? Do you know who this is? We are the people of Huangquan Gate. This is the supreme genius of the immortal court, Lu Yen. I think you really don't want to live anymore. Kneel down in front of senior brother Lu Yen and kowtow to beg for forgiveness. Perhaps you can save your life then. The man continued, totally not putting Jiang Qin in his eyes. However, this was normal. Huangquan Gate was after all a major sect in East Xuanyu. How could their disciples put a puny immortal emperor in their eyes? The people of Huangquan Gate are really arrogant. Unfortunately, I won't fall for it. A broken pill is a broken pill. You can't even let me talk about it? No matter how powerful your Huangquan Gate is, this is still the territory of exquisite paradise. Don't tell me you want to behave atrociously here? Jiang Qin spoke sarcastically. Seeing the superior look on the disciples of Huangquan Gate, he couldn't help but want to slap them. But Jiang Qin didn't want to expose himself or cause trouble in exquisite paradise. After all, the ultimate purpose of this son-in-law selection was to stimulate Long Shisan to wake up. On the other side, Zhou Xian and a dozen other female disciples of exquisite paradise fixed their eyes on Jiang Qin with a hint of surprise. They had never seen this young man before. They couldn't even imagine that there was such a figure in East Xuanyu. Although his cultivation base was also at the immortal emperor realm, an early immortal emperor was nothing compared to this son-in-law selection. This was the gathering of the top geniuses of the immortal world. An early immortal emperor was too inconspicuous. However, a mere immortal emperor actually dared to openly provoke the Huangquan Gate. Moreover, it was Lu Yen of the Huangquan Gate. If there wasn't something wrong with the other party's brain, then he must have a very powerful background. Kid, I think you're courting death. The disciple of the Huangquan Gate suddenly became angry. He threw a punch at Jiang Qin. The punch was as fast as lightning, but Jiang Qin easily dodged it. The Huangquan Gate is really arrogant. How dare they make a move in exquisite paradise? It seems like they don't put exquisite paradise in their eyes. Jiang Qin shouted, his voice spreading far and wide. That Huangquan Gate disciple did not succeed in his first move. His anger flared up again. He was about to attack Jiang Qin, but he was stopped by Lu Yan. "Stop!" Lu Yan bellowed. He knitted his brows, looking at Zhang Chen with a trace of disgust, but also a hint of surprise, because the way Zhang Chen dodged his opponent's punch just now showed that he wasn't an ordinary person. Of course, this wasn't the reason why Lu Yan valued Zhang Chen so much. After all, Lu Yan was a half-step immortal venerable supreme expert. The reason why he stopped his opponent was because he didn't want to make a move in exquisite paradise as soon as they arrived. If that happened, it would make the Huangquan Gate seem too arrogant. He still had to give exquisite paradise some face. "Kid, you said that my pill is a broken pill. I wonder what else do you have to give out?" Lu Yan sneered. Although the pill he gave out wasn't precious, it was still an emperor-grade pill. After all, the opponent was just a disciple of exquisite paradise. Gifting an emperor-grade pill was already considered very generous. There was no doubt about it. However, the opponent was merely a puny early immortal emperor. How dare he say that the pill he gave out was trash? He would like to see what good thing Zhang Chen could give out. To an early immortal emperor, an emperor-grade pill was an incomparably precious existence. Even if Zhang Chen had one, he wouldn't be willing to give it out. "By the way, kid, if you have the ability, give out the same thing." "That's right. You are just a country bumpkin, yet you still want to mock others? What a joke. Take out an emperor-grade pill if you have the guts." I wonder where this puny figure came from. I think there's something wrong with his brain. The disciples of the Acheron sect instantly started to mock and ridicule him. Their thoughts were the same as Lu Yan's. The guy in front of them definitely wouldn't have anything good to offer. After all, his cultivation wasn't that high. Even if he had something good, he wouldn't be willing to give it away. All of them looked at Zhang Chen with great interest, waiting for Zhang Chen to make a fool of himself. "Country bumpkin? Today I'll widen your horizons. Open your dog eyes wide." Zhang Chen showed a cynical look. He rolled up his sleeves, strode towards Zhou Xian and the others and waved his hand. Voila! A sound of weapons colliding with each other was heard. More than a dozen combat swords emerged. Each of them was shining brilliantly, emitting a buzzing sound. These combat swords automatically moved to the front of each female disciple. The combat sword in front of Zhou Xian was trembling the most violently. Its grade had already reached the peak of Emperor grade. The other combat swords were also King grade. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Zhou Xian and the other disciples of Exquisite Paradise had their mouths wide open, staring at the combat swords in disbelief. "These are my greeting gifts to all the immortal maidens," Zhang Chen said loudly. More than a dozen combat swords hovered in the air, rippling with a great amount of brilliance, immediately attracting the attention of many people. More than a dozen immortal weapons. Who is this kid? How can he have such a big arm? Motherfucker. So many high-grade immortal weapons. Don't they cost money? What a prodigal son. The others only gave some benefits to the leading female disciple, but this kid actually gave one to each of them. Amazing. He's really showing off. Zhang Chen immediately attracted a lot of attention. The faces of the disciples of Huangquan Gate became more and more unsightly. They had to admit that the elixirs gifted by Lu Yan were not on the same level as Zhang Chen's immortal weapons. How can Zhou Xian dare to accept such a precious gift from young master? Zhou Xian spoke. The way she looked at Zhang Chen had completely changed. Such a generous gift would always leave a good impression on others. I won't take back the things that I've given away. Zhang Chen waved his hand generously. These immortal weapons were collected when he was in Golden Horizon. Back then he had killed too many people and collected a large number of immortal weapons. Now the immortal weapons in Zulong Tower had piled up like a mountain. It was just the right time for him to give them to the disciples of Exquisite Paradise. In that case, we won't stand on ceremony. May I know which sect young master is from and how should we address you? Zhou Xian kept the combat sword and asked. I don't belong to any sect. I'm a loner on the battlefield. My name is Jiang Bufu and people call me Bufu Tian. You can call me young master Bufu. Zhang Chen patted his chest and boasted a name that could explode the heavens. That's right, this guy came here to show off. Chapter 1747. Poot! Someone nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Each of them rolled their eyes at Zhang Chen. The female disciples of Exquisite Paradise were stunned for a moment before they chuckled. Motherfucker Jiang Bufu. This name sure is awesome. Lone Ranger of the battlefield? Unconvinced of heaven? Can you be more pretentious? Are people so thick-skinned nowadays? But this name sure is cool. Awesome. I'm convinced by the name of Unconvinced of Heaven. Xianxia looked at the reactions of the surrounding people and blinked his eyes twice. He suddenly felt that he had gone overboard this time, but it didn't matter. In any case, he had changed his identity. He had to act more convincing so that no one would associate him with Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia didn't intend to stay calm in exquisite paradise. He had accumulated a lot of immortal weapons and was prepared to give them out. Since that was the case, he might as well exaggerate it a little. Motherfucking shameless. Zhang Bufu? This daddy specializes in dealing with all kinds of unconvinced. Sooner or later I'll beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy. A disciple of Huangquan Gate spoke fiercely. He was very dissatisfied with this arrogant kid who came out of nowhere and stole Lu Yan's limelight. What? It seems like your Huangquan Gate is not convinced. If you are not convinced, then take out something good. You dare to compete with young master unconvinced with a broken pill? Go back to where you came from. Xianxia spoke disdainfully. He naturally wouldn't miss an opportunity to humiliate the Huangquan Gate. Courting death. The disciples of Yellow Spring sect had never suffered such humiliation in front of so many people. How could they stand it? Their killing intent soared to the sky, seemingly ready to kill Xianxia. Enough. Sco. Lu Yan spoke impatiently. Senior brother Lu Yan, this kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare he go against us? Are we just going to let this go? A disciple said angrily. He's just a nobody. I don't need to worry about him. I'll just find a chance to kill him. Don't cause trouble here. Don't forget our goal. Lu Yan said and strode towards the interior of exquisite paradise. A female disciple came forward and led Lu Yan and the others into the VIP area. Looking at the backs of the disciples of Huangquan Gate, Xianxia harumphed coldly. Then his eyes shifted to Zhou Xian and found that her cultivation base had already reached the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. However, she had encountered a bottleneck, which was why she hadn't broken through yet. Little sister Zhou Xian, if my guess is correct, you should be cultivating a water attribute cultivation technique. As the saying goes, water flows naturally and you can't force it. The more you force it, the more rapid the water flow will be, and it will easily form an undercurrent. Why don't you push the boat with the current and let it flow on its own? The undercurrent will disappear by itself and the bottleneck will be broken. Xianxia said plainly. Zhou Xian was dumbfounded by Xianxia's words. Moreover, Xianxia's words were like a huge bell ringing in her heart. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the dark road ahead of her. Her bottleneck was slightly loosened up. Zhou Xian stared at the youth in front of her in horror, then bowed deeply. Zhou Xian, thanks young master for your guidance. I'm very grateful. Presently Zhou Xian was incomparably excited. Bottlenecks and enlightenment were intangible things. When you encountered them, you wouldn't know how to deal with them, especially when it was calm. It was very easy for you to get stuck in a dead end. Sometimes a pointer or a reminder from an expert could break through the calm and smooth road. Xianxia's words had undoubtedly enlightened Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's body had received great benefits. She instantly understood the detours she had taken during this period of time. Now that the situation had calmed down, her cultivation method could be carried out in an orderly manner. You're welcome. Cultivate well. If you can comprehend the profound meaning naturally, your cultivation base will certainly break through to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm in less than 10 days. Xianxia said with a smile, showing off again. The reason he came out this time was to bring some benefits to the disciples of Exquisite Paradise. Since Zhou Xian happened to be in a bottleneck state, Xianxia naturally had to help her. Zhou Xian will never forget young Master Bufu's kindness. Since young master has come, he will be a distinguished guest of Exquisite Paradise. Little Ning, bring young Master Bufu to the distinguished guest area. You must make proper arrangements. Zhou Xian said to a female disciple standing next to her. She had completely treated Xianxia as a distinguished guest. As for which sect or cultivation base he was from, it didn't matter anymore. Just based on the fact that he was generous with his money and had a unique vision, he was able to see through her with just a single glance. This was more than enough to prove that he wasn't an ordinary person. Yes, senior sister Zhou Xian. The female disciple called Little Ning answered, then brought Zhang Chen to the distinguished guest area. Senior Sister Zhou Xian, what's the origin of this young Master Bufu? He looks very powerful. After Zhang Chen left, a female disciple came forward and asked curiously. I don't know. I've never seen this man before, but he doesn't have the slightest hostility towards exquisite paradise. All he did was show his friendliness. Zhou Xian said. Of course. Otherwise, how could young Master Bufu be so generous? He's so handsome to bring out so many immortal weapons. The female disciples were very happy. Generous and handsome men would always arouse admiration in their hearts. On the way to the distinguished guest area, Zhang Chen met a dozen more female disciples of exquisite paradise. Immediately he threw out another dozen immortal weapons. Ladies and fairies, this is the first time we've met. This is just a small greeting gift to show my respect. I'm Zhang Bufu. Zhang Chen greeted them and swaggered forward, throwing out a dozen immortal weapons as though he was throwing rubbish. Wow, this young master is so handsome. He's giving out immortal weapons at the first meeting. Such a precious greeting gift. Zhang Bufu? What a domineering name. Senior sister, look, this is a king-grade immortal weapon. So generous. So many genius disciples have come this time, but I've never seen such a generous one. Those female disciples were dumbfounded. This was an unexpected surprise, a gift that fell from the sky. On the way from the mountain gate to the distinguished guest area, Zhang Chen met at least 100 female disciples of exquisite paradise. Each time he met one, he would throw out an immortal weapon as a greeting gift. Such an act instantly spread across the entire exquisite paradise. Many people were shocked when they saw Zhang Chen's extravagant behavior. Little Ning, who was leading the way for Zhang Chen, was stunned speechless. Her pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Zhang Chen. She had completely turned into a love-struck fool. What is a nouveau riche? This is what a nouveau riche is. What is generous? Is there anyone more generous than this? Chapter 1748. Zhang Chen had a smile on his face, his hands clasped behind his back. He never knew that the feeling of acting tough was so good, especially those female disciples. Each of them had a love-struck look on their faces, as though they were ready to marry him. Over 100 immortal weapons were indeed a huge sum of money, but to Zhang Chen, it was just a drop in the ocean. Zhang Chen's action had naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many of them had walked out from the VIP area. The way they looked at Zhang Chen wasn't as friendly. They were geniuses of major powers after all, and had come here with the geniuses of the immortal court. Their purpose of coming here was to win the selection of son-in-law and build a relationship with exquisite paradise. Therefore, they would send some gifts to the female disciples of exquisite paradise to show their imposing manner. Now that their limelight had been stolen by a pretentious bastard who came out of nowhere, how could they bear it? Where did this bastard come from? I have never seen him before. How can he be so rich? That's right. He looks like an early immortal emperor, but I'm afraid he isn't an ordinary person judging from how extravagant he is. This bastard really knows how to act tough. He has stolen our limelight, but I would like to see how many immortal weapons he has. There are plenty of immortal king disciples in exquisite paradise. If they all come here after receiving the news, I wonder if he can really get one for each of them. You are flattering him. No matter how extraordinary an early immortal emperor is, he can't take out so many immortal weapons. If he can really be so extravagant, I will call him master. Under the guidance of little Ning, Zhang Chen was quickly arranged to a superior resting place. This was specially arranged by Zhou Xian. Only the geniuses of the immortal court could enjoy such treatment. The VIP area was also divided into high and low levels. An early immortal emperor shouldn't be qualified to enter the VIP area, but now that Zhang Chen had become famous and had received so many benefits, it was only natural for him to be given a good place. Very quickly, the news of a poser called Zhang Bufu appeared in exquisite paradise had spread throughout the entire place. Hundreds of disciples were showing off their immortal weapons, making it impossible for them to keep a low profile. Wow, it's really a king-grade immortal weapon. Does young Master Zhang Bufu really give out immortal weapons to everyone he meets? It's true. He's so generous. He's even more generous than those geniuses from the immortal court. Now, young Master Zhang Bufu has entered the VIP zone, but young Master Zhang Bufu has said that he will accept the visit of everyone in exquisite paradise. Holy shit. He's so generous. Sisters, let's go take a look and see if this young Master Bufu is really that generous. For a moment, groups of female disciples headed towards the VIP zone. Their destination was the place where Xianxia was staying. This time there were at least 40 to 50 female disciples. The leader of the group was a half-step immortal emperor. Currently, Xianxia was sitting on a rattan chair in the courtyard with his legs crossed, basking in the sun leisurely. He was holding a wine cup made entirely of jasper in his hand. It was glittering and translucent. The cup was filled with bejeweled wine. The gate of the courtyard was wide open. Clearly, it was opened for the disciples of exquisite paradise. Voila! Not long after that, dozens of female disciples rushed into the courtyard like a swarm of bees. My name is Song Ying. I'm here to pay my respects to young Master Bufu. The leader of the group bowed slightly to Xianxia. The other female disciples widened their beautiful eyes, looking at Xianxia eagerly. All of them wanted to see if this young Master Bufu was really going to give each of them an immortal weapon. Junior sisters, there's no need to be so courteous. Since we have met here, it must be fate. A young Master Bufu may not have anything else but wealth. It's most appropriate to describe him as being filthy rich. The number of immortal weapons in his hands is innumerable. As the saying goes, whoever sees it gets a share. It's my honor to be able to give some treasures to the fairies of exquisite paradise. Xianxia simply wanted to show off to the end. With a wave of his hand, high-grade immortal weapons flew out like they were worthless, flying towards each of the female disciples. These immortal weapons were all shining brightly. One should know that most of these immortal weapons were obtained from the Golden Horizon. The experts there were all very high grade, so naturally the grade of these immortal weapons wouldn't be low either. All the female disciples were dumbfounded, especially Song Ying, who was at the front. The immortal weapon given by Xianxia was actually an emperor-grade immortal weapon. By God! An emperor-grade immortal weapon. So many high-grade immortal weapons. What a generous gift. Young Master Bufu is just too handsome. Each of the female disciples was excited, because the immortal weapons given by Xianxia were much better than the ones in their hands. This made their impression on young Master Bufu increase by several folds. It turned out that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was so extravagant. Thank you, young Master Bufu. Song Ying spoke, her face beaming like a flower. Junior sister Song Ying, I can see that your cultivation base has reached a bottleneck. At the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the immortal emperor realm. You cultivate a fire attribute cultivation technique, so your temperament is often hot-tempered. It's because of this that your heart can't calm down, causing you to be unable to break through the bottleneck. Xianxia looked at Song Ying and said casually. Upon hearing this, Song Ying's facial expression changed instantly. She looked at Xianxia in astonishment. This opponent was able to see through her with just a glance. Just this eyesight alone was enough to prove that he wasn't an ordinary person. Please give me some pointers, young Master Bufu. Song Ying seemed very excited. She hastily bowed at Xianxia because she recalled little Ning's words. This young Master Bufu had seen through her senior sister Xuelian with just a glance and gave her some pointers, which made Xuelian suddenly see the light. Come forward. I'll help you advance, Xianxia said. Song Ying didn't show any signs of neglect. She immediately kept the combat weapon in her hand and strode to the front of Xianxia. Xianxia casually struck out a wisp of flame. This wasn't an ordinary flame. It was a flame that was the fusion of 4 types of supreme flames. It instantly entered Song Ying's body, rushed out of her body and fell back into Xianxia's hand. Song Ying's body trembled. Waves of qi began to roll on her body. Flames spread out, forming a sea of fire. Just now, Xianxia's flame had allowed her to see the superior side of fire. That flame had directly helped her break through the bottleneck, causing the long-suppressed fire to erupt in an instant, pushing her to the Immortal Emperor realm. Immortal Emperor realm? My God. Isn't this young Master Bufu a little too powerful? Senior sister Song Ying has been stuck in the half-step Immortal Emperor realm for a very long time, but after receiving the guidance of young Master Bufu, she has broken through immediately. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Amazing. This is really amazing. Young Master Bufu is simply a god. My cultivation base is also at a bottleneck. I wonder if I can ask young Master Bufu to give me some pointers later. Chapter 1749. Hu. Strong wind whistled. The air waves from Song Ying's body drifted in the sky above the courtyard. The movement of advancing to the immortal emperor realm was enough to alarm a lot of people. At this moment, Song Ying's face was incomparably excited. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. The cultivation technique in her body was circulating at an incomparably intense pace. After being washed by Jiang Chen's flame, the flame in her body began to boil. This kind of boiling caused her entire being to undergo earth-shaking changes. It was very rare. Song Ying is grateful for young master's great kindness today. I will certainly thank you personally in the future. Song Ying bowed deeply to Jiang Chen once more, then vanished from the courtyard along with the sea of flames. Advancing to the immortal emperor realm was a major event in one's life. One must treat it seriously. Therefore, Song Ying wanted to find a place where there was no one around to break through to the immortal emperor realm. After all, not everyone could be compared to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could easily advance his cultivation realm at any time, but Song Ying was different. She had to go into seclusion to advance her cultivation realm. She had to go into seclusion. Putting aside those immortal weapons, the most important thing was to be able to advance after being guided by Jiang Chen. First it was Zhou Xian. Now was Song Ying. Such a miraculous situation made all the female disciples look at Jiang Chen with blazing eyes. At the same time, they were filled with desire because there were a lot of people like Song Ying. Many of them were stuck in a bottleneck. As for Jiang Chen, he was very happy to help the disciples of Exquisite Paradise improve their cultivation base. After all, Venerable Ling Long didn't treat him as an outsider. She had done her best to save Long Shan. Any major power that wanted to be strong would need a strong foundation to support it. To a major power, the true foundation was the genius disciples. Only when the overall strength of the disciples was improved would the foundation of a major power improve. Jiang Chen was very clear about this point. That was why he would do his best to help Exquisite Paradise in this short period of time. After all, Jiang Chen was a busy man. It could be said that he was taking a break from his busy schedule. There wasn't much time left for him to do good deeds. Junior sisters, if any of you are stuck at a bottleneck and are unable to advance, feel free to come over and let this young master take a look at you. Perhaps it will be of some help. Jiang Chen said while shaking his head. He looked like a divine doctor in the pugilistic world, but in the eyes of these female disciples he looked extremely handsome. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, those female disciples were pleasantly surprised. They simply couldn't believe that there was such a good thing in the world, especially those female disciples who were really in the bottleneck stage. This was an opportunity that fell from the sky. How could they miss it? One should know that despite their extraordinary talent, there were just too many geniuses in Exquisite Paradise. Most of them had to rely on themselves to cultivate. It was very difficult for them to get guidance from the higher-ups. Immortal venerables were very busy. How could they have enough time to guide so many disciples? That's right. Although this young master Jiang Bufu looked like an early immortal emperor, his eyesight was incomparably sharp. He was able to see through the actual situation of others with just a few words and provide effective guidance. Zhou Xian and Song Ying were the best examples. Young Master Bufu, my cultivation base has been stagnant in the late immortal king realm for a very long time. I'm only one step away from advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm, but I've been stuck at a bottleneck all this time. I hope young master can give me some guidance. A female disciple walked forward and clasped her fists at Jiang Chen. The stagnation of blood and qi in your body is caused by your eagerness for quick results. If you can't clear the stagnation, you will never be able to advance to the half-step immortal emperor realm in your lifetime. Jiang Chen glanced at the female disciple and said, "My God, is it really that magical? He could see through everything with just a glance? What kind of eyesight was this?" Everyone was stunned. In their hearts, Jiang Chen's image had become incomparably lofty. He was an existence that they could only look up to. His words were so magical. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. "Young master, help me." The female disciple was incomparably excited. She hurriedly wanted to kneel down before Jiang Chen, but she was pulled up by a gentle force from Jiang Chen. He could understand the excitement of this female disciple. The stagnation was almost equivalent to a stubborn disease. If it wasn't eradicated, she wouldn't be able to advance any further for the rest of her life. This female disciple should be very clear about this situation. Now that she suddenly saw hope, anyone would be incomparably excited. Junior sister, there's no need to be overly courteous. Since you have met me, it's fate. Today, young master will give you a fortune to help you clear the stagnation in your body. Zhou Xian said, grabbing the female disciple's wrist. A wisp of flame entered her body like a spiritual snake. The female disciple didn't dare to neglect it. She immediately relaxed her mind, allowing Zhou Xian's flame to rampage in her body. This situation was incomparably dangerous. She was almost defenseless, but she could only risk it. Moreover, she believed that this young Master Bufu wouldn't harm her, because she didn't seem to have any value in being harmed. To deal with this kind of stagnation, Zhou Xian's method was very simple. The flame could burn it completely, leaving no residue behind, helping the female disciple to clear her body. Swoosh! In just a dozen seconds, Zhou Xian retracted his palm and retracted the flame. The female disciple's body began to tremble violently, and her energy began to rise. She was now exactly the same as Song Ying's. My stagnation of many years is gone. I'm going to break through to the half-step immortal emperor realm. The female disciple couldn't contain her excitement. She had waited for this day for far too long. She didn't expect that it would come true so easily today. Tears of joy flowed down her cheeks. She almost knelt down and kowtowed to Zhou Xian. Judging from her appearance, she wouldn't hesitate even if she had to devote her life to him. Go into seclusion. I have only helped you clear the stagnation. You still have to walk the path ahead by yourself. Remember, don't be impatient. Otherwise, the stagnation will appear again, making it even more difficult for you to break through to the immortal emperor realm. Zhou Xian said seriously. Thank you, young Master Bufu. I will never forget your kindness. The female disciple bowed deeply to Zhou Xian, then turned and left. This scene was witnessed by the other female disciples. Each of them was on the verge of exploding. They couldn't believe that there was such a godly being in this world. Such terrifying means seemed to be even more powerful than Venerable Ling Long. Next, 3 female disciples stepped forward in succession. Without any accident, Zhou Xian didn't disappoint them. He could see through their actual condition with just a glance, and found the root of their problem with just a few words. Then he helped them resolve the problem that had troubled them for a long time, helping them advance a level. Chapter 1750. Very quickly, the name of the deity spread across the entire exquisite paradise. Even the higher-ups of exquisite paradise were alarmed, let alone the VIP area where Zhou Xian resided. For a time, the entire exquisite paradise was talking about young Master Bufu's name. Every time they opened their mouths, they would call him a deity. In the following period of time, the VIP area was as crowded as a marketplace, but all of them came for young Master Bufu. It had nothing to do with the geniuses of other major powers. Except for Zhou Qian's courtyard, the other courtyards were in complete silence. Many geniuses' faces turned ashen, especially those who came from the immortal court. Their faces were unsightly to the extreme. They had come here to be guests, and also to find an opportunity to show off their abilities and attract the attention of Venerable Ling Long or the Saintess. But now all eyes were on that young Master Bufu. All the limelight had been snatched away by him. Zhou Qian's courtyard buzzed with activity. The female disciples of exquisite paradise weren't willing to miss such a great opportunity, especially those who were stuck in a bottleneck. Whether they could obtain an immortal weapon or not was a trivial matter. What mattered most was the guidance of young Master Bufu. To them, this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. I'm going to break through. I've been stuck in a bottleneck for so long. Finally, I'm going to break through. Me too. Young Master Bufu is truly a deity. He has been in contact with the hidden danger for so many years. Benefactor. This is a great kindness. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. In the following period of time, disciples of exquisite paradise would break through their bottlenecks from time to time. At this time, even some immortal emperor elders came to ask for guidance. Some elders had been stuck in a certain realm for a very long time due to their old age. They had never thought of breaking through their bottlenecks in their entire lives. Today, after receiving the guidance of Zhou Xian, they actually broke through. To them, this was simply a matter of tears. The people living in the courtyard next to Jiang Chen's courtyard were the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Due to the good relationship between Great Qian Empire and Exquisite Paradise, their treatment and accommodation were naturally better. At this moment, the master of this courtyard was none other than Yang Bufan, Yang Lang, Shan Chong and the others. All of them were the elites of the young generation of Great Qian Empire. Currently, Yang Bufan had a lofty status in Great Qian Empire. The Crown Prince and King Ping were already gone, leaving only King Fan, who was like the sun in the midday sky. Although the emperor didn't say it, no one was a fool. They could see that the next crown prince of Great Qian Empire would be King Fan, because none of the princes could compete with King Fan. Even geniuses like Yang Lang and Shan Chong had expressed their loyalty to King Fan, not to mention that King Fan had the support of Jiang Chen. The son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise was a big day in East Xuanyu. As one of the major powers, Great Qian Empire naturally had to send a symbolic representative. Yang Bufan was the representative. The geniuses of Great Qian Empire in the Immortal Court didn't return, because they wouldn't kill Jiang Chen. Those who returned were the monstrous geniuses of the major powers that had enmity with Jiang Chen. King Fan, who exactly is this Jiang Bufu? Isn't he a little too awesome? Yang Lang asked with interest. Presently, the VIP area was about to become a vegetable market. Jiang Bufu's name had spread across the entire Exquisite Paradise. It would be hard for them not to know about him, let alone the fact that they were neighbors. Jiang Bufu? Early immortal emperor? He's generous with his money and has a unique eye for things. Why do I feel that there's no other person like Jiang Chen? Yang Bufan pondered for a while and felt that there was no one else in the entire immortal world who could do this and was an early immortal emperor besides Jiang Chen. King Fan, don't tell me that you think that this Jiang Bufu is Jiang Chen? Shan Chong blinked his eyes, seeming very interested. That's hard to say. Besides Jiang Chen, who else has such great ability? Even if he has such great ability, why would he help Exquisite Paradise for no reason? Yang Bufan said with a smile. You're right, you're right. Yang Lang sounded a little angry. Let's go and have a look. Yang Bufan said, then opened the gate of the courtyard and led Yang Lang and Shan Chong to the courtyard of Jiang Chen. There they saw a white-robed youth sitting on a rattan chair, constantly giving pointers to the female disciples who came to ask for advice. Apart from giving pointers, each of them was also given an immortal weapon. How generous! While the three of them were sizing up Jiang Chen's gaze landed on them as well. He raised his eyebrows at the three of them. The three of them rolled their eyes. Sure enough, it's this guy. It's really him. Yang Lang shook his head. Initially, they thought that there would be another powerful figure in East Xuanyu. Turned out that this Jiang Bufu was actually Jiang Chen. However, the three of them weren't surprised. After all, they had already thought of this from the very beginning. Alright, we don't have to go over there. Let's just stand here and watch him act. Yang Bufan crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face wearing a bright smile. Compared to them, the people in the other courtyards weren't in such a good mood. The atmosphere in the entire VIP area was incomparably depressing. On the side of Huangquan Gate. That damn Jiang Bufu. He stole the limelight and didn't even give face to senior brother Lu Yan. A disciple said angrily. How many disciples of Exquisite Paradise have advanced? Lu Yan asked. Senior brother, from yesterday until now, more than 100 disciples have advanced under the guidance of Jiang Bufu. Someone answered. Solving the bottleneck of more than 100 disciples in a day was like a fantasy story. They simply couldn't believe it. We can't let him continue like this. It won't do us any good if the overall strength of Exquisite Paradise improves. If this son-in-law selection fails, Huangquan Gate won't be able to establish a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise. Plus, Exquisite Paradise has a good relationship with Great Qian Empire and Jiang Chen, which will make them our enemy in the future. The overall strength of Exquisite Paradise has improved, which is disadvantageous to us. Lu Yan said, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Senior brother Lu Yan is right. This Jiang Bufu who came out of nowhere has brought great benefits to Exquisite Paradise in order to show off. This isn't what we want. Someone said. Not only that, I think we have to get rid of this Jiang Bufu. This guy has been hostile to us the moment he appeared. Plus, he's too mystical and has a keen eyesight. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, I'm afraid that he will become a big problem in the future. There was Jiang Chen and now there's Jiang Bufu. Both of these people surnamed Jiang are abnormal. Huangquan Gate didn't have a good impression of Jiang Qin and Jiang Bufu. They felt that such people must be eliminated as soon as possible. They couldn't be allowed to grow. Chapter 1751. So what? He's going to die anyway. Senior brother Li Feng will be here tomorrow. If that Jiang Qin dares to show up, he will die for sure. Lu Yen sneered. What? Senior brother Li Feng has returned? My God. I heard that senior brother Li Feng has already become a true immortal venerable expert, a true genius. Could it be that young Master Li Feng is also interested in the saintess of exquisite paradise? Some disciples were shocked and couldn't believe it. The name Li Feng was a legend in the history of Huangquan Gate. He had already reached the early immortal venerable realm at such a young age. Such a peerless genius wasn't comparable to any ordinary genius. What a joke. Who do you think senior brother Li Feng is? Why would he be interested in a saintess? Senior brother Li Feng has returned mainly to eliminate Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin doesn't show up tomorrow, senior brother Li Feng won't take action. As for the competition, that's my business. Lu Yen said with a smile. When the name Li Feng was mentioned, his arrogant face couldn't help but reveal a hint of respect. Since senior brother Li Feng has returned, it seems the other major powers have also sent their immortal venerables. This time Jiang Qin is going to die for sure. There's no chance for him to survive. Each of the disciples of Huangquan Gate had a sneer on their face. The thought of Jiang Qin made them gnash their teeth as though they couldn't wait to eat Jiang Qin's flesh. Although we can't wait to eat Jiang Qin, we have to admit that Jiang Qin is really terrifying. Today Jiang Qin has become a great threat. Only a monstrous genius like senior brother Li Feng can kill him. Senior brother Lu Yen, what should we do about this Jiang Bufu? Are we going to let him continue to be so arrogant? Let's not talk about anything else, but the limelight has been snatched away by him. It's too embarrassing for us. Someone said. Putting aside the matter of Jiang Qin for the time being, they couldn't deal with Jiang Qin. However, they couldn't allow Jiang Bufu to be too arrogant. You can just find an excuse to cripple him. He's just a nobody. Lu Yen said disdainfully. All right, don't worry, senior brother Lu Yen. Leave this matter to me. A youth with a face full of stubble spoke confidently. He was called Lu Qi, an intermediate immortal emperor, a rare genius of the Huangquan Gate. His strength was also very powerful. Naturally, he wouldn't put Jiang Bufu in his eyes. There were more than 20 female disciples of exquisite paradise who had come to visit Jiang Qin's courtyard. All of them had the cultivation base of immortal king. Each and every one of them had a bright smile on their face. Many of their eyes were filled with infatuation when they looked at Jiang Qin. Just at this moment, 3 sturdy youths barged into the courtyard. They didn't even look at Yang Bufan, Yang Lang and Shan Chong and went straight into the courtyard. Damn it! What are the people of the Huangquan Gate doing here? Yang Lang couldn't help but curse. Can't you see it? They're here to pick a fight. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Should we make a move? Shan Chong asked. An intermediate immortal emperor and 2 early immortal emperors. Do you think it's necessary for us to make a move? Yang Bufan darted a glance at Shan Chong. Shan Chong shrugged and continued to put on an attitude of watching a show. Such a character had actually come here to pick a fight with Jiang Qin. Needless to say, they would definitely be trampled by Jiang Qin. Lu Qi strode towards Jiang Qin. He crossed his arms on his chest, looked down at Jiang Qin and spoke aloud. I heard that young Master Bufan has divine foresight and can even help people break through the bottleneck. I happen to be in the bottleneck. I hope young Master Bufan can take a look at me. The appearance of Lu Qi immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the disciples of exquisite paradise. But these disciples were all immortal kings. So they didn't say anything in front of an immortal emperor. Lu Qi's attitude was very arrogant. He didn't look like he was asking for advice at all. It seemed that he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. This brother has probably lost his combat strength due to his impotence, which has caused his essence to stagnate. Your life is finished. Not even the immortals can save you from this stubborn disease. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. He. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, the surrounding female disciples couldn't help but chuckle. They felt that this young Master Bufan was too sarcastic. Lu Qi's expression instantly turned incomparably unsightly. The biggest taboo for a man was to be told that he couldn't do it, let alone in front of so many women. To Lu Qi this was simply a humiliation. How could the prideful Lu Qi bear it? Bastard! How dare you insult senior brother Lu? Are you courting death? Jiang Bufan, if you kneel down and kowtow in front of senior brother Lu now, perhaps senior brother Lu will forgive you. The two disciples beside Lu Qi were infuriated. It seemed that if Jiang Chen didn't kowtow they would attack him. You are the one who asked for this humiliation. This place doesn't welcome you. Get out of here before this young master gets angry. Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. In the face of the people of Huangquan Gate, there was no way for him to be polite, nor could he show them a smile. These three bastards had come here to pick a fight, but unfortunately they had found the wrong target. Courting death. The two early immortal emperor disciples were thoroughly infuriated. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as this. How dare a brat who came out of nowhere act so arrogantly in front of them? How could they tolerate this? Suddenly, the two of them reached out their hands and grabbed at Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the rattan chair. They had already made up their mind to suppress Jiang Chen and make him kneel down and kowtow. Since this bastard was called Jiang Bufan, they would beat him until he was convinced. But before their palms could touch Jiang Chen, their wrists were grabbed by Jiang Chen's hands. Before they could be surprised, Jiang Chen exerted his strength. Two crisp cracking sounds were heard. Their wrists were broken by Jiang Chen. Their bones were completely twisted. Bang! Subsequently, Jiang Chen stretched out his legs at lightning speed and kicked their knees. The two of them couldn't bear the great force of Jiang Chen. They knelt on the ground with a puff, wailing incessantly. Their broken palms were still in Jiang Chen's grip. One of their legs had been crippled by Jiang Chen. They could only use their other leg to kneel on the ground with cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Whoa! The scene immediately caused a huge wave of commotion. The female disciples of Exquisite Paradise gaped in astonishment, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. They had never thought that this young Master Bufan was not only generous with his money, but also had great foresight and foresight. One should know that the two of them were immortal emperors, geniuses among immortal emperors, who weren't easy to deal with. But now they were forced to kneel on the ground by Jiang Chen. This didn't mean that the geniuses of Huangquan Gate were too weak, but their opponents were too strong. Chapter 1752. Under the control of Jiang Chen, the two early immortal emperor geniuses could only kneel on the ground and wail. It was incomparably difficult for them to move. At this moment their hearts were filled with regret. They regretted that they were too impulsive and attacked without knowing the opponent's strength. Now they were reaping what they had sown. Look at your cowardly faces. How dare trash like you act so arrogantly in front of young Master Bufu? Do you know the meaning of my name? The first meaning is to not be convinced of anything, and the other meaning is to cure all kinds of disobedience. If the two of you are convinced now, I will let you go. Jiang Chen looked at the two of them and spoke in a strange tone. Bastard! Jiang Bufu, how dare you hurt the people of Huangquan Gate? I think you must be tired of living. Lu Qi was infuriated. When had the people of Huangquan Gate suffered such humiliation? At the same time, Lu Qi was also shocked by the opponent's strength. Speak quickly. Jiang Chen completely ignored Lu Qi, treating him as a fart, and continued to speak. Jiang Bufu, let us go now, or else you will die without a burial place. You're playing with fire. How dare you go against our Huangquan Gate? Even if you have 8 lives, it won't be enough for you to die. The two of them were still stubborn. It was impossible for them to say that they were convinced in public. This involved the dignity of Huangquan Gate. Plus, they didn't believe that the opponent would really deal with them. After all, not everyone would dare to provoke the Huangquan Gate. Moreover, they still had senior brother Lu Qi, who was their biggest reliance. Fine. Since you two are not convinced, then you won't even have the chance to be convinced. I have already given you two a chance. Young Master Bufu will never give a second chance to anyone. Jiang Chen said, then exerted more force with his palm. With a bang, the arms of the two exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Not only that, Jiang Chen's legs also landed on their qi, destroying their qi. Both of them were crippled. Arg! You crippled me. You actually crippled me. No, this can't be true. The two of them let out squeaks like pigs being slaughtered. They rolled on the ground, screaming and wailing. The two of them were enduring endless pain. Both of them were suffering a double blow to their body and soul. They simply couldn't accept this reality. It wasn't easy for them to reach the immortal emperor realm at such a young age. They still had a bright future ahead of them. But now they were crippled just like that. All their future was destroyed. How could they accept this? The ground was drenched with blood. Some of the female disciples couldn't stand such a scene. The way they looked at Xianxia had changed. None of them had thought that this carefree and amiable young Master Bufu could be so ruthless and ruthless. He had crippled 2 of them in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they were the geniuses of the Huangquan Gate. They were afraid that Xianxia would be in trouble, because the Huangquan Gate wasn't a sect that could be trifled with. Lu Qi's eyes were about to ooze blood. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Even now he couldn't believe that Xianxia had crippled the 2 of them. Senior brother Lu Yan had instructed them to find an excuse to cripple Xianxia, but now their own people were crippled instead. How ironic was this? Jiang Bufu, you are courting death. Lu Qi gritted his teeth. His killing intent soared to the sky, locking onto Xianxia. He had to kill Xianxia to seek justice for the 2 on the ground. Otherwise, what face would Lu Qi have? He wouldn't be able to go back to see Lu Yan. What? Are you going to act as well? I advise you not to. Otherwise you will surely end up like the 2 of them. Xianxia darted a sideways glance at Lu Qi. He had been sitting there since the beginning. His butt hadn't even left the rattan chair. His attitude was extremely arrogant, totally not putting Lu Qi in his eyes. The more he behaved like this, the angrier Lu Qi became. Lu Qi was a famous figure in the Huangquan Gate. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? What a good Jiang Bufu. I'm going to beat you until you admit defeat. Lu Qi couldn't bear it any longer. He was thoroughly enraged. Violent waves of qi rolled out in an instant. His bull-sized fist radiated golden light, striking at Xianxia with lightning speed. Lu Qi was, after all, an intermediate immortal emperor. His attack was very sharp and fast. Wherever his fist passed, the void was shattered inch by inch. However, in the eyes of Xianxia, there was no difference between an intermediate immortal emperor and an early immortal emperor. In any case, he could finish them all in one move. But, just like before, Lu Qi's fist was caught by Xianxia's palm. The ocean-like energy was like a stone sinking into the ocean after hitting Xianxia's palm. The scene of Xianxia exploding in one punch didn't happen. The power of this punch didn't even budge Xianxia, who was sitting on the rattan chair. Impossible. Lu Qi turned pale with fright. His eyeballs almost popped out. He exerted his strength again but still couldn't budge Xianxia. He wanted to break free, but to his horror he found that Xianxia's hand was like an iron pincer, firmly holding him in place. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't break free. This time, Lu Qi's facial expression changed completely. He wasn't a fool. How could he not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Even if he exerted all his strength, he was still no match for his opponent. Bang! Before Lu Qi could react, a terrifying force rushed out of Xianxia's palm. With a bang, one of Lu Qi's arms exploded under the brute force of Xianxia, turning into a mist of blood. Lu Qi suffered the same fate as the other 2 on the ground. One of his arms was crippled. But Xianxia raised his hand and gave another slap. Lu Qi felt as if a huge mountain was suddenly pressing on his body. Under the tremendous force, his entire body was pressed down involuntarily, kneeling on the ground with a puff. The disciples of the Huangquan Gate are just like this. They can't even withstand a single blow. Xianxia looked at Lu Qi, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Lung Lung." The surrounding female disciples were completely dumbfounded. The power of Xianxia had completely stunned them. If what happened to the 2 early immortal emperor disciples of the Huangquan Gate was still acceptable, then what happened to Lu Qi was simply unbelievable. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lu Qi roared. His roar was heart-wrenching. Such a blow was just too great to him. Although he had lost an arm, the psychological blow was much more serious than the physical injury. Chapter 1753. The courtyard began to turn chaotic. The screams of the 3 had attracted more people, making the already small courtyard even livelier. Look, those are the people of Huangquan Gate. The one kneeling on the ground is Lu Qi of Huangquan Gate. What did I just see? What kind of person is this Jiang Bufu? How can he be so powerful? He seems to be merely an early immortal emperor while Lu Qi is an intermediate immortal emperor supreme expert. He's very famous in Huangquan Gate. But today he was beaten to the ground by Jiang Bufu. There are so many strange people and monstrous geniuses in the immortal world. This Jiang Bufu is going to be famous in this son-in-law selection. Many of them were watching the scene in the courtyard inside. Most of them couldn't believe what they saw. Let them go immediately. Just at this time a cold voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Then 5 to 6 people walked in. The leader was clad in black. His eyes were as cold as a venomous snake. Jiang Qin recognized this man. He was none other than Lu Yen, whom he had met outside the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise. These people were the people of Huangquan Gate. Looking at the situation of Lu Qi and the other two, Lu Yan's eyes immediately spewed out fire. This Jiang Bufu had crippled the geniuses of Huangquan Gate in public. That was equivalent to provoking Huangquan Gate. Not only would the geniuses of Huangquan Gate be harmed, but also the reputation of Huangquan Gate. To these major powers, reputation was sometimes more important than reputation. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to make young Master Jiang Bufu release them? Jiang Qin sneered. His behavior immediately caused the others to roll their eyes. This bastard was truly arrogant. How dare he talk to Lu Yen in such a manner? This was a typical case of courting death. I don't care who you are. What you are doing now is digging your own grave. Lu Yen spoke lung. Is that so? Jiang Qin put his palm on Lu Qi's head and said to Lu Yen, if you take another step forward I will kill him. His words caused another wave of commotion. Injuring someone and killing someone were two completely different concepts. If Jiang Bufu really killed someone from the Huangquan Gate, the enmity between them would be set in stone, and there would be no possibility of resolving it. They would become mortal enemies. Moreover, it took a lot of courage to kill people from the Huangquan Gate. At least many people present did not believe that Jiang Qin really dared to kill people from the Huangquan Gate. After all, offending the Huangquan Gate was not a joke. You dare. Lu Yen was very angry. The other party was threatening him. No one had ever dared to threaten him. He, Lu Yen, had never been threatened by anyone. Go ahead and try. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. You're courting death. Lu Yan's eyes were like a poisonous snake as he strode toward Jiang Qin. He did not believe that Jiang Qin dared to kill Lu Qi because that was playing with fire. Bang. However, Lu Yen had only taken one step when he heard a shrill scream. Lu Qi's head completely burst and he was killed by Jiang Qin on the spot. Wow. The audience was in an uproar again. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yen, who had just taken one step, also stopped. He looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. Jiang Qin actually killed Lu Qi. He really dared to kill people from the Huangquan Gate. Such a move was already an open enemy of the Huangquan Gate. But at the same time, many people started to admire young Master Bufu in their hearts. He killed without hesitation and in a clean manner without the slightest bit of hesitation. Such ruthless methods were truly rare. Brat, I think you must be tired of living. How dare you kill the people of the Huangquan Gate? Go to hell. Lu Yen was infuriated. His killing intent surged as he lunged at Jiang Qin. Stop. A loud yell was heard. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. An old woman with a walking stick flew over. She hovered above the guest area watching everything that happened in the courtyard. Her eyes rested on Jiang Qin for a moment before shifting away. She was a mighty immortal venerable, a true elder of Exquisite Paradise. She had great prestige in Exquisite Paradise. Tomorrow is the day of the selection of son-in-law. Have you all had enough? Are you treating Exquisite Paradise as a vegetable market? If you want to settle your grudges, please do it outside Exquisite Paradise. As soon as the old woman finished speaking, she vanished with a sway. After all, this was the guest area. Given the strength of Lu Yen and Jiang Qin, if they were to fight here, how could Exquisite Paradise remain peaceful? The appearance of the old woman made Lu Yen retract his qi. He looked at Jiang Qin and said, Jiang Qin, aren't you the one who refuses to submit to the heavens? Do you dare to fight me? As soon as Lu Yan's words were spoken, many people felt that it was a little too much, especially the female disciples of Exquisite Paradise. Each of them felt that it was unfair for Jiang Qin. Lu Yen was a half-step immortal venerable and a supreme genius who had returned from the immortal court. On the other hand, young Master Bufu was merely an early immortal emperor. There was a huge gap in their cultivation base, but Lu Yen challenged young Master Bufu. Wasn't this bullying? However, everyone felt that Jiang Qin would never agree to it. After all, this was a matter that he had no confidence in winning. It was no different from courting death. In any case, this was the territory of exquisite paradise. No matter how angry Lu Yen was, he wouldn't dare to fight Jiang Qin. You want to fight me? Jiang Qin looked at Lu Yen with interest. That's right. Leave exquisite paradise and find a secluded place for a life and death battle. Lu Yen spoke aloud. Then let's find a secluded place. Jiang Qin said. With a sway of his body, he soared high into the sky, heading towards the outside of exquisite paradise. This scene stunned everyone once again. Even Lu Yen himself was dumbfounded. He had never thought that the opponent would really agree to fight him. Initially, he just wanted to scare the opponent to regain some face, because he knew that the opponent was only an early immortal emperor. No matter how powerful the opponent was, the opponent wouldn't dare to fight him. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin would agree to it and take the lead to fly towards the outside of exquisite paradise? How could Lu Yen know that finding a secluded place was what Jiang Qin wanted the most? If they fought here, he would be afraid of exposing his identity. An expert like Lu Yen must be eliminated if possible. Therefore, Jiang Qin naturally agreed to Lu Yan's challenge. Jiang Qin had already seen it very clearly. Lu Yan's strength was on par with Tianyu. Since he could kill Tianyu, killing Lu Yen naturally wouldn't be a problem. Has this bastard gone mad? Did he really agree to Lu Yan's challenge? That's Lu Yen we're talking about. Who gave him so much confidence? Lunatic. He must be a lunatic. If Lu Yen fights him, he will die for sure. Chapter 1754. Humph. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Lu Yen harumphed coldly, then vanished in a flash, heading towards the direction where Jiang Qin disappeared. As a matter of fact, Lu Yen had no intention of fighting Jiang Qin. After all, in his point of view, it was an insult to himself to fight an early immortal emperor given his status and strength. Even if he won, he would still lose his face. Lu Yan's plan was to use Lu Qi and the other two as an excuse to cripple Jiang Qin. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups of exquisite paradise had come forward to stop him. Now that Jiang Qin wanted to fight him, Lu Yen had to eliminate Jiang Bufu. He wanted to let Jiang Bufu know what it meant to be convinced. He wanted to let Jiang Bufu know that going against him wouldn't end well. At the center of exquisite paradise, the old woman stood beside Venerable Ling Long and spoke. Venerable, that young Master Bufu has actually accepted Lu Yan's challenge. Now that they have left exquisite paradise for the duel, should we stop them? After all, this Jiang Bufu has brought tremendous benefits to exquisite paradise. He's a rare genius. Since he wants to befriend exquisite paradise, we should protect him. The name of Jiang Bufu was known by everyone in the entire exquisite paradise. Ever since this young Master Bufu arrived, no one knew how many benefits he had brought to exquisite paradise. Not only did he help a large number of disciples to improve their cultivation base, he was also generous with his immortal weapons. Clearly, he was prepared to befriend exquisite paradise. Furthermore, such a young genius was too rare. In the old woman's point of view, exquisite paradise should cherish such a person. Upon hearing this, the corner of Venerable Ling Long's mouth revealed a trace of a smile, as though she wasn't worried about the duel. She smiled and said to the old woman, "Elder Lu, don't worry. Do you think that Lu Yen can kill that young Master Bufu? Although young Master Bufu is mystical, he is just too arrogant. It's a pity that his cultivation base is just too weak. He's merely an early immortal emperor. How can he be a match for Lu Yen? Even I, this old woman, am no match for a genius like Lu Yen, let alone that Jiang Bufu." The old woman said with a frown. In her point of view, the battle between Jiang Qin and Lu Yen was like two extremes. The gap between them was just too great. No matter how divine Jiang Bufu was, he was absolutely no match for Lu Yen. None of the geniuses from the immortal court were easy to deal with. Lu Yen is dead for sure because Jiang Bufu is Jiang Qin. Venerable Ling Long said lightly. Others might not know Jiang Qin's identity, but Venerable Ling Long knew it very well. She knew at the moment Jiang Qin left Long Shisan. What? Jiang Bufu is Jiang Qin? The old woman exclaimed. Obviously, she had never imagined such a situation. Otherwise, do you think that any random genius would be so kind to the disciples of Exquisite Paradise? And do you think that monstrous geniuses are everywhere in the immortal world? Zhou Xian wants to do something for Exquisite Paradise before the start of the son-in-law selection ceremony. I appreciate his intention. As for Zhou Xian's safety, we don't have to worry about it. We all know his means very well. Venerable Ling Long said with a smile. If that's the case, there's really nothing to worry about. Even Tianyu has been killed by Zhou Xian, let alone Lu Yan. The old woman smiled. Now that she thought about it, she felt that Venerable Ling Long's words were very reasonable. Zhou Xian and Zhou Qian had the same surname and were equally mysterious. In that case, they didn't need to worry at all. The one who should be worried should be Lu Yan. They were very clear about Zhou Qian's capability. Putting aside the countless earth-shattering deeds that he had done, just killing Tianyu was enough to prove his strength. Although Lu Yan was powerful, he was still in existence on the same level as Tianyu. If he had a life-and-death battle with Zhou Qian, only death awaited him. In the minds of Venerable Ling Long and the old woman, apart from Zhou Qian, they were afraid that there was no one else who could fight a half-step immortal venerable while being an early immortal emperor. In Exquisite Paradise, after Zhou Qian and Lu Yan disappeared, many people came out wanting to see how the battle was going to end, or how Zhang Bufu was killed by Lu Yan, especially those from the Huangquan Gate. Each and every one of them was infuriated. Initially, they had followed Lu Yan to Exquisite Paradise excitedly, but who would have thought that they would encounter Zhang Bufu, who had caused them such a huge loss? Out of the three geniuses, one was killed and the other two were crippled. The speed at which they came out wasn't slow, but Zhang Qian and Lu Yan were too fast. By the time they came out, Zhang Qian and Lu Yan were nowhere to be seen, as though they had vanished into thin air. Where did they go? Why isn't there any trace of them left? That's right. This shouldn't be happening. Could it be that they are going to fight secretly? Forget it, there's nothing interesting to see in a battle like this. The gap between the two of them is too big, they're not on the same level at all. Zhang Bufu will definitely die. Let's just wait here. I'm guessing it won't be long before Lu Yan comes back with Zhang Bufu's head. I think Zhang Bufu must have fled out of fear. Lu Yan must have chased after him. That's why Zhang Bufu ran so fast that we couldn't find him. Many people were speechless. Both of them disappeared too fast. They couldn't find their shadows when they came out. However, almost everyone was sure that Lu Yan would win. There was no doubt about it. Some people even thought that Zhang Bufu was going to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. After all, he had killed the people of the Huangquan Gate and offended a major power that he shouldn't have offended. So, it was reasonable for him to run away. At this moment, on a barren mountain thousands of miles away from Exquisite Paradise, Zhang Qian was standing in the air in white clothes. Opposite him was Lu Yan, who had just chased after him. Lu Yan looked around and looked at the barren land. Leng Leng said, I thought you were going to run away. What a joke. You don't have the qualifications to make me run away. Zhang Qian sneered. Zhang Bufu, I don't know if there's something wrong with your brain or if you are too arrogant. Do you really think that you can fight me? Lu Yan said with great interest. He was very puzzled, wondering who gave this opponent the courage to fight him with a mere early immortal emperor cultivation base. That's right. That's right. Is that so? I wonder how you compare to Tianyu. Even Tianyu has been killed by me. Do you think you are much stronger than him? Zhang Qian said in an indifferent tone. Chapter 1755. Upon hearing Tianyu's name, the sneering Lu Yan's facial expression changed instantly. He looked at the opponent in horror and said in disbelief, You are Zhang Qian? At this time Lu Yan had no choice but to doubt it. Because the opponent said that he had killed Tianyu, and Tianyu had died tragically in the hands of Zhang Qian not long ago. This fact was known to the world. It wasn't a secret. When Lu Yan recalled Zhang Bufu's miraculous performance in Exquisite Paradise and the scene of him killing an intermediate immortal emperor Lu Qi with ease, Lu Yan was even more convinced that the person in front of him was Zhang Qian. At least you aren't stupid. Zhang Qian said. With a sway of his body, a wave of desolate energy surged out of his body like a vast ocean. He had transformed into his dragon form. He needed to exert all his strength to deal with Lu Yan. The reason he chose this place as the battlefield was because he didn't want to expose his identity in exquisite paradise. Come on, let me see how you compare to Tianyu. Jiang Chen's murderous intent made him look like a god of death. His oppressive qi made Lu Yan feel a strong pressure. Lu Yan's facial expression changed slightly. When he saw Jiang Chen's dragon form, he was even more certain of Jiang Chen's identity. The dragon form itself was the biggest symbol of Jiang Chen. Lu Yan had never thought that he would meet Jiang Chen so soon. To be honest, he didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with Jiang Chen. After all, it was a fact that Jiang Chen had killed Tianyu. He knew Tianyu's ability all too well. They were both cultivators in the immortal court, so they couldn't be more familiar with each other. What? Are you afraid? If you are, you can choose to surrender, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing the word, surrender, a strong anger surged out of Lu Yan's body. When had Lu Yan surrendered? This was simply an insult to his character. If this matter was spread out, he wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. Humph. Jiang Chen, you were only able to kill Tianyu because you were opportunistic. Tianyu died in vain, but I'm not Tianyu. Since we met today, Lu Yan will kill you with all my strength. Lu Yan coldly snorted. Facing Jiang Chen, although he didn't have any confidence, his greedy heart began to become restless. He knew better than anyone that killing Jiang Chen would bring him great benefits. He would directly become famous. Moreover, in Lu Yan's view, the reason why Jiang Chen was able to kill Tianyu was that he had replicated Tianyu's 9 heavenly astral slashes with a magical secret skill, which completely disturbed Tianyu's mind. As long as he was careful, Jiang Chen was definitely no match for him. Playing. Lu Yan's arm trembled. A world-shaking battle sword appeared. He knew that Jiang Chen had a method that could simulate his opponent's combat technique. Since that was the case, he wouldn't use any combat technique. He would use a powerful immortal weapon to directly pressure and injure Jiang Chen. Moreover, given Jiang Chen's strength, he would have to go all out to suppress his opponent. Make your move. Jiang Chen slowly drew out the Heavenly Saint sword. The blood-red dragon's sword let out a roar, as though it had been a long time since it last fought. At this moment, it couldn't contain its joy anymore. Lu Yan moved. Facing the powerful Jiang Chen, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. The battle sword in his hand let out a whistling sound, like a poisonous dragon, carrying the pressure of Mount Tai as it slashed towards Jiang Chen. Everywhere the terrifying battle sword passed, the void would be slashed into 2. On the other side, Jiang Chen also moved. The Heavenly Saint sword was even more terrifying than before. His movements were not flashy at all. He directly slashed towards Lu Yan's battle sword. Jiang Chen didn't wish to be entangled with Lu Yan. Thus, he unleashed his full power, wanting to end the battle as soon as possible. Putting aside the fact that Lu Yan didn't use any combat technique, even if he did, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the heart to use the Taiji diagram to simulate it. He had no interest in Lu Yan's combat technique. Right now, he was only interested in taking Lu Yan's life. The 2 battle swords collided, instantly causing a world-shaking boom. Even though the 2 of them had already opened up a battlefield, the mountains within a radius of several hundred li were still destroyed. After all, the destructive energy was simply too great. Neither of them held back in this attack. Thus, the difference in strength was obvious. Even someone as powerful as Lu Yan was forced back 100 zhang, falling into a disadvantageous position. What an abnormal bastard. Lu Yan's face darkened. Even though he had already prepared himself, he still couldn't accept the fact that he was forced back by Jiang Chen. No matter what, he couldn't change the fact that Jiang Chen was only an early immortal emperor. The geniuses of the immortal court sure are extraordinary. If my current cultivation base is only at the early immortal emperor realm, I'm afraid that I won't be a match for Lu Yan. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. A genius like Lu Yan was incomparable to ordinary people. Jiang Chen's current cultivation base was at the peak of early immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the intermediate immortal emperor realm, which was why he could defeat Lu Yan. Jiang Chen knew very well that if he was still at the early immortal emperor realm, he would certainly be no match for Lu Yan. Of course, the current situation was more than enough to kill Lu Yan. How? Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He raised the Heavenly Saint sword high again and slashed at Lu Yan. He casted the Great Void technique and appeared above Lu Yan's head in a blink. Lu Yan was taken aback. Without hesitation, the sword in his hand carried ocean-like energy and sword chi, colliding with Zhou Xian once more. Hong Long. It was another earth-shattering scene. The scene was just too explosive. In such a fierce battle, momentum was undoubtedly the most important factor. Due to the fact that Zhou Xian had killed Tianyu, Lu Yan's momentum was weaker than Zhou Qian's from the beginning. As such, without any surprise, Lu Yan was once again sent flying by Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian, I admit that you are a peerless genius. I won't fight you today. If you have the guts, show up at the son-in-law selection tomorrow. At that time someone will naturally kill you. After leaving a harsh remark, Lu Yan turned and left. He was a very smart man. He never fought a battle that he wasn't sure of winning. After realizing that he was no match for Zhou Qian, Lu Yan didn't linger any longer and chose to flee. It had to be said that this was a very wise choice, because Lu Yan knew that continuing to fight wouldn't do him any good. Even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be able to kill Zhou Qian. As long as Zhou Qian dared to show up at the son-in-law selection tomorrow, someone would naturally kill him. This time, many immortal venerable geniuses of the immortal court, such as Li Feng of the Huangquan Gate, had come for Zhou Qian instead of the son-in-law selection. Haha. Lu Yan, now that you've come, do you still want to leave? Zhou Qian laughed aloud. He casted the Great Void technique and blocked Lu Yan's way in the blink of an eye. It wasn't easy for him to lure Lu Yan out. If he let Lu Yan go back unscathed, wouldn't it be a waste of his feelings? Besides, if Lu Yan returned, his identity would be exposed. Chapter 1756. Lu Yan's facial expression changed once more. Zhou Qian's terrifying speed had utterly shocked him. Only now did he recall that Zhou Qian possessed the Great Void technique. Zhou Qian, do you really want to fight to the death? You won't be able to gain any advantage. Lu Yan spoke aloud. He felt that Zhou Qian had gone too far. Zhou Qian was determined to kill him. He felt that even if he wasn't a match for Zhou Qian, it would still be very easy for him to leave in front of Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's action was simply humiliating him. Fight to the death? You don't deserve it. Zhou Qian spoke, slashing the heavenly saint sword once more. The enmity between him and the Huangquan Gate had reached a point where only one of them could survive. Lu Yan had returned from the immortal court to kill him, but he chose to retreat because he felt that he couldn't kill him. Otherwise, Lu Yan wouldn't let go of any opportunity to kill him. Zhou Qian was very clear about this. Therefore, since Lu Yan had been lured out, Zhou Qian would never let go of such a great opportunity to kill Lu Yan. Furthermore, Zhou Qian was confident that he could kill Lu Yan. Lu Yan was infuriated. As a first-class genius of the Huangquan Gate and a peerless figure of the immortal court, he had never suffered such humiliation. Waves of qi erupted from his body. The combat sword in his hand rained down like raindrops, colliding with Zhou Qian's heavenly saint sword once more. For a moment the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. The spatial zone and the mountain range below were shattered. Dang dang dang. Despite having exerted his full strength, Lu Yan was still forced a few steps back by Zhou Qian. At this point he had to admit that he was no match for Zhou Qian even if he didn't want to. In Lu Yan's point of view, Zhou Qian was like a ferocious divine beast. His body contained an inexhaustible amount of energy that could never be used up. Looking at Zhou Qian's imposing manner, a trace of fear suddenly emerged in his heart. This was a very scary thing. One should know that when one reached his level he had long forgotten what fear was. At this time, Zhou Qian's qi changed once more. His dragon eyes turned blood red. He had actually put away the heavenly saint sword at the critical moment. To a warrior, it was extremely unwise to put away a powerful immortal weapon at the critical moment. However, this made Lu Yan even more afraid because he could sense fear from Zhou Qian. He knew very well that Zhou Qian didn't put away his immortal weapon because he didn't want to give up his strength, but was going to use a technique that was even more terrifying than the immortal weapon. I'm done playing with you. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Zhou Qian's voice was as loud as thunder. A blood-red dragon of slaughter instantly appeared above his head. Its eyes were cold and emotionless. Its gaze fell upon Lu Yan like a sharp sword, locking on to all of Lu Yan's qi. That was the will of the slaughter dragon. Once the opponent was locked on, the opponent must be exterminated. Brr. The terrifying slaughter dragon formed a huge dragon seal. The blood-red dragon seal carried the aura of death, wanting to destroy everything in this world. With a crushing momentum, it charged towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan turned pale with fright. In the face of this terrifying slaughter dragon seal, he could directly feel the will to kill. In this dragon seal, there was also a faint trace of heavenly might, causing his soul to tremble. A will of death suddenly rose from the bottom of Lu Yan's heart. He had never felt such a feeling before. It was too terrifying. That blood-red slaughter dragon seal was like the most terrifying thing in this world, making him unable to resist it. At this time, Lu Yan's first thought was to run for his life. However, he didn't dare to run because he could clearly sense that the slaughter dragon seal had already locked onto his chi. His speed of running was not as fast as the attack of the slaughter dragon seal. The only thing he could do now was to use all of his strength to resist, hoping that he could block the slaughter dragon seal. Sweeping sword in 8 directions. Lu Yan seemed to have stimulated the last of his potential. He roared, and the sword in his hand cast out countless sword lights, sweeping in all directions, forming a big net shrouding the slaughter dragon seal. Brr! The blood-red dragon roared wildly. Those sword lights fell on the body of the slaughter dragon and made a clanging sound. They couldn't cause any damage to the slaughter dragon at all. This scene was exactly the same as Tian Yu's 9 heavenly astral slashes. He was not the opponent of the slaughter dragon at all. After Jiang Chen comprehended the way of slaughter, he cultivated the slaughter dragon seal. Now the slaughter dragon seal had become the representative of slaughter. It was the perfect interpretation of the way of slaughter. Moreover, it had absorbed the heavenly might of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. Could be said that it was the most terrifying means of Jiang Chen now. Rumble. The whole battlefield turned into chaos. The slaughter dragon was too terrifying. The huge dragon's mouth directly swallowed Lu Yan and then burst open. Then Jiang Chen waved his hand and struck out a wave of air, dispersing the chaotic color. Lu Yan's figure was also revealed. At this moment, Lu Yan was covered in blood and looked extremely embarrassed. Looking at his aura, he was only a little better than Tian Yu at that time. In this state, Lu Yan could only be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen came to Lu Yan, his eyes were as ruthless as a knife. Jiang Chen, don't kill me. Lu Yan had never been so afraid of death. He didn't want to die, no one wanted to die. Give me a reason not to kill you. Jiang Chen said lightly. Lu Yan smiled bitterly because he couldn't find a reason for Jiang Chen not to kill him. It was just like if Jiang Chen fell into his hands, he would definitely die. At this moment, Lu Yan was in complete despair. Jiang Chen withdrew his dragon form and turned to leave. When he disappeared in the mountain range, Lu Yan's body suddenly burst open and turned into a mist of blood. The combat sword in his hand turned into a golden light and flew into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen's body flickered and disappeared completely. Exquisite Paradise was still crowded with people. Tomorrow was the son-in-law selection ceremony. Those who should be here had already arrived. Now many people were looking at the distance with longing eyes, seemingly waiting for someone to appear. Why hasn't he come back yet? Who do you think will win? Is there a need to think about it? Even a fool knows that Jiang Bufu is dead for sure. That's Lu Yan we're talking about. That's right. I dare to bet that Lu Yan will return in less than 10 minutes with Jiang Bufu's head. The crowd was restless. They felt that there was no suspense in this battle. Just as they were discussing and betting, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of them. In just a few breaths, the silhouette had arrived in front of the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the silhouette of the silhouette. Isn't that Jiang Bufu? Yeah, why did he come back? Where's Lu Yan? Why didn't Lu Yan come back? He wouldn't have killed Lu Yan, right? What are you thinking? Can he kill Lu Yan? I guess they didn't fight at all. Chapter 1757. Jiang Chen had returned, but Lu Yan didn't return with him. Such a situation had caused an uproar. Some people guessed that Lu Yan had died in the hands of Jiang Bufu, but most of them still thought that it was impossible. After all, the gap between their cultivation base was just too great. They would rather believe that they had gone out for a stroll and didn't encounter each other. Jiang Bufu, where's our senior brother Lu Yan? A disciple of Huangquan Gate blocked Jiang Chen's path and asked aloud. He's dead. Jiang Chen said casually. Bullshit. Only you can kill senior brother Lu Yan. You must have run away because you don't dare to fight senior brother Lu Yan. That disciple had the urge to vomit blood. How could Lu Yan be so easily killed just because he boasted? Get lost. Don't get in my way. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered and snapped at the disciple. The disciple shuddered. His body uncontrollably gave way to Jiang Chen. Although he was an intermediate immortal emperor, he didn't have the slightest confidence in front of Jiang Chen. He had seen clearly how Jiang Chen killed Lu Qi, who was also an intermediate immortal emperor. Such a person would kill without batting an eye and was cruel and ruthless. If he angered Jiang Chen, he would die in vain. Jiang Chen ignored the gazes of the crowd and strode towards his courtyard in the VIP area. Let's go back. I guess this Jiang Bufu has gone out for a stroll and returned. Lu Yan might still be looking for him outside. It won't take long for him to return. After acting tough for so long, it turns out that he's just a coward. Many of them thought so. Looking at the back of Jiang Chen, they couldn't help but reveal disdainful eyes. Outside the VIP area, Yang Bufan and the other two couldn't help but laugh when they saw Jiang Chen swaggering back. Only they believed that Lu Yan was dead, and he was dead for sure. Little Chenzi, why did you change your appearance? Yang Bufan transmitted his voice. Can I come out without changing my appearance? I'm afraid that exquisite paradise will immediately become a battlefield. Tomorrow's son-in-law selection is mainly to stimulate Monkey to wake up. I can't steal his limelight. Jiang Chen replied. He knew very well that most of the people who came to this son-in-law selection were here for him. The truly powerful experts were still hiding in the dark. Those experts from the immortal court were here to kill him. If he revealed his true appearance, he would immediately become the focus of attention. He was afraid that exquisite paradise would immediately become a battlefield. This wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted to see, because he knew the purpose of this son-in-law selection better than anyone else. If it wasn't to stimulate Long San, Venerable Ling Long wouldn't have used the saintess as a bait. The night fell quickly, but the VIP area was even more restless. It wasn't because of the continuous appearance of female disciples in Jiang Chen's courtyard, but because Lu Yan hadn't returned yet. Lu Yan hasn't returned yet. Tomorrow is the day of the son-in-law selection. He must know that Jiang Bufu has already returned. If he couldn't find any trace of Jiang Bufu, he should have returned long ago. Could it be? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could Jiang Bufu kill Lu Yan? This is ridiculous. But why hasn't Lu Yan returned yet? That Jiang Bufu shouldn't be underestimated. He has killed Lu Qi with ease. This alone is enough for him to gain a foothold among the young geniuses of the immortal world. Many of them couldn't keep calm anymore. At this time, many of them began to recall the words Jiang Chen said when he returned. Lu Yan was dead. Many of them began to imagine that it might be true. The disciples of Huangquan Gate couldn't hold on any longer. Several disciples flew out to search for traces of Lu Yan. An hour later, the disciples of Huangquan Gate returned, but they still couldn't find any trace of Lu Yan. However, they found signs of a battle in a desolate mountain range thousands of miles away. Judging from the time of the battle, it coincided with the time when Jiang Chen and Lu Yan went out. This was no small matter, and everyone's gazes immediately focused on Jiang Bufu again. So, Jiang Bufu and Lu Yan might have really fought. The time, place, and traces of the battle are incomparably consistent. It is said that the desolate mountain range has been destroyed. Lu Yan still hasn't returned. Could it be that he's really dead? Jiang Bufu has really killed Lu Yan, but he's only an early immortal emperor. Since when did such a monstrous genius appear in the immortal world? If there was such a monstrous genius, he would have become famous in the immortal world. However, we have never seen or even heard of such a monstrous genius. Currently, in the entire immortal world, only Jiang Chen has the ability to kill a half-step immortal venerable genius with just an early immortal emperor cultivation base. Jiang Chen. They are the same person. Jiang Bufu is Jiang Chen. It must be so. Damn it. We have all been deceived by him. That's right. It must be the same person. It's impossible for there to be two such monstrous geniuses with the same surname. Plus, he showed his hostility to Yellow Spring sect and killed their disciples. Without a doubt, he must be Jiang Chen. If he didn't have a deep hatred for Yellow Spring sect, he wouldn't be so cruel. The scene instantly went out of control. Most of the people who came here were geniuses and intelligent people. It was easy for them to figure out the crux of the matter. Jiang Bufu was Jiang Qin. This was the only explanation. Otherwise it was impossible for Lu Yen to die. Only Jiang Qin could kill an expert like Lu Yen when he was only an early immortal emperor, because Jiang Qin had just killed Tianyu a few days ago. The news spread like wildfire. The appearance of Jiang Qin would surely set off a great wave. For a moment, the geniuses of various major powers were mobilized, besieging Jiang Qin's courtyard. Those geniuses who had just returned from the immortal court had also appeared. All of them were at the same level as Lu Yen, but there were more of them. There were more than 30 of them. If they joined forces, they would be a major power that couldn't be underestimated. Even Jiang Qin wasn't a match for them. However, when they surrounded the courtyard, it was already completely empty. There wasn't even the slightest trace of Jiang Qin to be found. Damn it. That bastard has run away. Bastard. He has been under our nose for 2 days. How could we miss the chance to kill him? Damn it. Don't worry. I guess he will appear again in the son-in-law selection tomorrow. This bastard is a fugitive. We will send more powerful geniuses tomorrow. As long as Jiang Qin dares to appear, he will die without a burial place. Chapter 1758. Jiang Qin stood beside the Ling Long Jade Divine Rock, looking at Dragon Xian who was lying on the rock. Dragon Xian still showed no signs of waking up. As soon as you went out, you caused a huge commotion in Exquisite Paradise. Lan Lingji looked over at Jiang Qin. As the Saintess, although she didn't leave this place, she knew everything that had happened in Exquisite Paradise. Now that Jiang Qin had returned, the guest zone was destined to be a sleepless night. Moreover, the appearance of Jiang Qin would only make the selection of son-in-law more lively. Those peerless geniuses who might not have shown up before would surely show up this time for no other reason than to kill Jiang Qin. Lan Lingji knew very well that the attraction of Jiang Qin was far greater than her, the Saintess, to those true geniuses who had returned from the immortal court. It doesn't matter. The enmity between me and them has always been irreconcilable. Since they have come for me, I naturally have to go out and do something. Jiang Qin smiled. But Master and I are very grateful to you. We know that the reason you have changed your appearance this time is to help the disciples of Exquisite Paradise, said Lan Lingji with a smile. She knew very well what Jiang Qin had done in the past 2 days. Apart from the immortal weapons that he had sent out, the most important thing was to help the disciples who were stuck in a bottleneck to advance. Both Venerable Ling Long and Lan Lingji were aware of Jiang Qin's painstaking efforts. At the same time, they felt very gratified. For people like Jiang Qin and Long Xian, Exquisite Paradise was willing to spare no effort to help them. It's nothing. How's Monkey now? Asked Jiang Qin. Lan Lingji shook her head helplessly and let out a sigh. There's still no progress. Monkey, if you still don't wake up, your wife will belong to someone else tomorrow. Jiang Qin spoke with a frown, but there was nothing he could do in this situation. He could only use such words to provoke Long Xian. Lan Lingji felt very helpless. She didn't know what to do if Long Xian didn't wake up tomorrow. Was she really going to marry someone else? That was absolutely impossible, but if she didn't get married, it would cause Exquisite Paradise to become enemies with the other major powers, which was something she didn't wish to see. Using this event to provoke Long Xian was a risky move, but for Long Xian, Lan Lingji was willing to do anything. She wouldn't give up until the very last moment. She believed that Long Xian would never give up on her. I believe Brother Xian will wake up. Lan Lingji spoke with incomparable firmness. The next day, early in the morning, Exquisite Paradise was bustling with noise and excitement. The Exquisite Paradise Square was dozens of miles wide. It was the largest martial arena in Exquisite Paradise. Currently, it was already crowded with people. Exquisite Paradise was open to the public. Apart from the geniuses of various major powers who came to participate in the selection of son-in-law, there were also many cultivators from East Xuanyu. As a major event in East Xuanyu, it would certainly attract countless attention. The selection of son-in-law is about to begin. I wonder if the Saintess will come out later. I haven't seen the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise before. I heard that she's a peerless beauty. Of course. Lan Lingji is known as the #1 beauty of East Xuanyu. Today is the day of the selection of son-in-law. Lan Lingji will surely appear. I can't wait any longer. What's the use of being impatient? With your cultivation base, do you still want to compete on the battle platform? You won't even know how you die in there. I didn't say that I'm going to compete in the selection of son-in-law. Can't I just watch the fun? The super geniuses who will participate in the selection of son-in-law must be monstrous geniuses from the immortal court. The battle between those geniuses will surely be intense. Moreover, Xianxia might appear again. The crowd was discussing about the upcoming selection of son-in-law. Apart from the beauty of Lan Lingji, they were also looking forward to the battle between the geniuses of the immortal court. It would surely be earth-shattering and eye-opening. Wing wing. At this moment, the void above the martial arena suddenly trembled. Then a few immortal venerables flew over. All of them were immortal venerables. The leader of them was none other than Venerable Ling Long. She was graceful and elegant. They were the core members of Exquisite Paradise. Today's selection of son-in-law was presided over by Venerable Ling Long, so that's Venerable Ling Long. She's stunningly beautiful. An intermediate immortal venerable. I never thought that I would have the chance to see her beauty one day. Venerable Ling Long treats the saintess like her own daughter. This selection of son-in-law is a major event of Exquisite Paradise. Naturally, Venerable Ling Long has to show up. Moreover, there are many geniuses of the immortal court here. Only Venerable Ling Long can suppress them. The appearance of Venerable Ling Long immediately caused a commotion. Most of them wouldn't have the chance to see a giant figure like Venerable Ling Long in their lifetime. Only when Exquisite Paradise was opened to the public did they have such an opportunity. Many of them seemed a little excited. There was a high platform ahead. Venerable Ling Long and a few immortal venerables descended on the platform. She glanced around and said, "Today I'm selecting a son-in-law for the saintess. This is a major event of Exquisite Paradise. The rules are very simple. The winner will be the king. Whoever can suppress the crowd will be the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. At that time, not only will he marry the saintess, but he will also receive 10 drops of Ling Long Jade's saliva as a reward." As soon as Venerable Ling Long's words fell, the crowd became restless, because the temptation was just too great. What a happy thing it is to become the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. There are also 10 drops of Ling Long Jade's saliva. I heard that the Ling Long Jade's saliva is extracted from the Ling Long Jade stone. It's incomparably precious. Anyone who obtains it will gain boundless benefits. That's right. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I will definitely try my best. Not only will I get a huge reward, but I will also be able to marry the beauty. How wonderful would that be? Wake up, stop dreaming. Just watch the show. The matter of choosing a son-in-law really has nothing to do with you. The crowd was restless. The geniuses who had returned from the immortal court were itching to have a go. Today was their main battlefield. The others had to stand aside. Venerable, before the selection of son-in-law begins, shouldn't you let the saintess show herself to everyone? Someone spoke aloud. As soon as the voice faded, a peerlessly beautiful woman stepped on the void and landed on the high platform, standing beside Venerable Ling Long. She was clad in blue, and her skin was as exquisite as jade. She was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. In addition, they came from different major powers. Naturally, there were a lot of them who hated each other. The immortal court didn't allow internal strife, but now that they were on the battle platform, it was different. If they were enemies, they wouldn't want to give up the opportunity to kill their opponent. Of course, at their level, they could admit defeat if they couldn't win. It wasn't an easy task to kill a powerful opponent in a battle of the same level. I hereby announce that the selection of son-in-law has officially begun. Let's begin. After Venerable Ling Long finished speaking, she slowly sat on the rattan chair behind her. The scene began to heat up. Countless people were looking at the battle platform at the center of the martial arts field. There were 3 battle platforms here. 3 battles could be held at the same time. The real moment is coming. How exciting! Life and death. Although the rules are a little cruel, the immortal world is a place where the strong preys on the weak. The appearance of Lan Lingji has already attracted the attention of those geniuses. The following battles will surely be incomparably intense. I wonder who will be the winner in the end. If I can marry a peerless saintess like Lan Lingji, my life will be worth it. The crucial moment had finally arrived. Innumerable eyes fell upon the 3 battle platforms at the center of the martial arts field. Everyone knew that there would be a real bloodbath on the battle platforms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost as soon as Venerable Ling Long's voice faded, 3 silhouettes flew towards the 3 battle platforms and landed lightly on them. Who wants to fight me, Zhou Xian? One of them, a muscular man in a yellow robe, yelled. He was tall and strong with a pair of leopard-like eyes. One look and anyone could tell that he was a ferocious figure. That's Zhou Xian of Limitless Immortal Sect. He looks very powerful. Someone recognized him. He was from Limitless Immortal Sect. Before he entered the Immortal Court, he had made a name for himself in East Xuanyu. I'll fight you. With a loud yell, another youth flew up and stood opposite of Zhou Xian. He was a genius of North Xuanyu. It could be said that he had fallen in love with Lan Lingji at first sight and was ready to fight her. Hong Long. Without any superfluous words, Zhou Xian and this genius of North Xuanyu began fighting. At the same time, the battles on the other 2 battle platforms had also begun. The battle platform had been personally deployed by Venerable Ling Long, which was strong enough to withstand their crazy battles. Otherwise, given the strength of these monstrous geniuses, it was afraid that the platform would be destroyed. For a moment, the 3 battle platforms were in chaos. The combat strength of a half-step immortal venerable peerless genius was imaginable. It wasn't something that ordinary experts could compare with. Many of them had finally seen what a true genius was like today. Chapter 1760. Did you see that? It's impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. It seems like it's going to be even more difficult to win 3 battles in a row. If the battle continues like this, it'll be good enough if 1 or 2 of them can enter the final battle. Damn it, these guys are really heaven-defying. Every single one of them is a heaven-defying character. If I can be like them one day, that would be awesome. Such an exciting battle dazzled the spectators. Any one of them was comparable to an early immortal venerable. Each of them had exceedingly powerful means. When they collided with each other, it was like a tit for a tat, turning the sky dark and the earth dark. Wheel of Annihilation. Suddenly Zhou Xian let out an explosive roar. A terrifying black heavenly wheel suddenly appeared, carrying with it an incomparable destructive power, smashing towards his opponent. This was Zhou Xian's ultimate technique. After using it, his battle prowess would instantly increase by a large margin. Not good. His opponent's facial expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect that Zhou Xian could suddenly unleash such a powerful combat strength. He felt a great sense of crisis and pressure from the powerful Wheel of Annihilation. Bei Xuanyu didn't dare to be negligent. A large halberd appeared in his hand. It was glistening with cold light as it collided with the Wheel of Annihilation. Hong Long. The fierce ultimate confrontation collided with each other, completely tearing the sky apart. Terrifying airwaves diffused in all directions. If it wasn't for the battlefield, the entire martial arts practice field would have been severely affected. The battle platform was also firmly protected by the restriction laid out by Venerable Ling Long, so it wasn't affected by the destructive aftermath of the battle. Barf. Under the powerful attack of the Wheel of Annihilation, Bei Xuanyu spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned incomparably pale. He shook his head helplessly, turned and flew away from the battle platform, admitting defeat. Zhou Xian didn't chase after him. He kept the Wheel of Annihilation and charged forward with indomitable qi. Good. Senior brother Zhou Xian is mighty and domineering. Haha. Senior brother Zhou Xian's Wheel of Annihilation is too terrifying. Can double his combat strength. That guy is no match for him. That's right. Senior brother Zhou Xian is an elite even in the Immortal Court. He won't have any problem fighting to the end, let alone winning 3 battles. The people from the Limitless Immortal Sect immediately grew excited. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, as if they were the ones who had defeated Zhou Xian. Of course, they had a reason to be excited. Zhou Xian's prowess represented the Limitless Immortal Sect's prowess. This made them feel extremely proud. At the same time, on top of the Ling Long Jade Rock, Long Shisan was still motionless. This made Xianxia anxious. Xianxia paced back and forth beside the Ling Long Jade Rock, almost dragging Long Shisan off the rock. Monkey, are you going to wake up or not? The battle is going to end soon. Your wife is going to fly away soon. She's going to fly away, do you know that? Jiang Chen had no choice but to continue to stimulate Long Xian, hoping to stimulate Long Xian's subconscious. Only by truly stimulating Long Xian would he be able to wake up. On the high platform of the martial arena, Lan Lingji's emotions were fluctuating. All her thoughts were on Long Xian, turning a blind eye to the battle before her. Master. Lan Lingji called out softly. She was feeling very depressed. Let's leave it to fate. Venerable Ling Long's tone was flat. This was the last thing she could do for Long Xian and Lan Lingji. As for whether Long Xian could wake up or not, it was no longer something she could control. Everything depended on the luck of Long Xian and Lan Lingji. Long Xian, you must wake up. Lan Lingji prayed in her heart. At this moment, the only thing that could support her to stand here was probably the trust she had in Dragon Xian. The fierce battle lasted for 2 hours. Most of the geniuses had fought, but the result was as expected. Only 2 people could advance to the final battle. One was Chu Tian, the other was Lin Yu of Lin family of southern Xuanyu. The next battle would be a one-on-one battle between Chu Tian and Lin Yu. As long as one of them won, the selection of son-in-law would be considered to have come to an end. However, at this moment Lin Yu did not seem to be in a good state. Although he had barely won 3 matches, he had also suffered a certain degree of injury, and his condition was not as good as before. On the other hand, Chu Tian was as lively as before. His wheel of annihilation was too terrifying, and he did not use too much strength in 3 consecutive matches. In addition, he was the first to fight and had rested for a long time after winning. His current condition was exactly the same as before and he was completely in peak condition. Chu Tian is just too terrifying. Once the wheel of heavenly extermination is out, it's hard to find someone who can compete with him. That's right. Chu Tian is just too ferocious. He's still in his peak condition. Lin Yu seems somewhat inferior. Now that he's injured, he can't exert his original combat strength. He's certainly not a match for Chu Tian. It seems like the final winner of today's selection of son-in-law will be Chu Tian. This guy is really enviable. The spectators saw the state of the 2 of them. The difference between their current states was like heaven and earth. There was almost no suspense in the outcome of the battle. Lan Lingji's face darkened. She knew that as long as Chu Tian defeated Lin Yu, everything would come to an end. However, until now Long Xian still hadn't appeared. At this moment Dragon Xian, who was on the Ling Long Jade Rock, seemed to have sensed that the battle was coming to an end. His fingers began to move. Thank heaven and earth. You finally have a reaction. Long Xian, wake up quickly. The battle is about to end. Lan Lingji is going to be taken away by someone else. Jiang Chen spoke hastily. To be honest, he was sweating profusely. Who the fuck dares to snatch Master Monkey's woman? Don't you want to live anymore? A thought suddenly rushed out of Long Xian's body. Jiang Chen immediately burst into laughter. This bastard had finally woken up. The fact that he could send out a thought indicated that his soul had completely awakened. One had to admit that Venerable Ling Long's tactic of selecting a son-in-law was very effective in stimulating Long Xian. If Long Xian wasn't stimulated, God knows when he would wake up. Once Long Xian adapted to the state of hibernation, he was afraid that he would be in hibernation for the rest of his life. Buzz. Chapter 1761. Hong Long. The energy in Long Xian's body was rolling like a tide, like waves in the vast ocean. His cultivation base was at the late immortal emperor realm. Now that his soul had just awakened, he was about to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. However, Jiang Chen had already expected such a situation. After Long Xian fell into a coma, he had obtained a drop of great earth immortal milk and absorbed the saliva of the Ling Long Jade Rock crazily. In addition to the strength of his bloodline, his awakening this time was akin to a nirvana rebirth. If he still couldn't advance to the next level, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape? I wonder how powerful this bastard will become after he awakens. Those geniuses of the immortal court are going to be out of luck. Jiang Chen smiled happily. As an immemorial battle spirit, Long Xian was a battle maniac. Once his cultivation base advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, even the early immortal venerable geniuses of the immortal court wouldn't be a match for him. This was almost certain. If Long Xian went out later, the scene would certainly be very lively. In the eyes of the world, Long Xian had already died tragically in the hands of Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. If he went out now, it would be like seeing a living ghost subverting everyone's cognition. Zhou Long Xian, who was lying on the divine rock, opened his eyes abruptly. A golden red flame shot out from his eyes like two sharp swords, cutting the void in half. His fiery golden eyes had been restored. His fiery golden eyes had been destroyed by Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Now that he had been reborn on the Ling Long Jade Rock, his fiery golden eyes had been restored. Awesome. Jiang Chen smiled. He was very happy now. Long Xian had finally come back to life. When Long Xian was killed and his body was hung on the wall, Jiang Chen was on the verge of going berserk. If Long Xian had really died, Jiang Chen would never be at ease for the rest of his life. In the martial arts arena, the final battle was about to begin. Chu Tian's body flashed and directly jumped onto the rooftop. Then he looked down at Lin Yu and said loudly, "Lin Yu, don't waste time. Come up and fight." Lin Yu frowned. After weighing the current situation of both sides, he helplessly said, "I admit defeat." Lin Yu's admission of defeat caused a wave of sighs. Originally they were looking forward to watching another peak battle, but now it seemed that there was no hope. However, regarding Lin Yu's admission of defeat, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with it. After all, Lin Yu's current condition was not good, and there was a huge gap between him and Chu Tian. If he really went up to fight, there was no suspense in the final outcome. Lin Yu was a smart man. He didn't act recklessly. Even if he was unwilling, he could only choose to admit defeat. It's a pity that Lin Yu has admitted defeat. Chu Tian has become the final winner. How enviable. It's the wisest choice for Lin Yu to admit defeat. He knew that he would lose if he went up to fight, so why did he make a fool of himself? It seems like there's no doubt that Chu Tian will become the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. This time not only did he win the beauty, but he also obtained great benefits. There's nothing else a man can ask for. Countless envious voices resounded. Becoming the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long was the dream of countless men. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. Chu Tian laughed heartily, looking incomparably excited. He clasped his fists at Venerable Ling Long and said loudly, "Venerable, I've won. From now on, Limitless Immortal Sect and Exquisite Paradise are one family." Looking at Chu Tian's complacent face, Lan Lingji suddenly felt a wave of despair. Her eyes gazed afar. Could it be that this was the end? What qualifications does your Limitless Immortal Sect have to become one family with Exquisite Paradise? At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from afar. This voice was incomparably arrogant. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a yellow robe walking through the air. The young man's face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His red eyes were incomparably dazzling, and his black and white hair was his biggest symbol. Brother Xian. Lan Lingji burst into tears of joy. Apart from herself, no one else could understand her current feelings at this moment. When innumerable eyes fell upon Long Xian, the entire martial arena was in an uproar. Long Xian? Impossible. How can it be him? What's going on? Isn't Long Xian dead? How could he appear again? That day I saw Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring kill Long Xian. How can he be alive now? Miracle. This is the biggest miracle I've ever seen. The dead has really come back to life. Long Xian must have died that day. How could he appear in Exquisite Paradise now? What's going on? Motherfucker. It turns out that this bastard is still alive and looks even stronger than before. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I were beaten to death. Long Xian is a battle saint ape, a powerful immemorial battle spirit with incomparably powerful bloodline. He wouldn't die so easily, but that day Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had joined hands to kill him. It's a great miracle that he could still come back to life under such circumstances. No one wasn't shocked. Almost everyone present knew that Xian had died a tragic death. It was impossible for him to come back to life, but now it had happened. The living example was right in front of them. Not only was Xian not dead, but he also seemed to be stronger than before. Those geniuses who had returned from the Immortal Court hadn't seen Long Xian before, but this name wasn't unfamiliar to them at all. After the incident in Golden Horizon, Long Shersan's fame was second only to Jiang Chen's. He had become the target of the entire immortal world, but because of his death, no one talked about Long Shersan anymore. Unexpectedly, Long Shersan had come back to life and appeared here, causing strong killing intent to surge in the experts of various major powers. A smile finally appeared on Venerable Ling Long's face. Inwardly, she heaved a sigh of relief. Her efforts in organizing the son-in-law selection hadn't been in vain. What happened next was entirely up to Long Shersan. Whether he could snatch Lan Lingji back from those geniuses or not would depend on Long Shersan's ability. Long Shersan strode in the air and came to the battle platform. Standing opposite to Chu Tian, Lung Lung said, "Idiot. You want to lay your hands on Lingji? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Get out of Master Monkey's sight at once and perhaps you still have a chance to live." Chapter 1762. Fuck. Chu Tian's vision turned black and he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. His nose was almost crooked from anger. Who the fuck is this guy? Asking me to scram? Isn't he taking me too seriously? He had heard of the name Draconic Shersan before. He seemed to be a powerful character, but Chu Tian was also a powerful character. You called him an idiot and even told him to scram. No one would be able to tolerate it, let alone the famous Chu Tian. If he really scram now, would he still have any face left? Would he still be able to show his face in the future? Long Shersan, you seem to be very arrogant. Since you're still alive, you should hide and cherish this hard-won chance of rebirth. I didn't expect that not only did you not cherish it, but you also took the initiative to snatch my woman and speak rudely to me. That's simply courting death. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. You won't be able to live again after you die. Chu Tian was infuriated. Flames of anger rushed out from the top of his head. His fist carried a terrifying chi wave, making a buzzing sound as it flew towards Long Shersan at lightning speed. Long Shersan put one of his hands behind his back and looked at Chu Tian disdainfully. He didn't put such a character in his eyes at all. He could kill such a character even before he advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, let alone now. Although Chu Tian was very powerful, he was still far from being able to fight Long Shersan at the same level. Given Long Shersan's current combat strength, he could easily kill an early immortal venerable with a wave of his hand, let alone an intermediate immortal venerable. If he were to fight a monstrous genius, even an early immortal venerable wouldn't be a match for him. All in all, Chu Tian was nothing in front of Long Shersan. Just as Chu Tian's fist was about to reach Long Shersan's chest, Long Shersan casually lifted a finger and pointed it at Chu Tian's fist. With a poochie sound, Chu Tian's fist, which was powerful enough to destroy a mountain, was easily pierced by Long Shersan's finger. A bloody hole appeared and blood gushed out. Chu Tian's sturdy body was pushed to the edge of the fighting platform and he almost fell down. One of his hands was constantly spurting blood and his other arm was trembling violently. He had suffered an unprecedented injury and his entire arm was crippled. Trash. Long Shersan said disdainfully. He was extremely arrogant. As a descendant of the battle ape, it was his nature to be arrogant. Whoa. The audience was in an uproar. Countless eyes fell upon the fighting platform with their mouths agape. They couldn't believe what they had just seen, especially those who saw Long Shersan for the first time. They simply couldn't relax. Chu Tian's strength was obvious to everyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress all the geniuses and obtain the first rank. After all, Chu Tian was a monstrous genius who came from the immortal court. His means were exceedingly high. He wasn't an ordinary genius who could be compared to him. In many people's opinion, no matter how strong Long Shersan was, he would at most be on par with Chu Tian. Even if he could suppress Chu Tian, he wouldn't be able to injure Chu Tian. But now Long Shersan had injured Chu Tian with just a finger. They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. This bastard has already advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. He's too scary. Other than Xianxia, Long Shersan is also a great trouble. I just didn't expect that he's still alive. Back in Golden Horizon, Long Shersan was able to kill a genius of the immortal court who had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm with his late immortal emperor cultivation base. Now that he has advanced a level, he's almost invincible among his peers. Chu Tian is no match for him. Damn it. I wonder what method he used to come back to life. Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring have already killed him. What the hell? Could this be the legendary Nirvana rebirth? No one wasn't shocked. The power of Long Xian had exceeded their imagination. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Zhou Xian himself. Looking at his crippled arm, his face turned incomparably pale. The injury on his arm was nothing compared to the trauma in his heart. This is impossible. Zhou Xian shook his head. He couldn't accept this reality. He had just suppressed all the experts and was about to marry the beauty and become the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. The joy in his heart was indescribable. But now he was thrown into hell. The impact on his heart and the humiliation of being called trash by Long Xian had completely infuriated him. If I were you, I would immediately get out of here and save my life while Master Monkey is in a good mood. Long Xian spoke indifferently. He was indeed in a good mood. After all, he had come back to life and his cultivation base had improved tremendously. If it wasn't for his good mood, Zhou Xian would already be a dead man. Of course, it was up to Zhou Xian whether he would cherish this chance to live or not. Bastard. Long Xian, I, Zhou Xian, am a high and mighty person. I won't allow others to humiliate me. You're dead meat if you dare to humiliate me. Wheel of Annihilation. Zhou Xian was thoroughly enraged. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was in a state of madness. His other arm trembled and the terrifying Wheel of Annihilation appeared once again. His combat strength was instantly doubled because of the appearance of the Wheel of Annihilation. Your momentum isn't bad. Unfortunately, it's just a simple trick in front of Master Monkey. Long Xian shook his head. His eyes were fixed on the Wheel of Annihilation with an expressionless face. Xian's behavior had undoubtedly stimulated Zhou Xian's fragile heart. It was a kind of absolute contempt. Zhou Xian couldn't control his anger. He let out a roar and the terrifying Wheel of Annihilation emitted endless destructive force as it fiercely smashed towards Xian. Humph. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Long Xian was also angry. Facing the attack of the Wheel of Annihilation, Long Xian raised his fist and smashed it. The Wheel of Annihilation was Zhou Xian's strongest attack. It couldn't be underestimated. No one had ever dared to use their physical body to resist it because it was no different from courting death. However, what happened next shocked everyone. With a loud bang, the Wheel of Annihilation was smashed into pieces by Long Xian's fist before it could even emit its powerful aura. What? The Wheel of Annihilation was connected to Zhou Xian's bloodline. After it was destroyed, he also suffered an extremely strong backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and his momentum was completely weakened. At this moment, no matter how stupid Zhou Xian was, he knew how terrifying Long Xian was. At the very least, with his current situation, he was no match for Long Xian. I've already given you 2 chances. It's you who didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, you can die now. Long Xian's eyes emitted a cold, murderous intent as he charged towards Zhou Xian. Chapter 1763. Xian's movement was too fast, even faster than lightning. His palm was in the shape of a sharp claw, reaching Zhou Xian's face in an instant. No, Zhou Xian roared. At this moment he could feel the threat of death. Fear filled the depths of his soul. In the face of Long Xian's killing intent, he felt that he didn't even have the strength to resist. He wanted to dodge and escape, but it was too late. The qi radiating from Long Xian had completely suppressed and locked him down. Zhou Xian finally understood the gap between him and Long Xian. He finally understood why Long Xian would look down on him. It turned out that Long Xian wasn't trying to humiliate him because in Long Xian's eyes he was really a trash. That was just a position that Long Xian had given him. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to understand. Just like what Long Xian had said, he had missed 2 chances to live. Bang! Xian's palm grabbed Zhou Xian's face and crushed Zhou Xian's head with great force. The peerless genius of Limitless Immortal Sect couldn't even withstand a single strike from Long Xian. This was a great loss to Limitless Immortal Sect. At the same time, Zhou Xian represented the Immortal Court. The fact that Long Xian had killed him also meant that Zhou Xian and the Immortal Court were now enemies. Bastard. An expert of Limitless Immortal Sect cursed. He had witnessed the battle just now. But he didn't think that Long Shan would really kill Zhou Xian. Because they were on the battle platform, even though he was an early immortal venerable, there was nothing he could do to save Zhou Xian. After all, the battle platform had its own rules. Zhou Xian could only blame himself for his incompetence. Ruthless. He's too cruel. He even killed Zhou Xian. This is the power of an immemorial battle spirit. Killing is flowing in the blood of such a figure. Zhou Xian is really unlucky to have encountered Long Shan. I initially thought that today's son-in-law selection would end like this, but it seems like the show has just begun. Long Shan isn't dead yet, which means that he will be killed just like Jiang Qin. Since Jiang Qin isn't here today, those true geniuses of the Immortal Court will certainly shift their anger and target to Long Shan. The scene became restless once more. Zhou Xian's death was just the beginning of the show. By now, the son-in-law selection was no longer important. Most of the early immortal venerable monstrous geniuses had come here for Jiang Qin. Now that Jiang Qin wasn't here, Long Shan had become the focus of their attention. As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin was among the crowd standing together with Yang Bufan and the others. However, the appearance of Long Shan had attracted everyone's attention. Plus, he had concealed his qi, so no one paid any attention to him. Little Qinzi, I never thought that 13 would be so powerful after his recovery. Initially, you are the target of those geniuses of the Immortal Court, but now that you aren't here, their target has changed. Yang Bufan sighed. By now he finally understood the true meaning of this son-in-law selection. The sight of Long Shan standing majestically on the battle platform had proved that the purpose of this son-in-law selection had been achieved. It's good too. Monkey's current strength is above me. If he attracts the attention of the geniuses of the Immortal Court, it will save me some trouble. Jiang Qin spoke flatly. After settling the matter in Exquisite Paradise, he would go to Fengqi Immortal Domain to look for his father. If the appearance of Long Shan could attract the attention of those geniuses of the Immortal Court, it would be a good thing for Jiang Qin. He would then be able to look for Jiang Zhenhai with a peace of mind. However, the resurrection of Long Shan will certainly cause a great uproar in the immortal world. I'm afraid that the higher-ups of the major powers will be alarmed. After all, Long Shan was confirmed to be dead that day. Also, most of those geniuses who returned from the Immortal Court are early immortal venerables. They have come for you. Now that Long Shan has killed Zhou Xian, a great battle is inevitable. Although Long Shan can kill Zhou Xian, I'm not sure if he's a match for an early immortal venerable. Yang Lang spoke worriedly. You will know in a while whether he's a match or not. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. His face was filled with confidence for Long Shan. If it was someone else who was only a half-step immortal venerable, he wouldn't be so sure about the outcome, but it was different for Long Shan. Given Long Shan's current strength, he wouldn't even have a problem killing an early immortal venerable genius, let alone a battle. Looking at Jiang Chen's confidence, Yang Lang and Shan Chong began to look forward to the next battle. On the fighting ring, Dragon Shan's hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was extremely domineering. There was an indomitable and domineering aura between his brows. His gaze fell on the geniuses of the major forces below, not concealing his hostility and murderous intent. Long Shan was a man who bore grudges. That day he was besieged by the higher-ups of the major powers as soon as he appeared. In the end he was killed by Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. If it wasn't for the help of Jiang Qin and Venerable Ling Long, Long Shan didn't know when he would be able to wake up. He might have been in a deep slumber for a long time. To him, all of these geniuses were enemies who wanted his life. Therefore he wouldn't show any mercy when he attacked. The geniuses of the Immortal Court are just SOSO. I know that all of you want to kill me, but it's a pity that Master Monkey isn't that easy to kill. Even if Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring join forces, they still won't be able to kill me. I heard that Old Man Corpse Yin is already dead. Sooner or later I will kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring with my own hands. As for you guys, come to the battle platform if you want to kill me. Long Shan was absolutely domineering. In the entire immortal world, it was afraid that only Long Shan had the courage and boldness to threaten to kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Boasting shamelessly. Someone bellowed, leaping onto the battle platform in a flash. As the geniuses of the Immortal Court, which one of them wasn't proud and arrogant? How could they allow a mere Xian to look down on them so easily? Moreover, Jiangchen wasn't here today. Even if Xian didn't provoke them, they wouldn't let Xian go. Standing in front of Xian was a black-robed youth. He seemed to be in his 30s, but his face was clouded with gloom. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood. His name was Zhou Xian, a member of the Huangquan Gate. He couldn't feel good at the moment. First, Lu Yan was killed by Jiangchen. Now, Xian had threatened to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring. Under such circumstances, if he didn't take action, the Huangquan Gate would lose all its face. He had to defend it personally. Chapter 1764. It's Zhou Xian. He's going to strike. It seems like he's determined to kill Xian. Someone recognized Zhou Xian. He was a peerless figure who had created a lot of fame in East Xuanyu. I heard that this Zhou Xian is extremely terrifying. His spear is invincible and has the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. Plus, his cultivation base has already reached the terrifying early immortal venerable realm. Chu Tian is no match for him. I wonder if Xian can deal with him. Xian is naturally very powerful, but killing Chu Tian and fighting Zhou Xian are two completely different concepts. This battle is going to be incomparably exciting. I'm already looking forward to it. At this time, Zhou Xian has to strike. The Huangquan Gate has suffered a great loss in the hands of Jiangchen yesterday. Now that Xian has been resurrected and threatened to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring, the Huangquan Gate has lost all its face. If Zhou Xian doesn't strike now, the prestige of Huangquan Gate in East Xuanyu will be greatly reduced. The crowd stirred restlessly once more. This was the true peerless figure of the immortal court. Chu Tian couldn't be compared to him in terms of strength. In their opinion, he was going to kill Xian personally. After all, they were all peerless geniuses. The difference in cultivation base of Xian was huge. The people of the Huangquan Gate. Xian looked at Zhou Xian, who was flying towards him with cold, killing intent in his eyes. There were two major powers that he hated the most: Corpse Yin sect and Huangquan Gate. It was one thing for Corpse Yin sect to be destroyed by Jiangchen, but Xian would never show any mercy to the people of Huangquan Gate. Kid, you're too arrogant. How dare you disrespect the Huangquan Gate and our gate master? I'm afraid you don't even know how you died. Zhou Xian Lung spoke. Although Xian had just killed Chu Tian, he still didn't put him in his eyes. He was too confident in his own strength. He knew very well the gap between a half-step immortal venerable and a true immortal venerable. He came here for Jiangchen, but now that Jiangchen didn't dare to show up, he naturally shifted his anger to Xian. Die. I've already died once. Since I'm here, let me see how powerful the geniuses of the immortal court are. Xian's qi shook, and boundless waves of qi gushed out from his body. He formed a seal with both of his hands and swept it towards Zhou Xian. Facing the people from the Huangquan Gate, there was almost no need to say anything, they just attacked. Humph. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly and similarly unleashed his powerful qi. The violent energy of an early immortal venerable surged out like a vast ocean. As soon as Zhou Xian attacked, the entire scene became restless. Countless eyes were attracted to him. Ordinary intermediate immortal venerables weren't a match for someone like Zhou Xian. It was afraid that only Venerable Ling Long could kill an early immortal venerable in exquisite paradise. No other early immortal venerable was a match for him. Zhou Xian struck out a palm. The huge palm print was dozens of meters in size. It was dazzling to the extreme and collided with the seal cast out by Xian. Hong Long. The void was torn apart on the spot, and a chaotic color appeared on the battlefield. Both of them were fierce people, and they showed that they were evenly matched as soon as the battle began. What? Zhou Xian exclaimed. His facial expression changed slightly. Obviously, he couldn't believe that Xian's strength had reached such a level. Although he didn't use his full strength in that attack, it was absolutely not something that a half-step immortal venerable could resist. However, not only did Xian resist it, his qi was still as unparalleled as before. In other words, Xian withstood his attack effortlessly. How could Zhou Xian not be shocked? As a matter of fact, Zhou Xian didn't know that Xian still hadn't exerted his full strength. He didn't even cast the Battle Saint technique. He was just testing the gap between him and a true early immortal venerable genius. Long Xian, that's just a test. I'm not going to be polite anymore. Zhou Xian spoke ruthlessly. All of a sudden he flipped his palms over his head. Energy was rolling on his palms, like an endless mountain of energy. Very quickly, a huge mountain of energy was formed. Under his control, the mountain of energy locked onto Long Xian's qi and slammed towards Long Xian. Countless people were horrified. It was hard to imagine how much energy was contained in this attack. If one was hit by it, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Battle symbol art. Long Xian's eyes flickered. In the face of such a powerful attack, his face was still indifferent. The mighty expert of the immortal court had completely aroused his fighting spirit. After his cultivation base advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, his understanding of the battle saint technique had deepened, and he was able to cast it more skillfully. The battle symbol art formed a huge seal, carrying the momentum of heaven battling, and slammed towards the huge energy net. Hung long. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The firmament was about to be torn apart. The terrifying energy mountain, which had been priceless, was destroyed by the powerful attack of the fighting formula. Then the power of the fighting formula did not diminish and continued to attack Zhou Xian. Deng deng deng. Zhou Xian's facial expression changed slightly. Under the impact of the battle symbol art, he was forced to retreat more than a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Zhou Xian's eyes were about to ooze blood. He simply couldn't believe the result. He knew that Long Xian was an immemorial battle spirit, but he wasn't weak either. Furthermore, his cultivation base was a level higher than Long Xian. It was an incomparably shameful thing for him to be repelled by Long Xian under such circumstances. By God! Long Xian is too powerful. He has actually repelled Zhou Xian. Awesome. No wonder he's an immemorial battle spirit. Both his combat strength and means are heaven-defying. Zhou Xian is a first-rate genius of the immortal court, a true immortal venerable, but he's still no match for Long Xian. I told you that the real show has just begun. However, Zhou Xian isn't someone to be trifled with. I heard that his combat spear is incomparably terrifying, but he hasn't used it yet. Once he uses it, his combat strength and lethality will increase. It's still uncertain who will be the final winner. Chapter 1765. Bang! Zhou Xian's arm trembled, and with a deafening explosion, a battle spear appeared in his hand. This spear was 10 meters long, and its entire body was glowing with a golden red light. The body of the spear was engraved with complex patterns that looked like ancient runes. The spearhead was sharp and dazzling, and after it appeared, it emitted a strong buzzing sound. That was a strong fighting spirit and killing intent. The spear seemed to have a soul of its own, able to sense its master's fighting spirit. Once the heart meridian of the spear was united, it would erupt with incomparable lethality. It's the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear. I have long heard that senior brother Wang Xian's Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear is incomparably terrifying. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed powerful. That Long Xian is going to die under senior brother Wang Xian's spear. That's right. The lethality of the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear is unparalleled, especially in the hands of senior brother Wang Xian. He can unleash the most perfect destructive force. How can a mere Long Xian resist it? Look, the show is about to begin. Long Xian is full of himself, but he doesn't know how terrifying the true peerless geniuses of the immortal court are. He's going to die miserably this time. Wang Xian won't let him go. I rarely see Wang Xian using the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear. Once he does, it means that he is already infuriated. The emergence of the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear excited the experts of the Huangquan Gate. The eyes of some geniuses of the immortal court glowed with blazing light. Given Wang Xian's strength, he could be considered as one of the best even in the immortal court. His Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear was extremely famous. Even among the geniuses of the immortal court, very few had seen him use it. Although Long Xian had the upper hand just now, the emergence of the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear would completely erase his advantage and put Long Xian's life in danger. Little Chenzi, this bastard spear looks very powerful. I wonder if Xian can resist it. Yang Bufan said worriedly. Don't worry, don't underestimate the monkey's strength. Wang Xian is indeed a powerful opponent, but he will still die in the monkey's hands. The battle saint technique is far more powerful than his spear. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His face was as confident as ever in Long Xian. Just as Jiang Chen had said, Long Xian, who was standing on the stage, did not have the slightest ripple on his face even after seeing the appearance of his opponent's revolving dragon overlord spear. His confidence originated from his strength. Kid, I'll let you have a taste of my revolving dragon overlord spear's might. Wang Xian's hair fluttered in the wind, and the spear in her hand trembled as she stabbed towards Long Xian. Roar. The spear in Wang Xian's hand let out a dragon roar. The momentum of the spear itself was extremely powerful. There were dragon shadows flickering on its surface. Although this effect was evolved from energy, it was still incomparably powerful. It was imaginable how terrifying its lethality was. The revolving dragon overlord spear was like a whirlwind, rippling out countless spear shadows. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with the shadows of the spear. Each shadow was like a dazzling dancing dragon, tearing the void into pieces. Many people found it hard to breathe. Such an attack was too powerful. They could imagine that if they were the ones on the battlefield right now, they wouldn't even be able to resist and would be torn into pieces by the storm-like spear. Long Xian also moved. The momentum of the immemorial battle spirit was displayed perfectly. His attacks were big and powerful. His whole body was filled with battle intent. This was the essence of the battle saint technique. Fighting with the heavens is a boundless joy. Long Xian murmured with a solemn expression. He carried a soaring domineering aura. When the battle symbol art was cast, the battle intent spread out endlessly, suppressing everything. Just like now, the battle chi of the battle symbol art had far surpassed that of the revolving dragon overlord spear. The heaven and earth rumbled. A divine seal was condensed in Long Xian's hand. The seal was engraved with mystical runes in the shape of an ancient totem. Fighting with the heavens, fighting with the earth, fighting with the heavens and fighting with the heavens. One move was enough to battle the world. Hong Long. The terrifying battle symbol art collided with the countless spear shadows of the revolving dragon overlord spear. This was the pinnacle of the battle. It was an unprecedented collision. Countless eyes were watching without blinking. Even venerable Ling Long couldn't keep her calm. Her eyes were fixed on Long Xian's move. To her, the ancient battle saint technique was far more attractive than the revolving dragon overlord spear. Worthy of being an immemorial battle spirit. What a terrifying ancient secret technique. An elder of exquisite paradise couldn't help but comment. He had never seen such a powerful secret technique before. Today he finally witnessed it. The spear shadows and the battle symbol art were completely destroyed. One had to admit that Wang Xian was indeed powerful. The genius of the immortal court was the symbol of strength and apex. Pong. A blood-red beam of light rushed out from the top of Long Xian's head. That was the dense blood qi of an immemorial battle spirit. Wang Xian's power had completely aroused Long Xian's fighting spirit. He was a battle maniac. Now that he had just advanced to the next realm, it was only natural that he wanted to fight to his heart's content. What a powerful secret technique, but I don't believe that you can withstand my spear. Wang Xian was astonished, but the spear in his hand gave him great confidence. He launched another attack and shouted, "Revolving dragon in the sky." With a single strike, even the sky had changed its color. At this moment, Wang Xian had actually merged with the spear in her hand, and a powerful dragon shadow emerged from her body. But too bad, this dragon shadow was formed from energy, and was completely different from Jiang Chen's dragon. Terrifying. This is Wang Xian's most terrifying technique. This is his pinnacle technique. Long Xian has actually forced him to such an extent. Even if he loses in the end, it will be worth it. This move, Whirling Dragon in the Sky, is the most domineering and powerful move of the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear. Once it's used, it'll leave no trace of a ghost or a god, subduing the opponent. I wonder how Xian is going to counter it. Long Xian hasn't even used his immortal weapon. Is he really going to use his hands to counter the revolving dragon in the sky? It seemed like Wang Xian had made up his mind to kill Long Xian in a single strike. He knew very well how terrifying Long Shersan's combat strength was. There was no point in continuing the fight. If he wanted to defeat Long Shersan, this was the only technique he could use. The fusion of man and spear was the pinnacle of the revolving dragon overlord's spear. The scene of an early immortal venerable unleashing this technique was simply too explosive. Looking back at Long Shersan, his face was still as calm as before. His chi had also risen. Both of his hands began to form complicated techniques. Destructive chi began to diffuse. Exterminate symbol art, destroy everything. Chapter 1766. Zhou Xian's human spear unity was indeed powerful, but it couldn't affect Long Shersan in the slightest. The mighty Annihilate symbol art could destroy everything. As the Annihilate symbol art was struck out, endless destructive chi waves were emitted from Long Shersan's body. These destructive chi waves formed a huge word, Annihilate. The gigantic, exterminate, character floated in the air, exuding an aura of death, causing people's hearts to tremble. The gigantic character seemed to have come to life, representing an ancient Tao, representing the great Tao of destruction, crushing everything in its path. Countless people found it difficult to breathe. Those who initially thought that Long Shersan would be defeated by the whirling dragon overlord's spear began to doubt their thoughts. It turned out that Long Shersan's combat strength was beyond their imagination. It was a truly terrifying immemorial battle spirit that possessed a terrifying immemorial secret art. Even Zhou Xian, who had human spear unity, couldn't suppress Long Shersan's chi. Kill! Dragon Shersan roared, and the energy in his body surged up like a monstrous wave. The huge, Annihilate character doubled in size, and the void was completely destroyed by the pressure. Under countless shocked and expectant gazes, the Annihilate character and the whirling dragon overlord's spear collided again. Long! The heaven and earth were collapsing. The destructive chi was just too terrifying. The range of impact was extremely wide. Although they were high in the sky, the shock waves from the collision had caused the entire square to tremble. Cracking sounds rang out from the indestructible fighting platform as eye-catching cracks appeared on it. Not good. An elder of exquisite paradise sighed inwardly. No one had expected that the strength of Long Shersan and Zhou Xian had reached such a terrifying degree. One should know that the battle platform had been personally deployed by Venerable Ling Long. Coupled with the sturdiness of its material, even an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be able to destroy it. Swoosh! Venerable Ling Long stood up from his seat and flew to the sky in the blink of an eye. Both of his hands struck out powerful seals and stabilized the battle platform that was about to be destroyed. The battle platform was incomparably sacred. It was the symbol of a major force. The destruction of the battle platform was a kind of damage to the fighting will of a major force. Therefore, Venerable Ling Long didn't hesitate to personally stabilize the battle platform. Amazing! Is this Venerable Ling Long's true ability? A figure like Venerable Ling Long has already reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. Plus, Venerable Ling Long was once a genius among geniuses. Coupled with her terrifying means as the sect master, she's more than enough to fight an ordinary late immortal venerable. Although Long Shersan and Zhou Xian are very powerful, they won't be a match for Venerable Ling Long even if they join forces. That's for sure. The reputation of Venerable Ling Long isn't to be trifled with. The battle platform has been stabilized. Now let's see who is more powerful, Long Shersan or Zhou Xian. Let's see. It's really hard to say who will win. The means of the immemorial battle spirit is beyond our imagination. Zhou Xian's man-spear unification is also a pinnacle technique. Let's see who is more powerful. As a matter of fact, no matter who wins, Long Shersan's name will spread far and wide today. Everyone was shocked by such a grand scene. The battle between Long Shersan and Zhou Xian had forced Venerable Ling Long to personally take action. Now it was time to see who was more powerful, Long Shersan or Zhou Xian. Long. The sky above exquisite paradise had turned into a chaotic battlefield. Everything seemed to have been submerged, including the shadows of Long Shersan and Zhou Xian. No one could see what was going on inside. But very quickly, two silhouettes flew out in different directions. Apparently they were repelled by the terrifying repulsive force. Barf! Zhou Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and the spear in his hand became a little dim. His hand that was holding the spear trembled. The fusion of man and spear was indeed incomparably powerful, but once defeated he would suffer a great deal of damage. Although Long Shisan's chi was somewhat chaotic, his fiery golden eyes shone brightly. His momentum was still as vast as the ocean. Moreover, he looked very normal and didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. They weren't fools. With this scene in their eyes, it was obvious who won and who lost. By God! Zhou Xian was defeated. This Long Shisan didn't even use his immortal weapon. What do you know? That's a powerful immemorial secret technique. It's inherited from ancient times. It's much more terrifying than an immortal weapon. If he had used his immortal weapon, I'm afraid the outcome wouldn't be like this. I really didn't expect that this Long Shisan could be so heaven-defying. There are too many monstrous geniuses in the immortal world. First there was Jiang Qin and now there's Long Shisan. No one had expected such an outcome. The people of Huangquan Gate were dumbfounded. They had been feeling aggrieved since the beginning when they came to Exquisite Paradise to participate in the son-in-law selection ceremony. Initially they thought that Zhou Xian would be able to get rid of Long Shisan, but they were disappointed in the end. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He's just a half-step immortal venerable. How can he be so powerful? Zhou Xian couldn't accept this reality. His current mood was the same as Chu Tian's but even worse. After all, Chu Tian was only a half-step immortal venerable while he was a true early immortal venerable expert. The two of them couldn't be compared at all. Moreover, the fact that Dragon Shisan could kill Chu Tian and defeat him were two completely different things. Hong Long. A powerful airwave gushed out from Shisan's body once again. He struck out the Annihilate symbol incantation again, and a huge, Annihilate word emerged and quickly took shape. Shisan was like a peerless god of slaughter. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhou Xian. His murderous aura was so strong that it was obvious that he wanted to kill Zhou Xian. However, many people could understand his action. This was a life-and-death battle and both sides were already enemies. If Zhou Xian won, he would also kill Long Shisan. However, Zhou Xian was after all an immortal venerable. Even if he was defeated, he should still be able to keep his life. Therefore, many people believed that it would be very difficult for Long Shisan to kill Zhou Xian. Damn it. Chapter 1767. Zhou Xian was even more shocked because in the collision just now he had suffered a lot of injuries. Now he could only exert 60 to 70% of his strength. In his opinion, even if Long Shisan was a little better than him, he could only exert 80% of his strength. Now it seemed that this guy's strength was not weakened at all, and the power of the extinguish character technique was even more terrifying than before. How could Zhou Xian accept this? But now it was not a question of whether he could accept it or not. He had to try his best to resist. Once he failed, he would die. Zhou Xian was helpless. Long Shisan's speed was too fast. He could only take out the whirling dragon overlord spear again, but it was impossible to achieve the unity of man and spear like before. The terrifying spear stabbed towards the huge extinguish character. Bang! The two attacks collided again. When the invincible spear stabbed the extinguish character technique, it could not pierce through it at all. On the contrary, the huge extinguish character technique was like a huge mountain oppressing the whirling dragon overlord spear, making cracking sounds and constantly bending. On the other side, under such a violent energy attack and oppression, Zhou Xian's face turned purple. His whole body was trembling and the hand holding the spear began to ooze blood. To resist the extinguish character technique, he was under endless pressure. Haha, an arrow at the end of its flight. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. Die. Long Shisan's hair fluttered in the wind and he laughed loudly. He exerted force in his hand and once again displayed the extinguish character technique. Another huge, extinguish, character appeared and overlapped with the previous one. Bang! This time Zhou Xian could no longer resist. The bow-shaped spear bounced back and Zhou Xian was sent flying. One of his arms exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The spear spun a big circle in the void and finally fell to the ground. This was because the whirling dragon overlord spear was of a high grade. If it was an ordinary immortal weapon, it would have turned into powder under the pressure of the extinguish character technique. Ah! Zhou Xian let out an earth-shattering scream. The extermination symbol art had not only destroyed his arm, but also his body. Even his soul had suffered great damage. Such an injury was almost fatal. However, Long Shisan didn't give him a chance. The moment Zhou Xian was sent flying, Long Shisan used his extreme speed and caught up with her in the blink of an eye. His fist, which was emitting a reddish-gold radiance, smashed towards Zhou Xian's head. "No, don't kill me." Zhou Xian was horrified. He was really going to die. His expression completely changed. He had never thought that he would have such a day. Bang! Zhou Xian's voice came to an abrupt stop. Long Shisan didn't even bother to say a word of nonsense. He punched Zhou Xian's head hard and blew it up. Whoa! The death of Zhou Xian and the death of Chu Tian were two completely different concepts. Zhou Xian was a mighty immortal venerable, a supreme genius of the immortal court with unparalleled means and the whirling dragon overlord's spear. Today she was killed by the resurrected Long Shisan. How could they not be shocked? This matter is going to get out of hand. Long Shisan is too powerful. He has even killed Zhou Xian, but this has also sowed enmity with all the major powers in the immortal court. This is too awesome. First it was Jiang Chen and now it's Long Shisan. After today's battle, Long Shisan's name has spread far and wide. I'm afraid that his fame in the immortal world won't be inferior to Jiang Chen's. Even Zhou Xian was killed by him. How terrifying is this immemorial battle spirit? I wonder if there's anyone else who dares to fight him. There should be. There are plenty of immortal venerables who have come this time, some of whom are stronger than Zhou Xian. Besides, if the others cower just because of Zhou Xian's death, where would they put their faces? More importantly, Long Shisan must have consumed a lot of his energy to kill Zhou Xian. If another powerful expert appears now, it's hard to say who will be the final winner. No one was not shocked. This was an extremely shocking scene in itself. Zhou Xian's death had completely changed the atmosphere at the scene. Shisan stood on the fighting ring like a sharp sword, looking down on the world. He looked at the crowd below and said arrogantly, "Who else wants to come up and die?" The word, die, fully displayed Long Shisan's arrogance. He was telling the world that he didn't put those geniuses of the immortal court in his eyes. His words had undoubtedly infuriated those geniuses of the immortal court. Each of them was a supreme existence. No matter where they went, they would be respected. How could they stand being humiliated by Long Shisan in public? On the high platform, Lan Lingji was looking at the man who fought alone for her. A sense of happiness rose in her heart. She knew that with this man here, no one would be able to take her away from her. Long Shisan, don't be arrogant. I'll fight you. Someone couldn't stand it anymore. A majestic man in black battle armor flew up and landed on the battle platform. He was an expert of southern Xuanyu. His eyes were deep and his combat strength skyrocketed. Little Chenzi, I'm afraid that even the monkey won't be able to withstand this continuous battle. Yang Bufan spoke with some concern. Trying to kill the monkey with the tactic of continuous battle? That's hilarious. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew all too well about the scariness of Long Shisan. An immemorial battle spirit like Jiang Chen had almost inexhaustible energy. The continuous battle would only make Long Shisan, who had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, even more powerful. Jiang Chen knew that Long Shisan would certainly become famous throughout the world after today's battle. He knew very well why Long Shisan did this and why he wanted to be in the limelight. Long Shisan knew that he still had things to do, so by shifting the attention of the world to him, he would have plenty of time to do other things. Jiang Chen had no choice but to accept this favor. King Fan, I have to leave for a period of time. I'll be back as soon as possible. Jiang Chen left these words to King Fan, then vanished into the crowd with a sway. As for the following battle, there was no need to continue watching it. Jiang Chen felt completely relieved after seeing Long Shisan kill Zhou Xian. Long Shisan alone was enough to deal with such a situation. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. The safety of his father had always been affecting his heart. He couldn't wait to go to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Chapter 1768. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of miles away. He cast the great divination art and the divination map. Very quickly he found the coordinates of Fengqi Immortal Domain. The divination map could even find the coordinates of Saint Origin World. So, finding Fengqi Immortal Domain was a piece of cake. Fengqi Immortal Domain is billions of miles away from here. I need to cross 2 immortal worlds to reach it. Given my current cultivation base and the full power of the Great Void technique, I'm afraid it will take me at least a day to reach there. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh at the vastness of the immortal world. It could be described as boundless. One should know that his current cultivation base and the Great Void technique made him faster than an ordinary immortal venerable. At this level he could go anywhere he wanted with just a thought. But now it would take him a day to reach there with the full power of the Great Void technique. From this, it could be seen that the cultivation base needed to be at least at the Immortal Emperor realm. If it was an ordinary heaven immortal, it would take at least 100 years to travel from Ethereal Immortal Domain to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Shuttling through the spatial zone, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Too many things had happened ever since he came to the immortal world. It wasn't easy for him to come this far step by step, but in the end he still made it. There were too many people and too many things. Xianxia wondered if he would look back and reminisce about this when he stood at the peak of this world. The more experts one came into contact with, the broader one's state of mind and knowledge would be. The path of cultivation seemed endless, but this was also the reason why Xianxia kept moving forward. Now that he was going to Fengqi Immortal Domain, he decided to put aside all the grievances in Ethereal Immortal Domain for the time being. Nothing was more important than finding his father. A day later, Xianxia arrived at the border of Fengqi Immortal Domain. There was a barren mountain in front of him. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was very thin. It reminded him of the place where he had just ascended to the immortal world. There were 9 immortal domains in the immortal world. Each immortal domain was a world of its own, but the standard of each world was the same, such as the division of land and the existence of immortal courts. We're finally here. What I need to do now is calculate Father's exact location. Xianxia took a deep breath and executed the great divination art once again to calculate Jiang Zhenhai's exact location. As long as Jiang Zhenhai was in Fengqi Immortal Domain, it wouldn't be difficult for Xianxia to calculate Jiang Zhenhai's location with his current great divination art. Very quickly, Xianxia locked onto a location and rushed towards it. The great divination art showed that Jiang Zhenhai was indeed in this immortal domain. This time, Xianxia had set the coordinates to Fengqi Immortal Domain. A wise choice. More importantly, Xianxia was able to use the great divination art to calculate Jiang Zhenhai's approximate location, which meant that Jiang Zhenhai was still alive and well. If Jiang Zhenhai was dead, then even the great divination art wouldn't be able to find him. Fengli City. Fengli City was located in the central area of Fengqi Immortal Domain. It was a big city with outstanding people, a good cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources. As a huge city with a radius of millions of miles, the battle between the major forces in this city should be extremely fierce. However, there wasn't any tension or battle in the atmosphere from the outside. The magnificent city gate was filled with endless streams of people. It was a completely peaceful place. However, there seemed to be a trace of darkness beneath this peaceful atmosphere. At this moment, Xianxia was standing outside Fengli City. With his eyesight he could see through the city at a glance. Through the great divination art he deduced that Jiang Zhenhai was in this city. Xianxia didn't act rashly to alert the enemy. Instead he strolled leisurely on the streets of Fengli City and inquired about the city from passers-by. There was only one major force in Fengli City, the Yu clan. The Yu clan completely controlled the entire city. There wasn't a second force in such a huge city that could compete with them. Moreover, the Yu clan hadn't been in Fengli City for too long. In the past, there were several major forces in Fengli City that were constantly fighting with each other. After the Yu clan arrived, they destroyed all the major forces in the shortest time possible and dominated Fengli City. It seems that the Yu clan isn't simple. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a smile. Fengli Pill Store was the largest pill store in Fengli City. The Yu clan's pill store was very large in scale. The Jiang clan in Fragrant Sky City also had their own pill store. Of course, the Jiang clan's pill store couldn't be compared to the Fengli Pill Store in front of him. The largest pill store in Fengli City seemed to be prosperous and fair on the surface. It had a great reputation, but no one would have thought that there was an incomparably dark and inhumane side to the pill store. Below the pill shop was a huge underground plaza. It was very dark inside and there was only a weak light. 5 or 6 strong men guarded the entrance of the underground plaza, and at this moment the door opened. 2 corpses were carried out from inside and then burned clean with fire. The 2 corpses were extremely emaciated, their faces were ashen and their hair was disheveled. Their deaths were extremely miserable as if they had been poisoned. Another 2 couldn't stand it. The toxicity of the pills developed by the pill store is too strong. Even Heaven Immortal level pill slaves couldn't resist it. Looks like we have to catch more pill slaves. Alright, it's not our concern. We just have to mind our own business. A few guards said. It was obvious that they were used to seeing people dying here. Every day there would be people dying here. This underground square was a real hell on earth. At this moment the square was scattered with people. Many of them were paralyzed on the ground, coughing incessantly. Some even spat out arrows of blood. There were more than 100 people in the square and the stench was very unpleasant. These people's cultivation was not very high. The highest cultivation was at the immortal level, while the lowest was at the human immortal level. They were all pill slaves captured by the Yu clan. No one knew where the Yu clan got the recipe from. They kept developing new pills in the pill store and then found some pill slaves to test the pills. In the field of alchemy, this kind of behavior was shameful and would incur the wrath of both men and God. Ordinary alchemists would not do this. Real pills didn't need pill slaves to test them. Only some sinister pills needed to be tested by people. Chapter 1769. Most of the people here were still very young. They didn't want to die. Their eyes were filled with despair. That was despair that came from the bottom of their hearts. In here they didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. They were surrounded by strong guards. Although the strongest among them was only a half-step immortal king, even so, it was enough to control the fate of all of them. Moreover, because of the long-term pill testing, their chi and blood had almost been exhausted. How could they still have the ability to fight or resist? In a corner of the square, a middle-aged man was curled up. He seemed to be in his 40s. His clothes were tattered and full of injuries. His whole body was stained with blood. Only his eyes were sharp. If Xianxia was here he would definitely recognize this middle-aged man. He was the father he was looking for, Xianxia. Chin heir, I'm afraid that we won't have the chance to meet again. Xianxia sighed. His tone was filled with unwillingness. He wasn't afraid of death, but he wasn't willing to die like this. He had been in the lower world for hundreds of years, waiting for the day that he could ascend to the immortal world and reunite with his son. He had finally gotten what he wanted, but he had never thought that he would end up like this. Now seeing Xianxia for the last time had become an extravagant delusion. Xianxia's heart was filled with pain. He knew that Xianxia was in the immortal world, but the immortal world was just too big. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find Xianxia with his current strength. Now that he had fallen into such a desperate situation, he no longer had any hope of seeing Xianxia again. After staying here for a period of time, Xianxia had long understood that death was the ultimate destination here. Without exception, there were people dying here every day. Just now 2 of them had died. He had no idea when death would befall him. The only thing he could do now was to wait for death. Xianxia's current cultivation base had already reached the Heaven Immortal realm. This wasn't because of how powerful he was, but because of the results of the pill testing. Although many of the pills here had extremely powerful side effects, they could forcibly increase one's cultivation base. In fact, this situation was very bad. Take Xianxia for example. All of his potential and chi and blood had been drained by the pills. He couldn't exert his Heaven Immortal cultivation base at all. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to make any progress in the future. He would stay at this level for the rest of his life unless there was a miracle. Of course, Xianxia didn't think about this at all. After staying here for so long, no one would think about leaving this place alive because it was unrealistic. After being here for such a long time, the only person who could support Xianxia was Xianxia. Because Xianxia knew that only by staying alive could he have a chance to see his son. The most basic condition was to stay alive. Compared to the others, Xianxia's condition was relatively good. After all, when Xianxia left, he left a lot of good things for Xianxia, which made Zhang Zhenhai's foundation stronger and more stable. Therefore, Zhang Zhenhai's eyes were still very bright even now. Clap clap. Heavy footsteps were heard from outside. Then a middle-aged man walked in. This middle-aged man's qi was incomparably strong. He was already a true immortal king. With such cultivation base, he already had some status in the pill store. Fifth steward, why did you come in person? Seeing this middle-aged man, a few guards immediately greeted him, bowing and bowing. This showed that this fifth steward had an extraordinary status. Yes, fifth steward. You can rest assured with us here. Plus, today's pills have been tested. One of them said. Now, a new type of pill has been concocted. Find a slightly stronger one. I want to test it myself. The fifth steward said. Hearing this, the expressions of the guards instantly turned serious. According to the usual practice, there would only be one pill test a day because only one new pill recipe would appear in a day. They didn't expect that it would start again right after the pill test ended. Moreover, it was the fifth steward who came personally. It could be seen that the new pill recipe this time was not ordinary. Go find someone with a better body. The leader said to one of the people below. He only said that the body was a bit better, but he didn't necessarily want to find a strong body. This was because he knew that almost none of the test subjects here had a good body. Now that he wanted to find a relatively good test subject, he could only find a relatively good test subject. The guard looked around. All the test subjects were trembling in fear. They didn't dare to look him in the eyes. Finally, the guard's eyes fell on Zhang Zhenhai. You come out. The guard nodded at Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Zhenhai raised his head. His eyes were filled with coldness and hatred. Old man, how dare you stare at me? The guard was instantly furious. He strode to Zhang Zhenhai's side and gave him a loud slap on the face. Then he raised his foot and was about to kick Zhang Zhenhai's head. Enough, don't kill him. The leader hurriedly reprimanded. It wasn't easy to find someone with a better body. If he was killed, it would be a waste. Humph. Consider yourself lucky. The guard snorted coldly. He grabbed Zhang Zhenhai's collar and pulled him in front of the fifth steward. Sky immortal level. His qi and blood are almost exhausted. Is there a better one? The fifth steward looked at Zhang Zhenhai and said with a frown. Fifth steward, if this one doesn't work, we'll go out and catch him now. The leader said. Forget it. We can't act in broad daylight. If we're seen by outsiders, it will damage the reputation of Feng Feng Pill Store. Just take him. Don't waste time. The fifth steward said. He turned his palm and took out a pill. This pill was blood red and gave off an unpleasant smell. Zhang Zhenhai's pupils shrank. His intuition told him that if he ate this pill, he might not be able to hold on until he saw his son. I won't eat it. Zhang Zhenhai was furious and glared at the leader. You won't eat it? It's not up to you. The leader took the pill and grabbed Zhang Zhenhai's neck. He then stuffed the pill into Zhang Zhenhai's mouth. Zhang Zhenhai felt like he was suffocating. The pill went down his throat and into his stomach. Pong. The strong power of the pill instantly exploded in Zhang Zhenhai's body. It turned into a spiritual snake that crazily attacked his limbs and bones. Zhang Zhenhai's face twisted instantly. He lay on the ground and howled in pain. Chapter 1770. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing in front of the door of Feng Feng Elixir Store. Using the great divination art, he sensed that his father was in the elixir store. It's here, I can calculate father's exact location now. Jiang Chen was a little excited. He had finally found his father. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Jiang Chen quickly used the great divination art again. After calculating for a moment, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly emitted 2 rays of cold light. Father is in danger. Swoosh. Jiang Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Jiang Chen appeared in the underground square. Arg. Zhang Zhenhai was rolling on the ground, howling in pain. His eyes had turned blood red and looked like they were about to explode. This was the first scene that Jiang Chen saw after entering. Father. Jiang Chen also roared and strode to Zhang Zhenhai's side. Father and son were connected. No matter what Zhang Zhenhai looked like, he would be able to recognize him immediately. Seeing Zhang Zhenhai's current appearance, a strong anger burst out from Jiang Chen's body, shaking the entire elixir store. Who is it? The fifth steward and the guards were shocked to see someone suddenly appear. No outsider had ever entered this place before. One of the guards strode towards Zhou Xian and slashed at Zhou Xian with the combat weapon in his hand. Zhou Xian didn't even look at the guard. The guard made a gesture of raising his combat weapon, then his body suddenly exploded, and his body was split into countless pieces. Whoosh! This scene was too frightening. The entire underground square couldn't calm down. All the guards gathered together and surrounded Zhou Xian, but none of them dared to make a move. The death of the guard was too frightening. Zhou Xian didn't have time to care about the people around him. All his attention was on Zhang Zhenhai. He placed his palm on Zhang Zhenhai's back. The wood's spiritual qi and the dragon transformation skill rushed into Zhang Zhenhai's body. After checking on Zhang Zhenhai's condition, Zhang Chen's anger rose to the point that he lost his mind. He had never been so angry before. I'm unfilial. Zhang Chen's eyes were wet and he couldn't stop his tears from flowing down. Luckily he wasn't too late and this kind of injury was nothing to him. What made Zhang Chen's heart ache was the process of Zhang Zhenhai's pain. From the condition of Zhang Zhenhai's body, Zhang Chen could tell that Zhang Zhenhai had been suffering this kind of pain for a long time. Wah! Zhang Zhenhai spat out a mouthful of black blood. All the toxins in his body had been forced out by Zhang Chen. Zhang Zhenhai, who was in extreme pain, immediately regained his consciousness. However, his body was still very weak. He raised his head and saw a familiar face in front of him. Zhang Zhenhai was surprised. He struggled to get up but found that he couldn't do it. Dad, I'm late. Zhang Chen hugged Zhang Zhenhai tightly in his arms. He couldn't stop his tears. This was his father. Zhang Chen, who had dominated the world, let his father suffer like a devil. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen wanted to slap himself. Chen, is it really you? I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhang Zhenhai's body was trembling with excitement. He seemed to have recovered some of his strength. He reached out his palm and touched Zhang Chen's face. Only then did he feel the reality of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's palm was still constantly transferring with spiritual qi to Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Zhenhai's blood and qi were almost exhausted. He had to treat his injuries as soon as possible. Dad, I'm not dreaming. I'm here. Don't worry. With me here, no one will be able to hurt you. Zhang Chen spoke with a smile, but the light in his eyes had begun to turn incomparably cold. The smile was for Zhang Zhenhai, but the cold eyes were for those who had hurt him. Yu family had angered a ferocious tiger. Zhang Chen had never been so angry before. Every dragon had a reverse scale. Those who touched it would die. Yu family had torn off this dragon scale. Brat, who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of Yu family? The fifth steward berated loudly. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see that this youth wasn't ordinary. However, Yu family was a powerful family with an immortal emperor as their leader. Yu family. Zhang Chen uttered the name of this family softly, then helped Zhang Zhenhai up from the ground. Currently, Zhang Zhenhai's condition had recovered a little. The wood's spiritual qi was constantly nourishing his body. At least he could walk freely for the time being. Father, take a look. Did all these people bully you? Zhang Chen asked. Zhang Zhenhai's eyes turned cold. His tone became lung. These people are utterly heartless. They captured pill-testing slaves. They simply don't treat us as human beings. All of them deserve to die. During this period of time, Zhang Zhenhai had seen everything that happened in this square. It wouldn't be too much even if these people died 100 times for what they had done. I understand. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, he didn't do anything, but all the guards on the square let out a blood-curdling screech. All of them were burned by the raging fire and turned into flaming men. In the blink of an eye, all of them were burned into ashes. What? Seeing this, the fifth steward exclaimed in shock. Even though he had the cultivation of an immortal king, he was still scared out of his wits. His body trembled violently and he looked at Zhang Chen as if he had seen a ghost. Terrifying, too terrifying. He didn't even see the slightest movement of the other party, but he was able to burn everyone to death in an instant. The strength of the other party had reached an unimaginable level. You, who are you? This is the territory of the Yu family. The fifth steward's tone was not smooth. He knew that he had met a tough opponent today. Although the other party was young, his cultivation was far beyond his imagination. "Tell me who made the pill?" Zhou Xian asked. The pill that Zhang Zhenhai ate just now contained the bloodthirsty grass. Although the bloodthirsty grass had some effects in the process of concocting pills, that effect was only for special people. The bloodthirsty grass was actually a kind of poison. Its toxicity was so strong that it could devour all the blood and qi in a person's body. Now someone was using the bloodthirsty grass to make a pill. Zhang Qian felt very strange. Of course, there were all kinds of people in this world, including demons and ghosts. It was normal for someone to want to use the bloodthirsty grass to make pills. Zhang Qian didn't care at all. However, the other party shouldn't have used his own father to test the pill. "Kid, don't be arrogant. There are many experts in the Yu family. You can't afford to offend them." The fifth steward was still bold enough to shout at Zhang Qian. Chapter 1771. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Qian's face. He had seen too many people like the fifth steward. They thought that they had a powerful background and dared to strut around in front of him. However, they didn't know that this so-called background was nothing but a fart in front of Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian made a grabbing motion. The fifth steward only felt a majestic force landing on his body, causing him to be unable to move. His body involuntarily moved towards Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian's hand landed on the fifth steward's shoulder. Without using any force, the fifth steward's arm was torn off by Zhang Qian. Blood spurted out, revealing the white bones underneath. "Arg!" The fifth steward let out a shrill scream on the spot. One of his arms was crippled just like that. He could feel the dreadfulness of Zhang Qian. It was an unimaginable dreadfulness. Zhang Qian was like a huge mountain standing in front of him, and he was like an ant under the huge mountain. He didn't even have the qualification to look up at him. Zhang Zhenhai stared at his son in shock. One must know that this fifth steward was an immortal king, but in front of Zhang Qian he was as weak as an ant. Seeing his son growing to such a terrifying extent, Zhang Zhenhai felt joy from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Qian would forever be his greatest pride, the pride of his entire life. "Speak, who was the one who concocted this pill formula?" Zhang Qian asked. The fifth steward trembled in fear. He could already tell that this young man was a devil who killed without batting an eyelid. In this world where strength reigned supreme, he could only obey. He didn't doubt that if he dared to show the slightest bit of disobedience, he would die miserably on the spot, just like those guards. "It's the Grand Steward who took out the pill formula, but I don't know who concocted it." The fifth steward spoke honestly while enduring the pain brought by his severed arm. "Listen up, my name is Zhang Qian. This is my father. Your Yu clan dared to take my father as a pill slave. This is the biggest mistake your clan has ever made. The price your Yu clan has to pay is extermination." Zhang Qian's tone was calm. The fifth steward was scared out of his wits when he heard the word clan extermination. He could tell that although the other party's tone was calm, he was definitely not joking. In other words, because of a pill slave, the Yu family was about to fall into a desperate situation. The fifth steward had the urge to curse in his heart. A random pill slave caught by the guards had such a powerful background. Who would have thought that? If they knew that Zhang Zhenhai had such a powerful son, the Yu family wouldn't have dared to catch him to test the pill. "Take me to the pill store now." Zhang Qian's tone was still calm. Someone had to pay the price for what Zhang Zhenhai had suffered. To Zhang Qian, the annihilation of Yu family was nothing. He wasn't even afraid of the three immortal courts, let alone a puny Yu family. Yes. The fifth steward didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately turned and walked in front, followed by Zhang Qian and Zhang Zhenhai. Currently, Zhang Zhenhai had already recovered a lot. His condition was much better than before. Walking with big strides was no longer a problem for him. Now that he had seen his son, he felt as if he was dreaming. His mood naturally couldn't be compared to before. The three of them left the entrance of the underground square very quickly, leaving the dumbfounded pill slaves behind. They exchanged glances with each other. Things had developed too quickly and too suddenly. In just a blink of an eye, all the guards had been killed. Even the powerful fifth steward had been completely controlled. They weren't mentally prepared at all. "We're free." Someone reacted and yelled loudly. The others also became incomparably excited. Some of them burst into tears and wailed loudly. They couldn't believe that they would still be free one day. Such hope had been completely broken the first day they stepped into this place. Happiness had come too suddenly. None of them could accept it. Free? Are we really free? It's impossible. This is definitely not true. It's true. That young man just now was an extremely powerful master. He was so powerful that even the Yu family couldn't afford to offend him. I didn't expect that middle-aged man to have such a powerful son. The Yu family is going to be in big trouble this time. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us. I want to go home. All the pill slaves were unprecedentedly excited. The entire underground square was completely out of control. Some of them crawled and rolled towards the outside. They hadn't seen the sunlight outside for a long time. At this moment they couldn't suppress their excitement at all. Outside the underground square, under the guidance of the fifth steward, Xianxia came to the back door of the elixir store. This was connected to the entrance of the underground square. It was very hidden. Except for the people in the elixir store, no one else could detect it. This was also the reason why Fengli Elixir Store could maintain its reputation despite doing such a heartless thing. Xianxia held a long sword in his hand. The cold light fluctuated. The fifth steward was terrified. Every step he took required great courage. His only hope now was that the masters in the elixir store could take down this terrifying guy, even though he knew it would be very difficult. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Fengli Elixir Store. A powerful qi suddenly rushed out and formed an invisible restriction formation above the elixir store, sealing the entire elixir store. Today he didn't plan to let anyone go. Some prices were bound to be terrible. With the appearance of Xianxia's restriction formation, everyone in the elixir store felt an extremely strong pressure. The pressure made their souls tremble. What's going on? Why is there such a powerful pressure? This is the pressure of a peerless master. I felt the vibration of the elixir store just now. Seems to be coming from underground. Oh no, the entire elixir store is sealed by a powerful restriction formation. Is a peerless master going to attack our elixir store? The tranquil elixir store turned chaotic in an instant. The powerful pressure made countless people feel very uncomfortable. Many of them were confused and had no idea what was going on. All the higher-ups of the elixir store were gathered in the central hall of the elixir store. The one sitting at the head of the table was an old man. His cultivation base had already reached the early immortal emperor realm. He was the chief steward of the elixir store and also the great elder of Yu family. His status in Fengli City was beyond the reach of ordinary people. The sudden appearance of this powerful pressure caused the stewards present to immediately stand up from their seats. An expert has appeared. The third steward said with an ugly expression on his face. He could sense a strong hostility and killing intent from the powerful pressure. Let's go and see what's going on. Someone has set up a restriction formation above the elixir store. Our Yu family has been in control of Fengli City for so long, but no one has ever dared to come here. Chapter 1772. That's right. Our Yu family has never been afraid of anyone. Even experts dare not do anything to us because our backer is not someone ordinary experts can afford to offend. I'd like to see who is so bold. Just the fact that he dares to block the pill store is enough to kill him 100 times. The second and fourth steward were also full of vigor. The three of them followed the chief steward and strode out of the hall. Under the lead of the fifth steward, Xianxia had already stepped into the back door of the pill store. At this moment there were two burly guards at the back door. When they saw the fifth steward, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The dignified fifth steward's arm had been cut off. Who was so bold? Was he trying to turn over the sky in Fengli City? Fifth steward, what's going on? Asked one of the guards. Xianxia took a step forward and approached the four guards. What you should worry about now is yourselves, said Leng Leng. After saying that, Xianxia didn't even give the two a chance to be surprised. With a swing of the long sword in his hand, two heads flew into the air. Their eyes were still filled with confusion. They didn't know why they were beheaded until they died. Before this, they had never thought that death would come so suddenly and so quickly. The fifth steward sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that blood was bound to flow like a river in the pill store today. This young man was like a demon king. He had come to the pill store to harvest lives. Keep going and find your chief steward. Zhang Chen glared at the fifth steward. How would the fifth steward dare to show any neglect? He was extremely afraid. Fear filled the deepest part of his soul. He was afraid that the sword in Zhang Chen's hand would fall on his head the next moment. The fifth steward walked forward while trembling. The back door led to the interior of the pill store instead of the pill-selling area. In other words, those who appeared here were the people of the pill store, the people of Yu family. Zhang Chen had no qualms about killing them. After walking less than a dozen steps, another 5 or 6 guards appeared in front of them. They also saw that the fifth steward was being controlled, so they immediately came over. Zhang Chen didn't even bother to look at the 6 of them. He swung the sword in his hand forward and the sword chi directly cut through the void. The 6 of them let out miserable screams as they were all cut in half at the waist. Blood flowed out and the clean ground was instantly dyed red. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air. The fifth steward's face turned pale. As the fifth steward of the pill store, he had never been so terrified before. It was obvious that the other party would kill anyone he saw, regardless of the reason or who the other party was. The fifth steward wanted to curse again. How could his subordinates be so stupid? They had captured the father of a superpower house to be their pill slave. After personally experiencing the terror of Zhang Chen, he felt that the Yu family's doomsday was coming. The fifth steward knew that there were some superpower houses in history who could destroy a city in a fit of anger. They could kill millions of people with a raise of their hand, treating all living beings as ants. This young man wanted to seek justice for his father. It seemed like he was going to walk the same path as those peerless powerhouses. The price he had to pay was too heavy. The miserable screams immediately alarmed the entire Dan prefecture. Countless guards and powerful experts rushed over. When they saw the scene, their murderous intent soared to the sky. Audacious madman! How dare you cause trouble in the pill store? Courting death. Arg! A half-step immortal king expert shouted at Zhang Chen. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he was cut in half by Zhang Chen's sword. Voila! The scene instantly became restless. Those guards who were rushing over were scared out of their wits. Even a half-step immortal king expert was killed by the other party. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the other party. Humph! Zhang Chen harumphed coldly and slashed forward. Countless beams of sword light interweaved into a sea of swords. The speed of these beams was too fast. Each of them was a divine weapon. To those guards, each of them was lethal, as if they were going to claim their lives. Arg! For a moment, miserable screams filled the sky. Under the impact of the sea of swords, dozens of guards were crushed into pieces. Blood spurted out and flesh splashed everywhere. The ground was littered with broken limbs. The scene was bloody to the extreme. The fifth steward was so scared that he couldn't walk anymore, especially when he saw an expert who was almost as strong as him being cut in half by Zhang Chen. This made him deeply understand the terror of Zhang Chen. It was a complete mess. The pill store was in an uproar. More and more people appeared. One had to admit that Fengli pill store was indeed huge and had a lot of manpower. There were at least 1,000 people in it. Now that something big had happened, all of them were rushing here. Zhang Chen's face was expressionless. The sword in his hand was still dripping blood. He carried the fifth steward, who was paralyzed with fear like a dead dog, and strode forward. Following the direction pointed by the fifth steward, he moved very fast, raising his sword whenever he saw someone. Blood spurted out along the way. Screams filled the sky. The pill store had ushered in the real doomsday. Wherever Zhang Chen went, no one was left alive. At the end of the road, at least 500 people had died in his hands. Half of the people in the pill store had died under Zhang Chen's sword. The air above the pill store was filled with the pungent smell of blood. This was no longer the bustling pill store. It had become a hell, a real land of death. There was a huge square in front of them. At this moment, most of the remaining people in the pill store had gathered on the square. When they saw Zhang Chen's arrival, their faces turned livid and they kept retreating. Looking at the row of corpses behind Zhang Chen, everyone felt that doomsday was coming. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 tyrannical figures descended from the inside and flew to the square, blocking in front of Zhang Chen. They were the other 4 stewards of the pill store. After seeing what had happened here, they were all furious. The Yu family had been in Fengli City for a long time, but nothing like this had ever happened and they had never suffered such a huge loss. In Fengli City, it had always been the Yu family who slaughtered people. This was the first time someone had come to the Yu family to start a massacre. Who's the chief steward? Zhang Chen looked at the four and asked. I am. Who are you? Why did you come to my pill store to start a massacre? Don't you know that Fengli pill store belongs to the Yu family? Chapter 1773. You stand over there. Zhang Chen waved his hand at the fifth steward, gesturing him to stand on the opposite side. The fifth steward was stunned. He never thought that this bloodthirsty devil king would let him go. He thought that he was dead for sure. Immediately he gathered his strength and flew to the great steward's side. What happened? Who is this man? The great steward asked with a frown, looking at the crippled fifth steward. Big steward, his name is Zhang Chen. I don't know where he came from. Our men had captured his father as a pill slave. That's why he was enraged and wanted to start a massacre. Fear lingered in the fifth steward's heart. His voice trembled as he recounted everything that had happened just now. Recalling the terror of Zhang Chen, even though he had escaped from Zhang Chen's clutches, he still didn't feel safe. What? The great steward was astonished. He began to curse his men in his heart. Why didn't they know how to capture people? Now that they had offended a powerful expert, even if Yu family didn't care about it, the damage to the pill store's reputation was irreparable. Moreover, the pill store had suffered a great loss after losing so many people. Yu family might not care about it, but such a thought was too terrifying. Fortunately, this was Fengqi immortal domain, not ethereal immortal domain. Otherwise, the great steward would have crawled to Zhang Chen's feet like a dog and begged for forgiveness the moment he heard the name Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, it's our fault for capturing your father, but you have caused a great loss to our pill store by slaughtering our people. You must compensate us for this loss. The great steward spoke loudly. The others heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing the great steward's unyielding attitude. They all knew that this great steward was the great elder of Yu family. His cultivation base was already at the early immortal emperor realm, which was only a grade lower than the patriarch of Yu family. Today, a brat who came out of nowhere wanted to go against Yu family. Wasn't he courting death? Compensate. All of you kneel down and talk to me about compensation. Zhang Chen sneered. With a wave of his hand, a rattan chair appeared and placed it in front of him, then he helped his father to sit down. That's it here. I'll ask them to apologize to you. Zhang Chen said with a smile. Chen, there's no need. I'm already satisfied that we can reunite. In my opinion, we should forget about it. Yu family isn't easy to deal with. I heard that they have a powerful backer. Jiang Zhenhai sounded a little worried. He was already very happy and excited to be reunited with Chen. As Zhang Chen had killed so many people, he had already vented his anger. Zhang Chen had. He wanted to settle the matter. Of course, the main reason why Jiang Zhenhai did this was to ensure Zhang Chen's safety. After all, the Yu family wasn't a force to be trifled with. They had the support of a powerful figure. If Jiang Chen angered them, Jiang Chen would suffer a great loss. Jiang Zhenhai had underestimated his son. If he knew that his son had offended the three immortal courts, he wouldn't have made such a pill. Then let's dig out their backer. Dad, I'll definitely seek justice for you. All the people and forces who participated in the pill concoction will pay a heavy price. Jiang Chen said lung. There was no way to resolve this matter. Yu family had hurt someone they shouldn't have. The price they had to pay was bound to be heavy. Jiang Chen's sharp eyes looked at the people of the pill store and said indifferently, everyone kneel down and kowtow to my dad. Plop. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the fifth steward knelt down on the ground. He was truly frightened by Jiang Chen's power. He didn't dare to ignore Jiang Chen's words. Fuck. Old 5, can't you be a bit more mature? You're still a member of Yu family. Old 5, stand up the fuck. Seeing the fifth steward's action, the second and third steward almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. This bastard was the fifth steward of the pill store, but he didn't even have the slightest bit of backbone. What a disgrace. However, no matter how they scolded him, the fifth steward didn't stand up. At this moment, the fifth steward was thinking that if you don't kneel now, you won't even have the chance to kneel later. Xianxia, don't be too arrogant. No one in Fengli City has ever dared to make us kneel. The chief steward was infuriated. I don't know where this arrogant brat came from. Let me kill him. The second steward's chi trembled. His cultivation base was at the late immortal king realm. Such a cultivation base could be considered as one of the strongest in Fengli City. With incredible speed he lunged at Xianxia with a combat saber in his hand. Xianxia shook his head. You're courting death. Xianxia gently slashed forward with the long sword in his hand. The second steward, who was brimming with chi, was slashed into two halves. Blood splashed and dyed the ground red. What? This time even the chief steward couldn't stay calm anymore. He widened his eyes at this young man who appeared out of nowhere. He was afraid that the strength of this young man was beyond his imagination. No matter what, the second steward was a late immortal king expert, but in the hands of this young man he didn't even have the chance to struggle and was killed on the spot. If he didn't see this with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and talk. Xianxia's tone was cold to the extreme. Xianxia, I hope you know what you're doing. Offending you family won't bring you and your son a good end. The chief steward was still threatening Xianxia with the backing of you family. It seems like you don't know how to cherish the chance that I've given you. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he appeared in front of the chief steward in a flash. The long sword in his hand trembled. The chief steward only felt a chill passing through his arm, followed by an intense pain. One of his arms had been severed by the swift sword of his opponent. The chief steward wanted to resist, but was horrified to find that he couldn't even move under the pressure of the opponent's chi. The chief steward was scared out of his wits. Cold sweat dripped down. He finally knew how terrifying the opponent was. He was a dignified immortal emperor expert, but in the eyes of the opponent he was as weak as a baby. If the opponent wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, all of you can go to hell. Xianxia had turned into a mad devil. Violent waves of wind sprayed out from his body. These waves of wind turned into sharp blades, rushing into the crowd of 500 people behind him. Arg. 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 For an instant wails filled the sky. Under the impact of the sharp blades, everyone was collapsing. Their bodies were separated, turning the place into a sea of blood. Chapter 1774. Blood splattered everywhere. Flesh and blood splattered on the faces and bodies of the chief steward and the third steward. In the blink of an eye, all 500 people were killed. Only a few stewards were left in the noisy pill store. Their faces were ashen and their breathing became incomparably heavy. Bloody, exposed and cruel. Killing without batting an eye. At this moment the few stewards no longer had any of their previous prestige. All of them were scared silly. They were the higher-ups of Yu family and had experienced hundreds of battles. Which one of them hadn't killed someone before? Their hands were stained with blood, but this was their first time seeing someone as brutal as Xianxia. Just because the other party didn't kneel down, Xianxia didn't give them any chance and killed them all. This was simply a massacre. For Xianxia, he would never be able to intimidate the other party if he didn't use iron-blooded methods. Moreover, he had no intention of letting these people go. The pill store must pay a heavy price for the suffering that Xianxia had endured. And that price was the destruction of the entire pill store. The stewards were completely scared out of their wits. What they saw was not only the strength of this young man, but also his bloodthirsty brutality. He killed so many people in the blink of an eye, but they didn't see the slightest trace of emotion in his eyes. This could only mean one thing: he had killed too many people. Killing had become a habit in his eyes. In fact, this was the law of the jungle in the immortal world. Since ancient times, peerless experts had killed millions of people in a fit of rage. It wasn't a big deal for Xianxia to kill 1,000 people for his father. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The fifth steward was already scared out of his wits. He didn't care about his broken arm anymore. He crawled towards Xianxia and kowtowed repeatedly. It was too cruel and too cruel. It was beyond what the fifth steward could bear. Deep in his soul was the shadow of Xianxia when he killed people. He knew that this was the end of the pill store. They had really offended someone they shouldn't have. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change at all after killing these people. Some people didn't need to be merciful to be killed. The number of pill slaves who had died in their hands over the years was probably more than 1,000. Jiang Chen wasn't a bloodthirsty person. In his opinion, the people he killed deserved to die. Jiang Chen had his own standards for killing. He could kill his enemies and his enemies. He could kill those who were devoid of conscience, but he couldn't kill the innocent. In Jiang Chen's heart, no one in the pill store was innocent. They all deserved to die. Killing them was not just to seek justice for Jiang Zhenhai, but also to avenge the death of the pill slaves. Now the whole square was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The second steward was cut in half by Jiang Chen. There were still 4 stewards alive. Among them, the chief steward and the 5th steward both lost an arm. The 3rd steward and the 4th steward, who were still intact, were scared out of their wits. The shadow of death loomed over their heads. They didn't have any of their usual prestige. Kneel down and talk. Jiang Chen's tone was still cold. If he didn't want to know something, he wouldn't have kept these people alive. Of course, Jiang Chen had to regain his dignity for the humiliation and injury his father had suffered. No one would dare to humiliate his father. Plop, plop. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the 3rd and 4th steward knelt on the ground with a puff. All of their arrogance had vanished. They finally understood why the 5th steward knelt down so straightforwardly. It turned out that other than obeying Jiang Chen's orders, there was nothing else they could do except for death. They didn't want to die. The chief steward also knelt on the ground. He knew that the elixir store was finished. They had offended someone they shouldn't have offended. He had never seen the power of this young man before. He knew that even if the Yu family's #1 master was here, he wouldn't be a match for this young man. They weren't even on the same level. Kowtow. Jiang Chen said with an unquestionable tone. Sir, please spare our lives. It's all our fault. We didn't recognize Mount Tai. We know we're wrong. We're willing to compensate you at all costs. Please spare our lives. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The 3rd steward and the 4th steward kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. The 5th steward kept begging for mercy. The chief steward had completely lost his temper and kept kowtowing to Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai was also a little confused. Looking at the 4 masters kneeling on the ground in front of him and kowtowing to him, he felt very uncomfortable sitting on the rattan chair. He was just an insignificant person. How could he bear the worship of the 4 masters? Jiang Zhenhai didn't think that as the father of Jiang Chen, he was destined to not be an insignificant person. It was destined that many big shots had to be polite to him. Although it was very uncomfortable, Jiang Zhenhai still had no sympathy for these people. As someone who had ascended from the lower world, he had a lifetime of experience and was already used to killing. Thinking of what happened in the underground square, these people were really unforgivable. Even if they died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be a pity. During this period of time, too many people had died tragically in their hands. Chief Steward, let me ask you, who gave you the recipe that contains the bloodthirsty grass? Jiang Chen asked. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that this chief steward was not even an alchemist. He was just a leader in charge of the pill shop. At first, he thought that the recipe was made by the chief steward, but now it seemed that the chief steward did not have the ability to do so. Your Excellency, the formula was given to me by the patriarch, but I know that young Master Shen probably gave it to us. All these years, the Yu family's elixir workshop has been testing pills for young Master Shen, and the formula was basically given by him. The chief steward didn't dare to hide anything and said, which young Master Shen? Why did he use the bloodthirsty grass to make the pill? Jiang Chen asked. He knew that there was a big shot involved in this, and it looked like young Master Shen was the main culprit. Everyone involved in Jiang Zhenhai's incident had to be punished, let alone the main culprit. Young Master Shen is a talented disciple of Feng Luo sect. He is very powerful, and the reason why Yu family controls Fengli City is because of his support. Our Yu family has always been working for him. As for why young Master Shen wanted to make such a pill, I don't know either. Perhaps the master knows the reason. The chief steward said. Chapter 1775. The third steward shuddered. When Jiang Chen told him to return to the Yu clan, his first thought was to run away, but now that thought was immediately dispelled. As a powerful immortal king, the third steward knew very well how terrifying a powerful figure could be. His every move was most likely under the surveillance of the other party. Fengli City wasn't that big. As long as he made the slightest movement, the other party could kill him with a single thought. Not only would he die, but the entire Yu clan would also be annihilated as well. If it was before, he might not believe that someone would dare to annihilate the entire Yu family, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's murder, he didn't doubt Jiang Chen's ruthlessness at all. He was certain that Jiang Chen would do such a thing, and Jiang Chen's words weren't a joke. What the third steward needed to do now was to follow Jiang Chen's instructions and head to the Yu clan to summon all the experts above the Immortal King realm. As for what would happen to the Yu clan, he really didn't dare to predict it. What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen berated. Yes, Lord. This lowly one will go right away. The third steward stood up shakily from the ground. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He flew directly above the pill store, not forgetting to look back. When he saw the bloody and tragic state of the pill store, the third steward felt dizzy and almost fell from the sky. The third steward gritted his teeth and flew towards the direction of the Yu clan. The pill store wasn't far from the Yu clan. Given the third steward's immortal king cultivation base, it would only take him a year. I think we should just forget about it. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiang Chen and said, Dad, we can't just forget about this. Jiang Chen can be humiliated, but my father will never be humiliated. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably firm tone. Sometimes, people must fight for their dignity and do something for it. Jiang Chen was an untouchable line of defense in Jiang Chen's heart. Anyone who dared to touch it would have to pay a heavy price. This was what Jiang Chen had to do. Jiang Zhenhai nodded his head and didn't say anything else. He knew his son too well, and no one could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. Also, he felt that what Jiang Chen said made sense. People had to live for their dignity, and they had to get back what they had lost. Jiang Zhenhai suddenly realized that he was no longer an insignificant character. His face was directly related to Jiang Chen's face. His existence would definitely have the shadow of Jiang Chen. He swore in his heart that he would never bring shame to his son. Humiliating himself was equivalent to humiliating Jiang Chen, and humiliating Jiang Chen was equivalent to death. The Yu clan was currently in a state of shock because the commotion from the pill store had already alarmed everyone here. Many experts were preparing to head over to take a look, but the patriarch had yet to come out of seclusion. Also, most of them felt that there wouldn't be any problems as long as the chief steward was there. Hence they weren't too anxious. The third steward returned in a fluster. His expression was flustered and his face was deathly pale. Many of the Yu family's disciples saw the third steward's abnormality, but the third steward flew all the way to the Yu family's patriarch's seclusion area, ignoring everyone else. What's going on? Why is the third steward so flustered? Something big must have happened in the pill store. Otherwise, the third steward wouldn't have returned in such a fluster. His face was full of fear and he was heading towards the place where the patriarch is in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb the patriarch during his seclusion. I'm sure the third steward knows this, but he still went there regardless of the consequences. What exactly happened in the pill store? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble in the pill store in Fengli City? Isn't that courting death? The people of Yu clan began to panic. They had no idea what had happened, but they had never seen the third steward so flustered before. They guessed that something big must have happened in the pill store. Otherwise, the third steward wouldn't risk his life to disturb the patriarch's seclusion. The place where the patriarch was in seclusion was located at the center of Yu clan. It was almost a forbidden area of the clan. Usually only a few immortal emperors could step into it. There were a total of 5 immortal emperors in Yu clan. Apart from the patriarch, who was an intermediate immortal emperor, the rest were early immortal emperors. The chief steward was in charge of the pill store. Apart from the patriarch, there were 3 immortal emperor elders who were also in seclusion outside the place where the patriarch was in seclusion. Patriarch, something big has happened. Patriarch, something big has happened. The third steward began to shout as soon as he reached the central forbidden area. Just like the 5th steward, although he didn't suffer any injuries, he was already frightened by Jiang Chen and was in a state of complete panic. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 silhouettes rushed out of their seclusion. They were 3 old men, the other 3 immortal emperor elders of Yu family. What's going on? Don't you know that this is a forbidden area? Third steward, the patriarch is in seclusion. How dare you barge in like this? If you don't give us a reason, you're dead meat. The 2 elders spoke. Second elder, third elder, fourth elder, something big has happened in the pill store. The third steward still couldn't control his emotions. Speak. What's the matter? The second elder spoke impatiently. What could be a threat to Yu clan in Fengli City? They're all killed. Everyone in the pill store has been killed. Xianxia has come and killed everyone. One of the great elders' arms has been chopped off. He's kneeling there now. The third steward spoke in a trembling voice, his eyes were filled with panic. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the second elder grabbed the third steward's collar, pulled him in front of him and asked aloud. It's true. Xianxia is too scary. He's like a devil king. He has killed everyone in the pill store. The third steward said. Xianxia? Where did this Xianxia come from? You said that even the chief steward isn't a match for him? The third elder was shocked. Only now did he realize the seriousness of the situation. Yes. The chief steward, who's an early immortal emperor, wasn't a match for a single strike from Xianxia. He has chopped off one of the chief steward's arms and killed the second steward. Both of them are kneeling there now. Xianxia wants all the higher-ups of Yu clan to apologize to him. Otherwise he'll... The third steward was gasping for breath. What will he do? The fourth elder's expression turned tense. Such a major incident had actually happened in the pill store. Even the chief steward, who was an early immortal emperor, couldn't withstand a single strike from the enemy. This was enough to show how powerful the enemy was. He wants to annihilate the entire Yu clan. The third steward repeated Xianxia's words. How audacious. No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in Fengli City. He's the first person who dares to say that he will annihilate the entire Yu clan. The second elder was infuriated. At this time, the door of the seclusion room opened. A middle-aged man in brocade clothes walked out. He was the patriarch of Yu family. Chapter 1776. The patriarch's face was gloomy. He had clearly heard the conversation outside and knew how many people were in the pill store. More than 1,000 people had been killed. Ever since the Yu family took control of Fengli City, they had been the sole hegemon here. No one had ever dared to challenge them. It was ridiculous to kill everyone in the pill store. However, judging from the third steward's panicked expression and tone, he could tell that the opponent this time was very powerful. At least it wasn't someone that Yu family could deal with. Even the patriarch didn't have the slightest confidence. One should know that even an intermediate immortal emperor like him wouldn't be able to cut off one of the chief steward's arms so easily. He knew the chief steward's strength very well. Patriarch. The 4 of them saluted the moment they saw the patriarch. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. As immortal emperors, they weren't fools. They all had very high IQ. They knew very well what kind of powerful existence Yu family had offended this time. It was true that Yu family had a powerful backer, but they were afraid that the backer was about the same level as Xianxia. If a truly powerful expert came to annihilate Yu family, the backer might not even be willing to show up. At this critical moment, Yu family still had to stand at the forefront. Moreover, they knew very well that the powerful backer was only using the Yu family as a tool for profit. The Yu family was only useful to him. If the Yu family was useless with his identity and status, he probably wouldn't even have the time to care about the Yu family. Yu family still had to rely on themselves when it came to the critical moment of life and death. Tell me what's going on. How did the pill store offend such a powerful expert? The patriarch looked at the third steward with cold eyes. He was feeling very uneasy. From the third steward's description, he could tell that Xianxia was just a young man. In the entire Fengqi immortal domain, a young man with such strength must have a powerful background. Such a person wasn't someone that Yu family could afford to offend. Patriarch, this is what happened. Some time ago, one of the pill slaves that the pill store secretly captured turned out to be Xianxia's father. Today Xianxia came and happened to see the 5th steward bringing a newly concocted pill to Xianxia's father. Xianxia was infuriated and killed everyone in the pill store. Now the 2nd steward is dead, the chief steward and the 5th steward have lost their arms, and the fourth steward are all kneeling on the square. The third steward didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything that had happened in the pill store. At this point, if he continued to hide the truth, it was very likely that he would bring disaster to the Yu family. He couldn't afford to bear this responsibility. What? After listening to the third steward's words, the Yu family's patriarch and the other three elders felt dizzy and had difficulty breathing. They never thought that the Yu family would use such a hateful method to offend a peerless powerhouse. What was the difference between this and courting death? Using the father of a peerless powerhouse as a pill test subject, could this be any more damned suicidal? Yu family is finished. This was the first thought that crossed the patriarch and the three elders' mind. Insulting the father of a peerless expert was equivalent to bringing the end of Yu family. Damn it, I asked you to be in charge of the pill store. Why did you create such a mess? Are you all useless? Shouldn't you have investigated the background of a pill slave beforehand? The patriarch of Yu family was furious. He had the urge to kill someone. Just because of such a small matter, Yu family was brought to destruction. Could the people of the pill store still do anything? Patriarch, we really don't know either. All along, the pill slaves we've captured have all been low-class people. That old guy didn't say that he had such a powerful son. We've tried to test the pills many times. He would rather be injured than say that his son is his backer. Who would have thought that his son would be so powerful? The third steward burst into tears. All along, there had never been a single mistake with the test subjects. Every single one of them had been investigated in advance. In his opinion, if Jiang Zhenhai had such a powerful backer, he should have told them about it. However, Jiang Zhenhai didn't say anything. If he did, the Yu family wouldn't dare to touch him no matter whether it was true or not. After all, it was better to avoid trouble. If one less test subject was missing, the Yu family could still catch others, but if they met a tough opponent, it wouldn't benefit the Yu family at all. In fact, Jiang Zhenhai didn't even know that his son had become so powerful. He didn't even know where Jiang Chen was. In his heart, Yu family was too powerful. Perhaps Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to deal with them. He was worried that his son would be dragged into this mess if he revealed the truth. Patriarch, what should we do now? The second elder asked. He had already realized the seriousness of the situation. What should we do? How the hell do I know what to do? I don't know what that Jiang Chen wants. The patriarch of Yu family looked gloomy. Jiang Chen said that he wants all the higher-ups of Yu family who are above the immortal king realm to kneel and apologize to his father. The third steward said. What? Kneel and apologize? Are you kidding me? Our Yu family is a big family in Fengli City. How can we kneel to someone? That's a humiliation to our family. We can't do that. The second elder was furious. That's right. This Jiang Chen really thinks that he's a lawless god. He wants all the higher-ups of Yu family to kneel just because of his words. What a joke. The third elder's face was also filled with anger. Jiang Chen has said that if we don't go, he will personally kill everyone in Yu family. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. The third steward's eyes were red and his words were filled with fear. Patriarch, let's go find young Master Shen. I believe that young Master Shen will be able to deal with that Jiang Chen. The fourth elder said. That's right. If young Master Shen appears, he will definitely be able to kill Jiang Chen and avenge those who died in the pill store. The second elder also said. Humph. Don't you know what kind of person young Master Shen is? He only cares about profits. Even if he's willing to come, I'm afraid that the Yu family will be wiped out by Jiang Chen by the time he arrives in Fengli City. The patriarch of Yu family snorted coldly. As the patriarch, he was more prudent in his actions. Then what should we do now? The third elder frowned. The Yu family had been living comfortably in Fengli City for a long time. They never thought that they would face such a crisis one day. Let's protect Yu family first. Immediately summon all the higher-ups of Yu family who are above the immortal king realm to the pill store. I will immediately send the news here to young Master Shen through the messenger spirit talisman. I hope young Master Shen can come in time. Chapter 1777. The three elders sighed. Although they were unwilling, this was the only thing they could do. Now they could only blame their subordinates for being unreliable or their Yu family's bad luck. Of all the people they could capture, they had to capture the father of a peerless expert. The only thing the Yu family could do now was to try their best to compensate them. As long as they could protect the Yu family, they wouldn't hesitate to do anything. As for the death of so many people in the pill store, that was no longer important. What was important was that they couldn't draw this bloody massacre to the Yu family. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the Yu family. It would be the end of the world. Patriarch, we shouldn't waste any more time. I think we should hurry to the pill store as soon as possible. I think that Xianxia has a bad temper. If we are late, I'm afraid a disaster will befall us. At the very least, the chief steward and the others will lose their lives, urged the third steward. The third steward urged. After witnessing the scariness of Xianxia with his own eyes, he was already traumatized by Xianxia. All right, gather all the immortal kings at once. The patriarch didn't dare to delay. The words of a peerless expert was in order. Hesitation would be disrespectful to the expert. When the expert was enraged, there would naturally be millions of corpses and blood flowing for thousands of miles. At that time, the entire Yu family wouldn't be enough for the expert to kill. Following the patriarch's order, all the experts above the immortal king realm gathered together. One had to admit that Yu family had a very strong foundation. There were dozens of experts above the immortal king realm. It wasn't a coincidence that Yu family was able to take control of the entire Fengli city, even if they had the support of a powerful backer. These experts who were gathered here all wore bewildered faces. They had no idea what was going on, but the third steward quickly told them about the situation in the pill store. At this critical moment, they had to let everyone know what was going on and make them aware of the danger they were in. This was to prevent them from putting on their high and mighty airs when they saw Xianxia. If that happened, not only would it bring them death, it would also bring great trouble to Yu family. What? There's actually such a thing? Damn it, what are those fellows doing in the pill store? Why did they provoke a peerless expert and a peerless genius at that? Aren't they looking for trouble for our Yu family? I heard that this kind of expert values his dignity more than anything else. The pill workshop actually used his father as a test subject. That expert definitely won't let this go. This is really an unexpected calamity. The pill store has brought disaster to the Yu family. The scene instantly became chaotic. This was the first time everyone had experienced such a situation. The Yu family had always been high and mighty here and no one dared to provoke them. Now, because of a small matter, it had caused a big disaster. The experts present couldn't help but curse the person in charge of the pill store. Could he do something about it? Capturing a few pill slaves could attract a peerless expert. Wasn't this a sin? Everyone, don't panic. Let's hurry to the pill store now. The patriarch of the Yu family said loudly. He took the lead and flew towards the pill store, followed by the others. All of them were extremely gloomy. It would be strange if they could be in a good mood after encountering such a situation. This scene stunned the disciples of the Yu family. Each of them had a confused look in their eyes. They didn't know what had happened to alarm the entire senior management of the Yu family. This was the first time the Yu family had made such a big move since they took control of Fengli City. What's going on? Why did the senior management leave? Seems like they went to the direction of the pill store. Did something big happen? I don't know. Even the patriarch has come out. They all look gloomy. I guess something bad has happened. Let's go and have a look. Something big happens to the Yu family. As members of the Yu family, we must do our part. The disciples of the Yu family became restless. They were not fools. They could feel that the atmosphere in the Yu family had suddenly become solemn. If the Yu family was in danger, they were willing to lend a hand. After all, their existence was shared with the Yu family's honor and disgrace. Everyone stay in the Yu family. No one is allowed to take a step out of the Yu family. Just as these Yu family disciples were about to get restless, the Yu family patriarch's words came back. Now that the Yu family was facing an unprecedented crisis, even if the higher-ups were to meet with misfortune, the Yu family would not be completely wiped out. However, if all of them were to go and the people below said something inappropriate and offended that peerless expert, it was very likely that the Yu family would be completely annihilated. This was no joke. They had to follow Xianxia's order. All the senior management above the Immortal King realm had to go to the pill store to see Xianxia. As for the others, as long as they didn't show themselves, they should be safe. In the square of the pill store, Jiang Zhenhai was sitting on a rattan chair with Xianxia standing beside him. Jiang Chen put his palm on Jiang Zhenhai's shoulder, constantly transferring Wood's spiritual qi to Jiang Zhenhai. Although the poison in Jiang Zhenhai's body had been completely forced out, it was very difficult for him to recover his qi and blood in a short period of time. Jiang Chen's Wood's spiritual qi could really liven up Jiang Zhenhai's qi and blood. With the continuous infusion of Wood's spiritual qi, Jiang Zhenhai's condition had indeed improved a lot. He began to feel energetic again. This scene was witnessed by the fifth steward and the others, and they were filled with shock. He wanted to know what kind of state Jiang Zhenhai was in before this. Jiang Zhenhai was like a dying man, but in just a short span of 20 minutes, he had already recovered to such a state. This could only mean that Jiang Chen's method was too brilliant. Even if all the higher-ups of Yu family were to help him at the same time, they still wouldn't be able to achieve this. The chief steward and the others knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. They were trembling in fear. Their biggest wish now was to keep their lives, but they had no idea how Jiang Chen would deal with them. The pungent smell of blood was still stimulating their souls, making it impossible for them to remain calm. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over the pill store. Dozens of experts descended on the square at the same time. They were the senior management of the Yu family. Even though they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but gasp when they saw the brutal scene with their own eyes. 1,000 people had been crushed, and the entire pill store was covered in blood and broken limbs. It was like a Shura hell. Hearing and seeing such a scene with their own eyes were two different extremes, and the feeling couldn't be compared. Patriarch. Chapter 1778. The chief steward and the other two were kneeling on the ground. Although they were very excited to see the arrival of their patriarch, they didn't dare to move at all. They didn't even have the courage to stand up from the cold ground. They knew that their lives were in the hands of Jiang Chen. If they offended Jiang Chen, he could take their lives in an instant. There was no doubt about this. The faces of everyone in Yu family were unusually unsightly. The air was filled with the smell of hell. Each of their faces was pale. Seeing the chief steward, an early immortal emperor, kneeling on the ground without daring to move, apart from worry and fear, they had no other thoughts. Subsequently, the eyes of everyone in Yu family fell upon Jiang Chen. They were really surprised by Jiang Chen's young age, but at the same time, it made them even more worried. They wouldn't believe that Jiang Chen didn't have any background at such a young age. They were afraid that even young Master Shen wouldn't be able to do the same. Damn it! The Yu family's patriarch cursed in his heart. He wished he could drag out the few stewards who were kneeling on the ground and directly kill them. This group of incompetent fellows was only bringing trouble to the family. Now that they had angered a genius powerhouse, the slightest mistake would cause the Yu family to fall into eternal damnation. Who's the patriarch? Jiang Chen asked plainly. I'm the patriarch of Yu family. Greetings, young Master Jiang Chen. The patriarch of Yu family took a step forward and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Given his eyesight, it was impossible for him to see through Jiang Chen's cultivation base. Additionally, he could feel a tremendous pressure from Jiang Chen. Based on this point alone, he was certain that he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning if he fought Jiang Chen with his intermediate immortal emperor cultivation base. Kneel down and talk. Jiang Chen's tone was ice cold. The patriarch of Yu family was stunned. How could he, the dignified patriarch of Fengli City, kneel down to someone? Jiang Chen, don't go too far. Our clan head has a noble status. How can he kneel before you? The fourth elder was immediately indignant. The other party was indeed domineering, but he shouldn't go too far. After all, the patriarch was the representative of the Yu family. If he were to kneel, he would lose face in the future. Shua. As soon as the fourth elder's voice fell, Jiang Chen swung the long sword in his hand. An incomparably resplendent sword light moved at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it passed the Yu family's patriarch and landed on the fourth elder. A miserable wail was heard. The mighty fourth elder, a supreme early immortal emperor expert, was sliced into two by a ray of sword light. Blood spurted out and sprayed all over the bodies of the people of Yu family. Voila! All the people of Yu family panicked. Each of them looked at Jiang Chen as though they were looking at a ghost. This man was just too ferocious. What shocked them even more was that the fourth elder was killed so easily even though he was an immortal emperor. How terrifying was this man's cultivation base? Late immortal emperor? Half-step immortal venerable or even immortal venerable? The thought of the word immortal venerable made them suck in a breath of cold air. If the other party was really an immortal venerable, even if he was just a half-step immortal venerable, it was still too terrifying. Even Fengluo sect didn't have such a young half-step immortal venerable. Only the immortal court would have such a peerless genius. What kind of major power could cultivate such a genius? If the other party wasn't a half-step immortal venerable, how could he kill an immortal emperor so easily? The facial expression of the people of Yu family changed completely. Each of them glared at the three people who were kneeling on the ground. It was all because of their negligence in managing the pill store that they had attracted such a terrifying existence to Yu family. Everyone kneel down and talk. Jiang Chen's tone was devoid of any emotion. The sword in his hand was constantly radiating cold killing intent, ready to kill at any time. The chief steward was the closest to Jiang Chen. The scene of the fourth elder's death had scared him out of his wits. He suddenly felt that it was a kind of luck that he was still alive and kneeling here. Patriarch. Shut up. Just as someone of Yu family was about to speak, he was reprimanded by the patriarch. Couldn't they see the situation clearly? The power of Jiang Chen had exceeded their expectations and the scope of their resistance. Now that the fourth elder had been killed, anyone who dared to speak would be courting death. I'm here to ask for forgiveness on behalf of the entire Yu family and the pill store. I hope that young Master Jiang Chen will show mercy and spare our family. It's our fault for what happened to your father. No matter what kind of compensation young master wants, we will do our best to fulfill it. The patriarch knelt on the ground and spoke. How helpless it was for the patriarch to kneel, but there was nothing he could do now. Going against Jiang Chen's will was equivalent to death. Not only him but the entire Yu family was likely to be annihilated. Moreover, he knew very well that Yu family had to pay the price for what they had done. As long as Jiang Chen spared them, he was willing to kneel down. Seeing that the patriarch had knelt down, the rest of the people didn't dare to be negligent and hastily knelt on the ground. This was a very spectacular scene. All the higher-ups of the Yu clan, the largest clan in Fengli City, were kneeling here to receive the judgment that was about to come. Yu clan had always been high and mighty in Fengli City. They were the true kings of this city. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that such a day would come. At this moment, Jiang Zhenhai was the one who felt the most emotional. He sat on the rattan chair and watched so many big shots kneel down and apologize to him. He felt like he was in a dream. He was overjoyed. With such a powerful son, he had nothing else to ask for in his life. Jiang Chen was his greatest pride. Punishment? Of course he will be punished. I don't know who gave you the courage to use my father as a test subject. Insulting my father is worse than insulting me, Jiang Chen. This price isn't something your Yu family can bear. Jiang Chen spoke in a cold tone, exuding cold killing intent from his body. Hearing this, the faces of the Yu family turned even uglier. It seemed that this genius had no intention of letting them go. Young Master Jiang Chen, please calm down. No matter how young Master Jiang Chen punishes our Yu family, we reap what we sow. We only hope that young Master Jiang can spare our lives. The patriarch of Yu family prostrated himself on the ground. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, he deeply understood what it meant to offend an expert. Now he was the meat on the chopping block. The slightest bit of resistance would plunge the entire family into eternal damnation. Let me ask you, where did you get the pill recipe for the bloodthirsty grass? Chapter 1779. Jiang Chen had to dig out the culprit of this incident. Since the culprit had come and dragged his father into this matter, he had to finish this matter. Otherwise, even if he eliminated Yu family, there would still be other families and major powers that would come to do the same. At that time, there would still be a large number of people who would suffer from the pill test. Only by getting rid of the culprit could the existence of pill test subjects be completely eliminated, and no more innocent people would have to bear this undeserved disaster. Jiang Chen's cultivation depended on his heart. He wasn't a kind-hearted person, but his heart wouldn't change. He would do what he had to do. He didn't care about the righteousness of the world. He only cared about the righteousness in his heart. It's young Master Xin Yifei of Fengluo sect. Every time the pill formula is concocted by him, our Yu clan also supports him. Otherwise, Yu clan wouldn't have been able to occupy Fengli City so quickly. However, our Yu clan has to listen to young Master Shin's instructions and help him concoct medicinal pills constantly. The patriarch of Yu family didn't dare to hide anything from Jiang Chen. He told Jiang Chen everything. At this point he couldn't care less about anything else. The fate of Yu family was the most important. Now that the fate of Yu family was in Jiang Chen's hands, there was no room for Yu family to resist. Moreover, young Master Shin's strength might be on par with Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen's target was shifted to young Master Shin, it would be a good thing for Yu clan. Tell me the situation of Fengluo sect and young Master Shin clearly. Also, why does young Master Shin need to concoct medicinal pills with the bloodthirsty grass? Asked Jiang Chen. He wasn't a native of Fengqi Immortal Domain, so he wasn't very clear about the major forces here. However, in his opinion, as long as Fengluo sect wasn't an immortal court, it would at most be a major force on par with Great Qian Empire. Given Jiang Chen's current ability, he didn't care too much about it. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, everyone in Yu clan was obviously stunned. They couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen. In Fengqi Immortal Domain, it wouldn't be strange if someone didn't know about Xin Yifei, but it would be too strange if someone didn't even know about Fengluo sect. As a major force in Fengqi Immortal Domain, Jiang Chen naturally didn't know about it. The only explanation was that Xin Yifei wasn't a native of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Of course, it didn't matter where Jiang Chen came from. What was important was that Jiang Chen's strength was just too strong. At least Yu clan couldn't compete with him. Fengluo sect is one of the top 10 major forces in Fengqi Immortal Domain. It has plenty of powerful immortal venerables. Young Master Shin is the #1 genius of Fengluo sect. His cultivation base has already reached the terrifying late immortal emperor realm. Plus, young Master Jiang should know that geniuses like you can fight half-step immortal venerables at the late immortal emperor realm. Such a powerful existence isn't something we can afford to offend. As for why young Master Shin wants to concoct medicinal pills with the bloodthirsty grass, I have no idea either. I have asked him once but was reprimanded by young Master Shin. He told me not to ask what I shouldn't ask. The patriarch of Yu clan spoke word by word, not daring to hide anything. Humph. Don't you know how poisonous the bloodthirsty grass is? Let me have a look at the pill formula. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. If the pill formula didn't contain the bloodthirsty grass, Jiang Chen wouldn't have paid so much attention to it. The bloodthirsty grass was extremely rare. Very few people would use it to concoct pills. However, young Master Shin had secretly asked Yu clan to help him test the pill, but didn't dare to concoct it openly. Chapter 1780. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a faint smile. Given his intelligence, he concluded that there must be something fishy about this matter. At least it wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. He must get to the bottom of this matter. It seemed like he had to deal with Fengluo sect. Find a way to lure young Master Shin here. Jiang Chen spoke to the patriarch of Yu family. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of Yu family was stunned. In his opinion, Jiang Chen should have been frightened when he heard that young Master Shin was the #1 genius of Fengluo sect. He should have brought his father away with him, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would say such a thing. It seemed like he was going to find trouble with young Master Shin. Young Master Shin was a late immortal emperor with combat strength comparable to a half-step immortal venerable. He was the #1 genius of Fengluo sect. The fact that Jiang Chen wanted to confront young Master Shin could only mean two things. Either Jiang Chen was sick in the head or Jiang Chen didn't care about a late immortal emperor genius at all. And Jiang Chen didn't look like a sick person. Could only be the latter. The thought that this young man was even more powerful than young Master Shin made the hearts of everyone in Yu family turn gloomier. At the same time, they were also looking forward to young Master Shin's arrival. After all, young Master Shin was a supreme expert of Fengluo sect. His strength was much stronger than theirs. It would be best if young Master Shin could kill Jiang Chen. If young Master Shin wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, It would be a matter between Jiang Qin and young Master Shen. As long as Yu family behaved themselves, Jiang Qin wouldn't continue to pursue Yu family's responsibility as long as Yu family wasn't too cruel. Young Master Jiang, I have already sent a message to young Master Shen, but I don't know if he will come. The patriarch spoke in a low voice. After all, he was afraid that the message he sent to young Master Shen would arouse Jiang Chen's dissatisfaction. He will come for sure. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with cold light. Young Master Shen would certainly show up. If he was in Jiang Chen's shoes, he would surely show up as well. His grand plan had been ruined. It would be strange if he didn't show up in anger. Moreover, young Master Shen was the #1 genius of Fengluo sect. In this vast domain he had never been afraid of anyone. All of a sudden the scene became incomparably quiet. Jiang Qin didn't speak a word, and neither did the other members of Yu family. Everyone was kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. Now they could only wait for young Master Shen's arrival to solve the problem. Yu family was caught in the middle of the situation, unable to advance or retreat. They could only wait for the final judgment. Not long after, a powerful wave of qi suddenly swept across the entire pill store. The powerful momentum formed a whirlpool in the sky. The center of the whirlpool was filled with terrifying energy, causing people to tremble in fear. Young Master Shen is here. Everyone from the Yu clan was overjoyed. They all raised their heads and saw that the powerful vortex in the sky gradually disappeared, turning into a young man dressed in a gray robe. The young man held a folding fan in his hand and looked very handsome. His eyes were incomparably bright like the stars in the sky. The truly terrifying thing was the aura that was casually emitted from his body. The surrounding space trembled and crackled. It could be seen how terrifying this person's cultivation was. It's young Master Shen. Young Master Shen is here. What a powerful aura. As expected of the #1 genius of Fengluo sect. Our Yu family is saved this time. Yeah, he's much stronger than our patriarch. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Qin is, I'm afraid he's no match for the #1 genius of Fengluo sect. Shu, don't talk. Our fate is still in the hands of Jiang Qin. Young Master Shen will definitely not let this go. Let's wait and see the result. The appearance of young Master Shen instantly gave the people of Yu family a backbone. In their eyes, young Master Shen's strength had also ignited new hope in their hearts. After all, they had been oppressed by Jiang Qin too much previously. Jiang Qin looked at young Master Shen indifferently. In his opinion, young Master Shen's strength was only on par with Yang Lang of Great Qin Empire. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, young Master Shen was nothing in his eyes. He could easily kill Jiang Qin even if he didn't use his half-dragon form. Xin Yifei immediately rushed over after receiving the message from the patriarch of Yu family. When he saw the scene on the square, a powerful rage instantly spread out and formed a hurricane that fluttered in the sky above the pill store. Then his eyes fell on Jiang Qin. Brat, I don't care who you are. How dare you ruin my plan? There's only one ending for you. Xin Yifei spoke coldly. He didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. The people of Yu family couldn't see through Jiang Chen's cultivation base, but Xin Yifei could judge Jiang Chen's cultivation base from the qi radiating from Jiang Chen's body. How could a puny early immortal emperor be worthy of Xin Yifei's attention? You're still so arrogant in the face of disaster. If you kneel down and apologize to my father now, I may be merciful and spare your life. Jiang Qin squinted at Xin Yifei and spoke indifferently. No matter what Xin Yifei thought, in Jiang Chen's point of view he was giving Xin Yifei a chance to live. Of course, Jiang Qin also knew that many people wouldn't cherish such an opportunity. Xin Yifei was no exception. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's words had completely infuriated Xin Yifei. With a sway of his body he landed on the square. All of you get up. No matter what, you are all my people. How dare you kneel down to an ant? You're a disgrace to me. Xin Yifei spoke to the people of Yu family. Each and every one of them revealed a look of surprise, and were about to stand up from the ground. Whoever dares to stand up will die immediately. Jiang Chen's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell. It was extremely cold, scaring the people of Yu family so much that they couldn't help but tremble. They had witnessed how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even though Xin Yifei was standing here, they still didn't feel safe. A bunch of trash. An ant has scared you all to this extent. Wait till I kill him, then I'll deal with you all. Xin Yifei looked at the people of Yu family with disgust, and then raised his eyes to look at Jiang Chen. Boy, you're really bold. In this area, no one has ever dared to be an enemy of me, Xin Yifei, especially a young man who overestimates himself. You destroyed the pill store, released the pill slaves, and ruined my plan. Even if you had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to die. Xin Yifei didn't hide his killing intent at all. Then he stretched out a finger and pointed at Jiang Chen, and a golden light shot out. This light was like a sharp sword, piercing the void. His eyes were full of contempt. In his opinion, this casual move of his was enough to take Jiang Chen's life. Chapter 1781. A smile emerged on Xin Yifei's face. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Jiang Chen dying tragically under his golden light, because he really couldn't imagine how an early immortal emperor could resist his attack. In his mind, killing Jiang Chen was as easy as crushing an ant. Jiang Chen remained indifferent. When the golden light approached him, he suddenly stretched out his palm, grabbed the golden light, and crushed it with a bang. What? This scene was witnessed by everyone in the square. The smile on Xin Yifei's face froze instantly. As the saying goes, an expert's skill would be known the moment he made his move. Xin Yifei had never thought that his opponent could crush his attack so easily. The scene of him killing his opponent in one blow didn't happen. Instead, it seemed that his attack was so vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. This was undoubtedly a mockery. The number one genius of Feng Luo sect is too weak. Jiang Chen shook his head. The words "too weak" undoubtedly pierced Xin Yifei's heart like a steel needle. It was a kind of humiliation. As the number one genius of Feng Luo sect, no one had ever dared to humiliate him before. Jiang Chen was the first. The people of Yu family were dumbfounded once more. It seemed like Jiang Chen was much stronger than they had imagined. They knew all too well how powerful Xin Yifei was, but the fact that Jiang Chen could withstand Xin Yifei's attack so effortlessly showed that Jiang Chen had the strength to fight Xin Yifei. Pong! A powerful qi surged out of Xin Yifei's body like a raging wave. The people of Yu family who were kneeling on the ground were sent flying to the edge of the square. Those immortal kings spurted out mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with horror. Compared to a powerful existence like Xin Yifei, they were just too weak. This was also because Xin Yifei didn't target them. Otherwise, just the impact of this aura alone would have killed many people from the Yu family. Even so, the people of the Yu family began to feel disgusted with Xin Yifei. No matter what, the Yu family worked for Xin Yifei, and they had certainly contributed to the Yu family over the years. At this critical moment, not only did he not protect the Yu family, but he also released a powerful aura, disregarding the life and death of the Yu family. This made the people of the Yu family sad and angry. On the other side, under the protection of Jiang Chen, Jiang Zhenhai was still sitting on the rattan chair, motionless. It was impossible for Xin Yifei to hurt Jiang Zhenhai in front of Jiang Chen. "Kid, what's your name?" Xin Yifei Lingling asked. The folding fan in his hand opened up, emitting a dazzling light. "Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent, turning a blind eye to Xin Yifei's anger. "Jiang Chen, I don't care who you are, no matter where you come from, you will die today if you offend me." After saying that, Xin Yifei's body flickered and he flew up into the sky. He opened up a closed battlefield. After all, this pill store was the result of his hard work, and it would be useful in the future. If the two great experts really fought, how could this pill store survive? He was afraid that it would be destroyed immediately. "Jiang Chen, if you have the guts, come up and die." Xin Yifei's murderous aura was soaring, and the surrounding void was shattered inch by inch. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiang Chen with a little worry. After all, this Xin Yifei looked too strong, and the masters of the Yu family couldn't compare with him at all. It was impossible for him not to be worried about letting Jiang Chen fight such a powerful person. "Don't worry, Dad. Don't you know your son's ability? You just sit here and watch the show." Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hand to set up a restriction around Jiang Zhenhai, which was enough to protect Jiang Zhenhai's safety. Chapter 1782. Xin Yifei, who had been beaten senseless, barely opened his bloodshot eyes and happened to see the sharp gaze of Zhou Xian. His heart couldn't help but shudder. What kind of person was this? How could a mere early immortal emperor be so terrifying? Xin Yifei knew that his failure was absolutely not an accident. Under the powerful attack of the opponent just now, he really didn't have the slightest strength to resist. He might feel better if the opponent used a divine weapon to defeat him, but the only explanation was that the opponent used a slap to turn him into such a miserable state. The only explanation was that the opponent was too powerful and he couldn't fight him at all. The gaze in front of him seemed to have come from hell. Just a gaze was enough to harvest a person's life, making one's soul tremble. Xin Yifei had never felt fear before, but now that he was held in the hand of Zhou Xian, he was truly terrified. He felt that his soul was shrouded by the shadow of death. "I'm convinced." Xin Yifei nodded and said the word convinced. He was truly convinced. He had never been convinced by anyone before, but today's scene made it hard for him to not be convinced. "Very good." Zhou Xian smiled and pulled Xin Yifei down from the sky. It seemed like this Xin Yifei was a smart man. He had saved him a lot of physical pain. Zhou Xian was an expert in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. But Zhou Xian threw Xin Yifei to the ground like a dead dog and knelt in front of Zhang Zhenhai. Then he turned to the people of Yu family. Without any hesitation they scrambled over and knelt on the ground. Each of them was shivering and didn't even dare to raise their heads. But things were different now. Young Master Shin's situation was much worse than theirs. The last reliance of Yu family was gone. All their hopes were shattered. Now they could only hope that Zhang Qian would be merciful enough to let them off the hook. "Xin Yifei, do you think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect? You dare to capture my father as a pill slave? You're dead meat." Zhang Qian looked at Xin Yifei condescendingly. He did not directly ask about the bloodthirsty grass, because during the battle with Xin Yifei, he realized that Xin Yifei's cultivation technique was of the extreme yang type. The bloodthirsty grass might not have anything to do with Xin Yifei at all. There might be someone involved in the bloodthirsty grass incident. "Zhang Qian, you can't kill me. It won't do you any good. My father is the great elder of Feng Luo sect, an intermediate immortal venerable. He isn't someone you can fight. As long as you kill me he will sense it immediately. At that time, you won't be able to survive even if you have 100 lives." Xin Yifei said. Just now he was shocked by Zhang Qian's momentum, so he felt scared. Now thinking of his father, his tone suddenly became tough. That's right. As the son of the great elder of Feng Luo sect, he had the backing of a late immortal venerable expert. Who would dare to kill him? Even if Zhang Qian was given 100 guts he wouldn't dare. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian's pupils shrunk. Sure enough, there was someone behind Xin Yifei. Clang. Zhang Qian drew out a long sword and cut off one of Xin Yifei's arms with a poo-chi sound. "Arg, Zhang Qian, how dare you sever my arm?" Xin Yifei was going crazy. Given his identity, how could he allow his opponent to sever one of his arms? This was too abominable. His entire life would be ruined. His cultivation base would probably stagnate after losing an arm. "Don't threaten me with your backer. I won't fall for it. I have a question to ask you now. You'd better answer me honestly. Otherwise I will sever your arms and legs, dig out your eyes and cut off your tongue. Don't think that I'm joking." Zhang Qian's tone was as cold as ice. Xin Yifei's heart shuddered. He suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. He didn't dare to look into the eyes of Zhang Qian. This was a devil king. He knew that his threat was nothing in the eyes of the devil king. If he didn't do as the devil king said, he was afraid that he would be crippled and suffer a fate worse than death. "Are you ready?" asked Zhang Qian. "All right, ask away. As long as you don't kill me, what do you want to know?" Xin Yifei could be considered to be well behaved. He was like a fish on the chopping block, there was no way he could not be honest. "Why are you using the bloodthirsty grass for pill concoction?" asked Zhang Qian. "This," Xin Yifei frowned. The bloodthirsty grass had always been a secret. No one had ever known about it. There must be a conspiracy behind it. "Aren't you going to tell me?" The long sword in Zhang Qian's hand trembled and was about to sever Xin Yifei's other arm. "Don't. I'll tell you." Xin Yifei was scared out of his wits and quickly exclaimed. "Don't waste my time," said Zhang Qian faintly. "These pill formulas were given to me by my father. The bloodthirsty grass can help him cultivate his cultivation technique. Xin Yifei said. He didn't dare to hide anything because he knew that under the sharp eyes of Zhou Xian, no lies would exist. Sure enough, it's your father. It seems that your father has cultivated a peerless evil technique. He wants to transform the bloodthirsty function of the bloodthirsty grass into his own body. Once he succeeds, he can use this bloodthirsty function to forcibly absorb the qi and blood of others to help him improve his strength. Am I right? Zhou Qian's eyes grew brighter. Seemed like his guess was right. There was something fishy about this grand elder of Fengluo sect. How did you know? Xin Yifei was dumbfounded. He looked at Zhou Qian in horror. He couldn't believe that this was his father's purpose. Humph. The bloodthirsty grass can't be taken directly, so you want to combine other medicinal herbs with it to transform this bloodthirsty function. That's why you've been trying the pills, but to no avail. Fengluo sect is a righteous sect. Your father, as the grand elder of Fengluo sect, has cultivated such an evil cultivation technique that absorbs the qi, blood, and essence of others. This is against the heavenly Tao, so you can only do it secretly. Zhou Qian harumphed coldly. He had already guessed the conspiracy of this father and son. The Zulong Tower could also absorb qi, essence, and blood, but Zhou Qian used the Zulong Tower to absorb demons and ghosts instead of humans, which was fundamentally different from Xin Yifei's father. How do you know so clearly? The shock in Xin Yifei's heart had reached the extreme. This young man before him was too terrifying. He didn't say anything, but the other party had already guessed everything. This isn't the end yet. I also know that once your pill experiment is successful, your father's evil cultivation technique will reach greater mastery. By then you and your father will overthrow the current ruler of Fengluo sect and rule the sect. Am I right? Chapter 1783. Xin Yifei's body trembled violently. This was a huge conspiracy. In this world, no one knew about it apart from him and his father. Even the Yu family who had been helping him didn't know the purpose of his alchemy. But now Zhou Qian had guessed everything and even exposed their conspiracy with just a single elixir formula. At this moment, Xin Yifei was really afraid. Whether it was a country or a major power, rebellion was a heinous crime. If they succeeded, they would naturally be in control of everything and stand at the top. If they failed, they would be cursed by tens of thousands of people and go down in history as infamy. Moreover, they would die a horrible death. Therefore, things like rebellion were usually carried out in secret unless there was enough confidence. For Xin Yifei and his father, it was still far from the right time and they didn't have the slightest confidence. If this big conspiracy was known by the world at this time, they would face a devastating blow. Everyone in the Yu family gasped. This secret was so big that they couldn't calm down at all. If they knew from the beginning that Xin Yifei and his father wanted to rebel, they wouldn't dare to participate even if they were given 100 guts. Once the rebellion failed, Yu family would definitely be implicated. Even if they succeeded, Xin Yifei and his father even dared to attack Fengluo sect, which they owed a great debt of gratitude to. In any case, Yu family wouldn't have a good ending in the end. The small Yu family was simply a chess piece caught in such a big conspiracy. The people in the Yu family weren't fools. At this time they naturally understood this truth. Zhou Qian bent down and approached Xin Yifei, who was sweating profusely, and continued to ask, "Now tell me, what kind of evil technique does your father cultivate?" No, it's not what you think. My father and I didn't plan to rebel at all. My father didn't cultivate any evil technique. My father was just injured and needed the bloodthirsty grass to treat his injuries. Young Master Xin seemed to have reacted and immediately denied. Unfortunately, Xin Yifei's denial was useless in front of Zhou Qian. It would only bring him pain. As soon as his words faded, Zhou Qian's long sword had already slashed across his other arm, chopping it off. Humph. You might be able to fool me with other questions, but you're just an idiot in front of me when it comes to alchemy. Using the bloodthirsty grass to treat injuries? Are you stupid, or is your father stupid? Or do you think I'm a fool? Xin Yifei, my patience is limited. I don't want to ask the same question again. Zhou Qian snorted coldly and directly placed the long sword on one of Xin Yifei's legs. Xin Yifei was in despair. As the #1 genius of Fengluo sect, he had lost both of his arms. This was a huge blow to him. In his eyes, Zhou Qian was a devil, a murderous devil king. His heart had been cast by the infinite fear of Zhou Xian. The cultivation technique that my father cultivates is called the demonic bloodthirsty art. Once he absorbs the bloodthirsty function of the bloodthirsty grass, he will be able to cultivate it to the major stage. Xin Yifei no longer dared to hesitate and spilled everything. He was almost certain that if he didn't answer according to Zhang Chen's question, his long sword would cut off one of his legs in the next moment. Zhang Chen was definitely not joking with him. Bloodthirsty demon technique? This evil technique hurts others without benefiting yourself. It seems that you and your father have lost your mind for the sake of power and desire. Since that's the case, I'll do a good deed for Feng Luo sect. Zhang Chen patted Xin Yifei's face and said with a smile. It seemed like he had to intervene in this matter. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to help Feng Luo sect out of kindness. The immortal world was just too vast. There were countless major powers like Feng Luo sect. He didn't have the time to help them one by one. Since he had decided to take action, he must have his own reasons. Firstly, this involved his father's dignity. The culprit who had hurt Jiang Zhenhai must be dug out and destroyed, making him pay an unimaginable price. Secondly, it wouldn't be a bad thing for Zhang Chen if he could establish a good relationship with Feng Luo sect. It would allow him to quickly establish a foothold in Fengqi immortal domain. Zhang Chen had already offended all the major powers and immortal courts of Ethereal Immortal Domain, Radiance Immortal Domain, and Miluo Immortal Domain. If he could establish a foothold in Fengqi Immortal Domain, Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Opportunities were illusory and one didn't know when they would come, but one had to seize them. The original purpose of Zhang Chen's visit to Fengqi Immortal Domain was to save Jiang Zhenhai. He had never thought of establishing a foothold in Fengqi Immortal Domain. After all, it was relatively difficult to establish a foothold in a major immortal domain. However, the heavens had given him such an opportunity. In that case, Zhang Chen naturally had to seize it. Zhang Chen, what are you trying to do? Xin Yifei seemed to have seen through Zhang Chen's intention and his face revealed a look of horror. What am I trying to do? Given your intelligence, you should be able to guess that the doomsday of you and your father is coming. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending me. Zhang Chen's tone suddenly turned cold. He grabbed Xin Yifei from the ground, tore open the entrance of Zulong Tower and said to Jiang Zhenhai, "Father, enter my Zulong Tower. Let's go to Feng Luo sect." All right. Zhang Chen walked into the Zulong Tower without hesitation. Zhang Chen was a very opinionated person and his son was destined to do great things. No matter what Zhang Chen wanted to do, he would support him unconditionally. Zhang Chen pulled Xin Yifei and was about to fly in the direction of Feng Luo sect when he saw the people of Yu family kneeling on the ground, trembling. Although this family wasn't exterminated, they couldn't let it go so easily. Seeing the gaze of Zhang Chen, the expression of the people of Yu family who had begun to relax changed dramatically. It would be too easy for this homicidal maniac to kill them all. It wouldn't delay him from going to Feng Luo sect to settle the score with Xin Yifei's father. "Young Master Jiang, please spare our lives." The people of Yu family kowtowed repeatedly while the fifth steward burst into tears. "You can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll give you 5 minutes to take out 1 billion Emperor-grade immortal meta stones. Otherwise I'll take your lives." Chapter 1784. Holy shit. 1 billion. The higher-ups of Yu family rolled their eyes and nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. They finally witnessed what it meant to demand an exorbitant price. Apart from Jiang Chen, there was no one else who would ask for 1 billion imperial stones. "I only have 5 minutes. If Yu family can't pay up, all of you will die," Jiang Chen repeated. In his opinion, it wouldn't be difficult for Yu family to come up with 1 billion imperial stones since they controlled the entire economic lifeline of Fengli City. Of course, if they didn't have such a large amount of savings, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. "Alright, young Master Jiang, wait for me here. I'll go get it for you." The patriarch of Yu family stood up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other elders and higher-ups of Yu family were frowning and sighing. Given the wealth of Yu family, they were indeed able to take out 1 billion royal-grade immortal meta stones. But after taking out 1 billion royal-grade immortal meta stones, Yu family's foundation would be damaged. No one knew how long it would take for Yu family to recover. Of course, nothing was more important than one's life. Xianxia could totally kill all of them. After all, he had a reason to kill them. Sometimes a powerful warrior didn't need a reason to kill. If one lost his wealth, he could always earn it back, but if he lost his life, he would be gone forever. Young Master Xian was completely under Xianxia's control. Both of his arms were broken and his face was full of despair. He could already foresee what was going to happen next. Once the conspiracy of him and his father was made public in Fengluo sect, only death would await them. Xin Yifei glared fiercely at the people of Yu family who were kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but say, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even do a simple thing well." Xin Yifei was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Originally, the plan of the father and son was going on in an orderly manner. Everything was kept secret and there shouldn't be any accidents. They had also roped in some trusted aides in Fengluo sect all these years. As long as his father mastered the divine art, he would be able to conquer Fengluo sect in one fell swoop and establish a 1,000-year hegemony. Furthermore, he had almost finished testing the elixirs. However, he never thought that such a small matter would cause a fatal accident at the critical moment. Xin Yifei naturally hated the people of the Yu family for causing such a big mess just to look for a pill slave. If they hadn't caught Jiang Zhenhai, Xianxia wouldn't have come looking for them. Their plan would eventually succeed one day. But now it was too late to say anything. Humph. Xin Yifei, you caused our Yu family to become like this, and you still have the face to scold us? If it wasn't for you and your father, our Yu family wouldn't have suffered today's calamity. Besides, if we knew that you were plotting a rebellion, we wouldn't have helped you no matter what. The chief steward, who had lost an arm, spoke viciously. Jiang Chen's matter was indeed the fault of his subordinates. They shouldn't have caught Jiang Zhenhai, but the root of this matter was still Xin Yifei. Now that Yu family had fallen into such a state, Xin Yifei had come to scold them before he could even scold him. If it was in the past, the Yu family naturally wouldn't dare to resist Xin Yifei's insults. But now it was different. Xin Yifei was no longer a threat under Jiang Chen's control. Even his father was about to be finished, so there was nothing for the Yu family to be afraid of. This was the reality. A friendship built purely on benefits was the most unreliable. At a critical moment, they would fall out with each other without the slightest consideration. Moreover, both the Yu family and Xin Yifei were the ones who suffered huge losses in this matter. There was no need to mention Xin Yifei. Both father and son were doomed. So many people of the Yu family had died and the pill workshop had been destroyed. Now they had to take out all the savings of the entire family. One could imagine how depressed they were. Xin Yifei, the Yu family isn't afraid of you anymore. Of course, you don't have any value to make them afraid anymore. Jiang Chen said. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Zhenhai sighed when he saw everything. This was the immortal world, a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was even crueler than Saint Origin world, but in his eyes, there was only Jiang Chen, the existence that he was proud of all his life. Jiang Chen had destroyed an unreachable great clan and controlled the fate of the entire Fengluo sect. Jiang Zhenhai knew that his son was destined to be extraordinary, not only in Saint Origin world, but also in the immortal world. Xin Yifei looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. He had never thought that the dignified number one genius of Fengluo sect with a bright future would be ruined in the hands of Jiang Chen. Those existences in the Yu family, which he once regarded as nothing but ants, had now begun to insult him. This was the cruel reality of the world. It didn't take long for the head of Yu house to return. In less than 5 minutes he presented a storage ring to Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang, this is all the belongings of Yu family, 1 billion emperor-grade immortal meta stones, said the patriarch. Jiang Chen scanned the spatial ring with his divine sense and found that there were mountains of immortal meta stones in it. He then threw the spatial ring into the Zulong Tower. He didn't need to count them because he knew very well that the Yu family wouldn't dare to deceive him at this moment. Naturally, the patriarch wouldn't dare to deceive Jiang Chen. It wasn't easy for him to protect the lifeline of Yu family. If something went wrong at this time, they would never be able to bear the wrath of Jiang Chen. Your Yu family can continue to control Fengli City. Manage your family well and you're not allowed to capture any more pill-testing slaves. As for the revenge of the father and son of Xin family, you don't have to worry about it because they won't have the chance. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, he vanished along with Xin Yifei. Seeing that Zhang Chen had finally left, the higher-ups of Yu family were paralyzed on the ground. Every one of them was exhausted. In just a short period of time, they felt as though they had taken a few laps in hell and almost walked into the gates of hell. As for capturing pill-testing slaves, they wouldn't dare to do it no matter how much courage they had. Zhang Chen flew all the way. With Xin Yifei's help, he didn't have to worry about not being able to find the mountain gate of Fengluo sect. This time Zhang Chen was going to break into Fengluo sect alone. After all, Xin Yifei's father was a mighty intermediate immortal venerable expert. Such a powerful enemy must be eliminated to be at ease. Naturally, Zhang Chen wasn't going to be the sole guardian of an intermediate immortal emperor expert, but now that he had the opportunity to eliminate his father with the help of Fengluo sect, why not? Zhang Chen, can you let us go? Just state your conditions. We will give you as many immortal meta stones as you want. Chapter 1785. This was Xin Yifei's last fantasy. As long as Zhang Chen let them go, they would have the chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, when they arrived at Fengluo sect, all the conspiracies would be uncovered and they would no longer have the slightest chance. Xin Yifei's father had indeed recruited a lot of experts to rebel against Fengluo sect at the critical moment, but there was a condition. The condition was that Xin Yifei and his father had the strength to dominate Fengluo sect, which meant that Xin Yifei's father had the cultivation base of a late immortal venerable. Otherwise, those experts wouldn't join them in the rebellion. After all, no one was a fool, especially when it came to a major matter like rebellion. Without absolute certainty, no one would take action because it was no different from courting death. No one would treat their own life as a game, especially those who had a certain status in Fengluo sect. Is that so? Seems like you two are very rich. Very well. If you can take out 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones, I will consider letting you two go. Zhang Chen chuckled. What the fuck? Xin Yifei spurted out a mouthful of blood and almost choked to death. 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones? Although his father was the great elder of Fengluo sect and was extremely wealthy, he wouldn't be able to take out 1 billion venerable grade immortal metastones unless he was killed. However, Xin Yifei also understood that Zhang Chen was deliberately demanding an exorbitant price. Clearly, Zhang Chen wasn't going to give them a way out. Zhang Chen, what good will it do to you if you bring us down? If you cooperate with us, we will be able to enjoy the benefits of Fengluo sect in the future. Isn't that better? Xin Yifei continued to speak unwillingly. Xin Yifei, I'm not interested in Fengluo sect, nor am I interested in your grand plans. I have no enmity with you two, but you have hurt my father. This is the biggest mistake you have ever made. Perhaps you and your father will succeed one day, but you have made a fatal mistake. Some mistakes are enough to put you beyond redemption. In your eyes, power and desire are very important, but in my heart my father's dignity is more important than anything else. Anyone who tramples on my father's dignity will have to pay a hefty price. It's your misfortune to have met me. Zhang Chen spoke very philosophical words to Xin Yifei. Everyone had their own principles. Strength and wealth couldn't represent everything. Sometimes dignity would always be more important than anything else. Just like what Zhang Chen said, some mistakes were fatal and would bring destruction. In many cases, one couldn't make up for one's mistake by saying that he was wrong, and not all mistakes could be compensated with wealth. Once a mistake was made, there would be no chance to correct it. After listening to Zhang Chen's words, Xin Yifei was in complete despair. Capturing the pill-testing subjects was just the smallest link in their big plan. Who would have thought that they would make a mistake in such a link? Although it was done by Yu family, the real mastermind was Xin Yifei. Obviously, Zhang Chen was looking for the culprit now. Xin Yifei finally understood that he couldn't afford to offend this figure. Given Zhang Chen's strength, he naturally couldn't cause any harm to Xin Yifei's father. However, Zhang Chen's wisdom was so terrifying that he could see through everything. Now he wanted to use the power of Fengluo sect to eradicate Xin Yifei's father. This move could be said to be brilliant. After knowing that it was impossible to negotiate with Zhang Chen, Xin Yifei wanted to send a message to his father so that his father could make preparations in advance and escape. Unfortunately, under Zhang Chen's control, Xin Yifei didn't even have the chance to move, let alone send a message. Any action of his was completely within the scope of the opponent's control. Fengqi Immortal Domain was similar to Ethereal Immortal Domain in that it was also divided into 5 regions. Compared to Ethereal Immortal Domain's Xuanyu division, Fengqi Immortal Domain was much simpler. Without the word Xuanyu, there were Eastern Domain, Western Domain, Southern Domain, Northern Domain, and Central Domain. Fengluo sect was located in the Central Domain of Fengqi Immortal Domain. There were a total of 8 major forces here and Fengluo sect was just one of them. However, the Central Domain was vast and not inferior to Ethereal Immortal Domain's East Xuanyu. Therefore, it was imaginable how vast the territory that Fengluo sect could control. This was a super sect that was destined to be high and mighty in this region. Xin Yifei didn't dare to make any rash moves as Jiang Qin had complete control over him. He led Jiang Qin towards Fengluo sect. Given Jiang Qin's speed and the Great Void technique, it was a simple and easy task for him to rush to Fengluo sect from Fengqi city. It didn't take him long to arrive at the mountain gate of Fengluo sect. Just like the other major forces, Fengluo sect chose to build their sect on a massive mountain range. Just this mountain range alone had a perimeter of thousands of miles. There was a dragon vein underground which could guarantee a great force's strength and luck. Looking from afar, the sky above Fengluo sect was filled with layers of mist, making it look like a fairyland. Rows of buildings, palaces, and towers towered into the sky. The imposing manner of a major force could be seen at a glance. Just from its appearance alone, Fengluo sect could instantly kill countless small and medium-sized forces. At this moment, Fengluo sect was peaceful. Several disciples who were guarding the mountain gate were wandering outside the mountain gate, exchanging a few words from time to time. As a matter of fact, guarding the mountain gate was just a formality. A major force like Fengluo sect didn't need disciples guarding the mountain gate. In the entire central region, there weren't many people who dared to cause trouble in Fengluo sect. When Jiang Qin and Xin Yifei arrived at the mountain gate of Fengluo sect, Xin Yifei had lost both his arms and his face was pale. Apart from the severe injuries he had sustained, the paleness was mostly due to fear. Xin Yifei's soul was about to jump out of his body at the thought of what was about to happen. He had never imagined such a scene. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of gaze he would receive if he suddenly turned from the #1 genius of Fengluo sect into a rebel. Those who used to revere him would probably spurn him now. Are you afraid? Jiang Qin looked at Xin Yifei. Jiang Qin, please spare our lives. Xin Yifei continued to beg for mercy. At this moment he really couldn't think of any other way. Originally, his father was his greatest support when he fell into the hands of an outsider. His father, who was an intermediate immortal venerable, was indeed a great support. Unfortunately, Xin Yifei didn't feel the slightest sense of security, because his support was going to collapse very soon. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I'm just here to watch a good show. As for whether Fengluo sect will spare you or not, I don't know. Jiang Qin said, pulling Xin Yifei towards the mountain gate. Who's there? The few disciples who were guarding the mountain yelled and blocked the path of Jiang Qin and Xin Yifei. I'm Jiang Qin. I've come to pay a visit to the sect master of Fengluo sect. Hurry up and report my arrival. Jiang Qin spoke loudly to the guards. What a joke. Who are you? You're just a small fry. How dare you dream of meeting our sect master? You're overestimating yourself. A leading disciple ridiculed. Given the sect master of Fengluo sect's status and prestige, how could anyone meet him just because they wanted to? Look at who this is. Jiang Qin pushed Xin Yifei to the front. This is Senior Brother Xin. My God. It's really Senior Brother Xin. Damn it. This bastard injured Senior Brother Xin and cut off both of his arms. Hurry up and inform the higher-ups of the sect. Someone is coming to Fengluo sect to cause trouble. The few disciples recognized Xin Yifei. Their facial expression changed dramatically. They knew all too well about Xin Yifei's cultivation base. He was the #1 genius of Fengluo sect. If they didn't take a closer look, they wouldn't be able to see it. Someone had injured the #1 genius of Fengluo sect and even came to Fengluo sect to show off. This was simply outrageous. Such a thing had never happened in the history of Fengluo sect. The few of you get lost at once. I'm here to help your Fengluo sect clean up your sect. Only your sect master is allowed to come out and talk to me. Jiang Chen's powerful qi fluctuated, sending the disciples flying away. These disciples weren't on the same level as Jiang Chen. It was a joke for them to stop Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen had come to Fengluo sect today, he naturally had to display his qi so that no one would dare to look down on him. Only a powerful person could be valued by even more powerful people. If he wasn't powerful enough, how could he attract the sect master of Fengluo sect? However, Jiang Chen only sent the disciples flying away and didn't cause any harm to them. After all, he wasn't here to start a feud with Fengluo sect. Jiang Chen released his powerful qi which hovered above the entire Fengluo sect. Then he strode forward in the air and rushed towards the center of Fengluo sect. Xianxia's face turned ashen in Jiang Chen's hand. He didn't say a word. What else could he say now? If it was in the past, returning to Fengluo sect was equivalent to returning to his home and territory. He might see hope and make a fuss. But now he was afraid of returning to Fengluo sect the most. Fish. Swish. Powerful silhouettes rushed out of Fengluo sect. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 disciples, but unfortunately, their cultivation base was too weak to pose any threat to Jiang Chen. Who dares to break into Fengluo sect? Are you courting death? Where did this madman come from? He must be courting death. Stop right now. One more step and you'll die. Hong. Chapter 1786. Ask your sect master to come out. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in the sky above Fengluo sect like a thunderclap. The sound waves spread tens of thousands of miles. The entire sect could hear it clearly. For a moment the entire sect was alarmed. Countless outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, core disciples and a large number of elders flew over. How dare he barge into Fengluo sect? That's simply lawless. Which madman dares to act wildly in my Fengluo sect? We must shred him to pieces. He's too audacious. No one has ever dared to shout in the sky above Fengluo sect. No matter who he is, he won't be able to survive even if he has 100 lives. Everyone in Fengluo sect was enraged. The peaceful Fengluo sect had fallen into chaos. As a super sect in this region, no one had ever dared to barge into Fengluo sect. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Zhenhai was incomparably excited when he saw everything. He was afraid that only his son would be able to see through such a bold thing. Although he hadn't been in the immortal world for a long time, he had heard of Fengluo sect. Such a super sect was simply a giant existence in this huge region. It had never crossed Jiang Zhenhai's mind that Jiang Chen would dare to enter Fengluo sect in such a way. Of course, if he knew about Jiang Chen's deeds in ethereal immortal domain, where even the entire corpse Yin sect was destroyed in Jiang Chen's hands, he was afraid that he wouldn't think so. Countless people flew up into the sky. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance. Even though it was such a powerful army, it still couldn't make his emotions fluctuate. Compared to the scenes he had seen before, this was nothing at all. Although there were a lot of experts in Fengluo sect, there wasn't a single immortal venerable among them. There were only a few highly respected elders who had reached the half-step immortal venerable realm, which was on the same level as Dongfang Yu. It was a pity that Jiang Chen didn't put these experts in his eyes. Quick look. That person seems to be carrying Senior Brother Shen. Fuck, it's really Senior Brother Shen. How did Senior Brother Shen end up in such a miserable state? Both of his arms have been chopped off and his injuries look very serious. What's going on? It must be this fellow who injured him. He's so young, yet he has the strength to defeat Senior Brother Shen. Looks like he's not someone easy to deal with. Humph. So what? Being too arrogant isn't necessarily a good thing. This fellow has injured Senior Brother Shen, which is equivalent to humiliating our Fengluo sect. Now he even brought an injured Senior Brother Shen to our Fengluo sect to show off. He's simply courting death. This guy is dead for sure. No one has ever dared to do such a thing. Even if there were 100 lives today, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. Innumerable disciples gnashed their teeth. Most of them recognized Xianxia. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. They were shocked that this white-clothed young man actually had the ability to injure Xianxia to this extent. They were angry that this young man was audacious enough to injure the representative of the younger generation of Fengluo sect. This was no different from humiliating Fengluo sect. Who are you? Why did you break into my Fengluo sect and injure the genius of my Fengluo sect? A bearded elder stood out and yelled at Zhang Chen. Now that Xin Yifei was still in Zhang Chen's hands, he didn't dare to act rashly. As the #1 genius of Fengluo sect, Xin Yifei was the focus of Fengluo sect's nurturing. All along, the sect had spent a lot of energy and resources on him. Now that he had become the representative of the younger generation of Fengluo sect, one could imagine how important he was. Get your sect master and grand elder out. You're not qualified to speak to me. Zhang Chen glanced at the elder and said with an indifferent tone. The words "not qualified" nearly made the old man's beard crooked from anger. What kind of figure was he? He was the first elder of the inner sect, a person of virtue and prestige. Usually, anyone who saw him would have to show some respect. Today, a young man who came out of nowhere actually said that he wasn't qualified to speak here. How could he accept this? Xin Yifei was completely under Zhang Chen's control. He didn't even have the ability to speak. All he could do was to watch the situation develop. How dare you? I advise you to release Xin Yifei immediately. Perhaps there's still room for redemption. The elder reprimanded loudly. Old bastard, you're acting arrogantly in front of me now, but you're going to thank me later. I'm here today to help you all. Zhang Chen spoke to the elder. Damn it. Where did this shameless bastard come from? He has clearly injured senior brother Shen, but he still wants to help us? Is this bastard an idiot? Do we, a major power like Fengluo sect, need a small figure like him to help us? What can he help us with? But now that senior brother Shen is in his hands, it seems like only the grand elder and sect master can help us. Otherwise, we won't be able to help him if he uses senior brother Shen as a hostage. Only an immortal venerable elder can do it. The fact that this bastard has the strength to injure senior brother Shen shows that he's very strong. One should know that senior brother Shen's late immortal emperor cultivation base is already strong enough to fight a half-step immortal venerable elder. The people of Fengluo sect couldn't help but curse at Zhang Chen's words. This bastard was clearly here to cause trouble, but he still said it in such a dignified manner, as though he was a great philanthropist. Bastard! Let go of my son now. Just at this moment, a powerful qi rose from the interior of Fengluo sect, carrying powerful anger. A silhouette arrived in an instant, standing not far away from Zhang Chen. It was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s, about the same age as Jiang Zhenhai, but his cultivation base was incomparably strong. Judging from his appearance, he was basically at the same level as Yang Yu. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xin Yifei's emotions became incomparably agitated, but because he was under the control of Zhang Chen, he couldn't say a word. Unfortunately, his father obviously couldn't understand the expression on his face. The corner of Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. The person in front of him was the legendary great elder Xin Yifei's father, Xin Ao. After Xin Ao appeared, he couldn't conceal his anger at the sight of his son's miserable condition. His eyes had turned blood red. He only had one son and he had always treated him as a treasure. He had been cultivating him since he was a child, eventually turning him into the #1 genius of Fengluo sect. It could be said that Xin Ao was the pride of his life. However, Xin Yifei was completely crippled and both his arms were chopped off. This situation almost made Xin Ao spurt out a mouthful of blood. No one could understand his current mood. Brat, I don't care who you are. You're going to die today. I'll let Xin Yifei go immediately and I'll give you a quick death. Xin Ao spoke lung. If looks could kill, Zhang Chen would have been executed by dismembering his body. Elder Shen, why are you so agitated? I don't intend to kill your son. I just want to see your sect master and all the higher-ups. As long as they come out, I will let Xin Yifei go and let you and your son reunite. Zhang Chen spoke indifferently. He was completely indifferent to Xin Ao's threat. He had seen too many experts. Even a peerless venerable like Li Wangya couldn't make his emotions fluctuate. A puny Xin Ao wasn't enough to make Zhang Chen afraid. Given his current strength and the Great Void technique, he could go anywhere no matter how big the heaven and earth was. A puny early immortal emperor dares to be so arrogant in front of me? It's as easy as flipping my hand to kill you. Do you think you still have the ability to hurt my son in front of me? Xianxia had already unleashed his powerful qi, locking all the qi of Zhou Xian. It seemed like he was looking for a chance to save Xin Yifei from Zhou Xian's hands. Is that so? Go ahead and try. I would like to see if I can kill Xin Yifei before you make your move. Zhou Xian's eyes turned incomparably cold all of a sudden. His eyes collided with Xianxia's, producing sparks in the void. Xianxia's anger was getting stronger, but he didn't dare to make a move. How dare an early immortal emperor stare at him in such a manner? Furthermore, he couldn't see the slightest hint of fear in the opponent's eyes. He couldn't see through the opponent, so he didn't dare to make a move, because he wasn't confident that he could save Xin Yifei from Zhou Xian's hands. He wouldn't do such a thing that would put his son at risk. Who are you? Why did you hurt my son? Xianxia asked. You will know the reason in a while. Zhou Xian smiled. Before the sect master of Fengluo sect appeared, he wouldn't reveal the reason of the matter. If Xianxia managed to escape, all his efforts would be in vain. Hoo-hoo. As soon as Zhou Xian's voice faded, a massive qi rose from the interior of Fengluo sect. The corner of Zhou Xian's mouth revealed a faint smile. Clearly these qi were released by powerful immortal venerables. It seemed like the higher-ups of Fengluo sect were about to appear. After all, he had caused a huge commotion and clearly wanted to meet the sect master. Now that even the great elder Xianxia couldn't solve the problem, the sect master naturally had to show up. Very quickly, more than a dozen powerful immortal venerables walked out and came to Xianxia's side. The one in the lead had a dignified appearance, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He seemed to be around the same age as Xianxia. His qi was astonishingly powerful. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. Sect master. Xianxia cupped his fist. The others bowed to greet him. The incomer was none other than the sect master of Fengluo sect, Fenghuazi. Chapter 1787. The emergence of Fenghuazi had made the entire Fengluo sect find their backbone. This was the dignity that a superior must have. At least in the hearts of most of the disciples and elders, Fenghuazi was a godlike existence. He was the support of the entire Fengluo sect. As long as he was there, they wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. Of course, the sky of Fengluo sect wouldn't collapse. A puny Zhou Xian who came to Fengluo sect to stir up trouble was nothing but a clown. If it wasn't because he had seized Xin Yifei, the experts of Fengluo sect would have already killed him. How could he stand here and talk to the sect master? Didn't he know who he was? What qualifications did he have to meet the sect master? The appearance of Fenghuazi had basically doomed this arrogant white-clothed young man. However, there was one person whose facial expression changed dramatically when he saw Fenghuazi. His forehead was full of sweat. He was none other than Xin Yifei, who was being controlled by Zhou Xian. What's the matter with Fenghuazi? Brat sect masters here. Release Yifei immediately. Xianxia yelled at Zhou Xian, ignoring Xin Yifei who had been signaling him with his eyes. Xin Yifei now had the urge to spurt out blood. His father was already in great danger, but instead of running away he was still acting arrogantly. However, Zhou Xian was completely indifferent to Xianxia's yell. His eyes fell upon Fenghuazi, then he nodded and said, I'm Zhou Xian. I've come to Fengluo sect today to help sect master resolve a major issue. Fenghuazi's eyebrows twitched. Apparently he didn't expect that Zhou Xian would say such a thing. Additionally, he was somewhat surprised. One should know that it was very rare for an early immortal emperor to speak so calmly in front of him. Plus, it was admirable that Zhou Xian had the guts to break into Fengluo sect alone. But this couldn't conceal Fenghuazi's anger. Just like the others, he also saw Xin Yifei being gravely injured. As the #1 genius of Fengluo sect, the sect had spent a lot of resources to nurture Xin Yifei. As the sect master, there was no reason for Fenghuazi not to be angry that Xin Yifei was crippled. However, Fenghuazi didn't expect that Zhou Xian would say that he wanted to help him. This piqued Fenghuazi's interest. Is that so? Why don't you tell me how you're going to help Fengluo sect? I hope you have a good reason. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't end up well. Fenghuazi wanted to hear what Zhou Xian could say. Sect Master Feng, do you think that you can sleep peacefully just because your sect is prosperous and dominating a region? You don't know that danger is just around you. There's a great traitor in your sect. He's eyeing your position covetously and plotting how to get rid of you. Feng Luo sect is going to suffer an unprecedented chaos soon. You might not be worried, but I'm worried for you. Jiang Chen glanced at Shen Ao off to the side after he finished speaking. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Shen Ao's expression changed a little. Although it wasn't easy to detect, it couldn't escape Jiang Chen's eyes. Brat, what are you talking about? That's nonsense. Are you kidding me? How can there be a traitor in Feng Luo sect? This brat is talking nonsense. The disciples and elders of Feng Luo sect were infuriated. Harmony was always the most important thing in a big sect. How could they accept the fact that Jiang Chen said that there was a great traitor in Feng Luo sect? Feng Huazi, on the other hand, knitted his brows. He could tell that Jiang Chen wasn't a lunatic and wouldn't come to Feng Luo sect for no reason. It seemed like Jiang Chen really knew something. Jiang Chen, tell me, where is this great traitor? Feng Huazi asked with great interest. Sect master, don't listen to this man's nonsense. In my opinion, we should just kill him. He deserves a death penalty for intruding into our sect. Shen Ao spoke aloud. It seemed like he was about to attack Jiang Chen. Given his intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base, he could naturally sense something. Moreover, Shen Yifei had been communicating with him with his eyes. It seemed like their secret was going to be exposed soon. Shen Ao was well aware of the consequences once it was exposed. Elder Shen, why are you so agitated? Just a moment ago you wanted to save your son, but now that you heard about the great traitor, you're even willing to sacrifice your son's life. Could it be that Elder Shen is the great traitor? Jiang Chen looked over at Shen Ao and spoke in a strange tone. What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Ao am loyal to sect master. How can I do such a treacherous thing? Shen Ao yelled, but he didn't know that his behavior had already shocked many people. Sometimes, it was hard for a guilty person to stay calm, even for a mighty immortal venerable. Shen Ao's behavior was somewhat unusual. The word traitor mentioned by Jiang Chen seemed to have affected him greatly. Feng Huazi wasn't a fool. By this time he finally felt that the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Humph. Shen Ao, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door if you've done nothing wrong. Why are you so nervous if you haven't done any treacherous thing? Jiang Chen harumphed coldly, then looked over at Feng Huazi. The time had come and he didn't want to waste any more time. Sect Master Feng, I Jiang Chen have absolutely no malicious intent towards your sect today. Although I have barged into this place from the mountain gate, I haven't harmed a single person. I've come today for this Shen Ao to avenge my father. Of course, if Sect Master doesn't want to hear about Shen Ao's treachery, then forget about it. Jiang Chen's voice was loud like rolling thunder. For a moment, most of the people in Feng Luo sect became speechless. Jiang Chen's words were right. Although he had barged into the mountain gate, he hadn't harmed a single person. On the other hand, Shen Ao's behavior was just too abnormal. Furthermore, no one would believe that an early immortal emperor like Jiang Chen, who had no enmity with Feng Luo sect, would come to Feng Luo sect to frame the great elder, unless Jiang Chen was a fool. However, Jiang Chen didn't look like a fool. Sect Master, I request that you kill this man immediately. Don't let him sow discord between us. Shen Ao spoke maliciously. Elder Shen, why are you so agitated? If you kill Jiang Chen now, no one will be able to prove your innocence. I think it's better to let him explain himself. Chapter 1788. Jiang Chen, if you can't produce any evidence, don't blame me for being impolite. Framing the great elder of our sect is enough for you to die 10,000 times, said Feng Huazi. Feng Huazi said coldly. His mood was very complicated. He had always regarded Shen Ao as one of his own and trusted him very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him the position of the first elder and spent a lot of resources to train Shen Yifei. If Shen Ao really wanted to rebel, Feng Huazi would be very sad. As for Jiang Chen, Feng Huazi naturally didn't hope that Jiang Chen could produce the so-called evidence. However, if Jiang Chen really produced the evidence, it would mean that he had made an outstanding contribution to Feng Luo sect. All of a sudden the scene became extremely tense. This matter had been known by everyone in Feng Luo sect. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here, waiting for Jiang Chen to produce the evidence. After all, this was a major event for Feng Luo sect. Xianxia, are you afraid? Your son has already confessed everything. Why don't you say it yourself so that it won't be too embarrassing? Jiang Chen looked at Xianxia. What a joke. I, Xianxia, have always been upright. How can I allow you to frame me? I'd like to see what kind of bullshit evidence you can produce to prove that I'm rebelling. Xianxia said coldly. Although he appeared to be very calm, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that the current Xianxia was extremely nervous. All right. Since you're so confident, I'll tell you one by one. I hope you can still maintain your confidence later. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated and he took a step forward, getting nearer to Xianxia. Xianxia, we have no enmity with each other. What you and your father did has nothing to do with me. I, Jiang Chen, won't hurt your son or come to Feng Luo sect to expose you. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have hurt my father. You cultivate the bloodthirsty devil art and you need the bloodthirsty grass to concoct pills. That's why you asked Xin Yifei to take control of Fengli City and asked you family to concoct pills and capture pill slaves for you. Feng Luo sect is a righteous sect, so you can only do such heartless things in the dark. Of course, this has nothing to do with me, but it's a pity that you have captured my father as a pill slave. If I hadn't arrived in time, my father would have been a dead man by now. If I hadn't arrived in time, my father would have been dead by now. Jiang Chen's narration was very simple, but Feng Huazi wasn't a fool. None of the people present were fools. Therefore all eyes fell on Xianxia. If what Jiang Chen said was true, then Xianxia was really hateful. As a righteous sect, Feng Luo sect was respected by thousands of people. Xianxia's cultivation of the evil technique had violated the rules of Feng Luo sect. Capturing pill slaves was even more damaging to Feng Luo sect's reputation. You Jiang Chen, you're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? Even if Feng Luo City captured pill slaves, what evidence do you have that has anything to do with me? Xianxia looked very agitated because Jiang Chen's words had really surprised him. This was his biggest secret that very few people knew. But when he saw Xin Yifei's miserable appearance, he understood that Jiang Chen must have heard this from Xin Yifei. Xianxia, don't be in a hurry to disassociate yourself from this matter. Gate Master Feng should know that the bloodthirsty grass is an extremely poisonous medicinal ingredient, and it is almost impossible to use it to refine pills. Once it is consumed, it will devour all the blood and qi in the human body. The bloodthirsty demonic art that Elder Shin cultivates just so happens to need this bloodthirsty ability, so he used many other medicinal ingredients to fuse them together in hopes of achieving one goal, and that is to transfer the bloodthirsty ability of the bloodthirsty grass into his own body, allowing him to possess this terrifying ability. Once the pill is successfully concocted, Elder Shin's demonic art will reach the peak. When that time comes, it will be the day of Elder Shin's rebellion. At that time, Gate Master Feng's cultivation will most likely be sucked away by him. Jiang Chen looked at Feng Yunzi and continued. After listening to this, despite Feng Yunzi's composure, his body couldn't help but tremble. If what Jiang Chen said was true, it would be too terrifying. It can't be. As the Grand Elder of the sect, how could Elder Shin do such a thing? Impossible. I absolutely don't believe it unless Jiang Chen shows me ironclad evidence. If this is true, wouldn't our Feng Luo sect be in constant danger? That's too terrifying. The scene began to stir up because Jiang Chen's words were too influential. Besides, what he said was reasonable and didn't sound like it was made up. After all, there was no enmity between Xianxia and Jiang Chen, so Jiang Chen didn't need to frame Xianxia. Sect Master, don't listen to this man's nonsense. He's trying to sow discord between us. I request that you kill Jiang Chen immediately to restore peace to our Feng Luo sect. Xianxia seemed incomparably agitated. Unfortunately, the more agitated he was, the more Feng Huazi felt that something was amiss. Feng Huazi ignored Xianxia and said to Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, you should know how much influence these words will have on Feng Luo sect. I hope you can show me ironclad evidence. Otherwise, you will die here today even if you have 100 lives. Evidence. Xin Yifei is the evidence. If you don't believe my words, you should believe Xin Yifei's words. Jiang Chen pushed Xin Yifei to the front and undid the restriction on him. Speak. Tell me everything that you told me. Tell me the grand plan that you and your father have. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Xin Yifei looked at his father with a pained expression, but soon after his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He turned to Feng Huazi and said loudly, "Sect Master Jiang Qin is talking nonsense. These are all lies he made up. I'm indeed in charge of Fengluo City, but I didn't know that Yu Clan has been secretly capturing pill slaves. Today the patriarch of Yu Clan sent me a message saying that the clan is in danger. I rushed over but unexpectedly I wasn't a match for Jiang Qin and was injured by him. He's afraid that my father and Fengluo sect will seek revenge on him after he kills me, so he made up a lie to frame me and my father. He wants to use Sect Master to get rid of us. Sect Master, you must not believe him," Xin Yifei said with tears streaming down his face. He felt extremely aggrieved. This guy suddenly changed his mind after seeing his father. It seemed that Xin Yifei was also a ruthless person. He knew that he would die either way, so he might as well die to help his father. In any case, as long as he didn't say anything now, Jiang Qin wouldn't have any ironclad evidence to prove Shen Ao's treason. By then the entire Fengluo sect would regard Jiang Qin as an enemy. Even if he died in the hands of Jiang Qin would be the scapegoat for him. Chapter 1789. On the opposite side, Shen Ao's eyes revealed a sneer. At the same time, deep hatred could be seen in his eyes because he knew that Jiang Qin wouldn't let him go after hearing Xin Yifei's words. If Xin Yifei died, he would suffer for the rest of his life. However, he swore that if Xin Yifei died, he would make sure that Jiang Qin would die a graveless death and be buried with Xin Yifei. Good Xin Yifei. You actually played such a trick on me at the critical moment. Jiang Qin grabbed Xin Yifei's neck. Dense killing intent swept across Xin Yifei's body like sharp blades, causing him to tremble and feel as though his soul was about to explode. He knew how brutal Jiang Qin's means were. Now that he had deceived Jiang Qin, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Furthermore, being controlled by Jiang Qin, he couldn't feel the slightest sense of security despite being surrounded by experts of Fengluo sect. Instead, he felt a deep sense of loneliness and the threat of death. Jiang Qin, since I'm going to die either way, I might as well drag you down with me. Xin Yifei gritted his teeth. Jiang Qin, what else do you have to say for yourself? You should tell us who sent you here and why did you create internal strife in our Fengluo sect? Shen Ao yelled. So that's how it is. This Jiang Qin is too abominable. He must be a spy sent by the enemy. His purpose is to create internal conflict in Fengluo sect and kill each other so that he can reap the benefits. That must be the case. He's too bold. Such a dangerous person must be eliminated. It's a pity that senior brother Shen, the #1 genius of Fengluo sect, has ended up like this. The scene became restless once more. Xin Yifei's words had immediately aroused the anger of the crowd. Jiang Qin could understand why such a scene was created. His words couldn't be compared to Xin Yifei's words. After all, in the hearts of the elders and disciples of Fengluo sect, Xin Yifei was one of them while he was just an outsider. Without any real evidence, it was hard for him to convince them with just a few words. Of course, Jiang Qin wasn't a fool. How could Xin Yifei's intention be hidden from him? He was the dignified Jiang Qin. If he was defeated by a puny Xin Yifei, would he still be Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin, do you have anything else to say? Feng Huazi looked at Jiang Qin with vicious eyes. He didn't immediately conclude that Jiang Qin was talking nonsense like the others because he couldn't see the slightest nervousness on Jiang Qin's face. Xin Yifei's words didn't affect Jiang Qin in the slightest. Furthermore, Feng Huazi firmly didn't believe that Jiang Qin would come here to frame the Grand Elder for no reason because it was no different from courting death. It was even more impossible to say that Jiang Qin was sent by a hostile force because the hostile force wasn't a fool. How could they not know the danger of doing so? If the hostile force had such a powerful genius, how could they be willing to let him take such a risk? More importantly, the hostile force of Fengluo sect didn't have such a genius. Perhaps no one in the entire central domain could beat Xin Yifei to such a state. Jiang Qin didn't answer Feng Huazi. Instead, he looked at Xin Yifei and smiled. Xin Yifei, you're still too inexperienced to play with me. You're simply showing off the lower limit of your intelligence if you want to fight me with such a little bit of caution. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Qin flipped his palm and took out a crystal ball. The material of this crystal ball was very special. It was almost useless to cultivators. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Very few people would carry this kind of crystal ball, not to mention that the crystal ball in Zhang Chen's hand was as big as a human head. If this crystal ball had any other use, it would be to record images. It could imprint some things that happened in the crystal ball, just like the projection in the Great Thousand Mirror in Golden Horizon. However, the projection in the crystal ball could only be kept for 3 days at most. After 3 days it would disappear on its own. To Zhang Chen 3 days was more than enough. Zhang Chen flicked his finger, shooting out a golden ray of light. Stimulated by the light, the crystal ball shone brightly all of a sudden. A large projection appeared above the crystal ball, showing what happened in the Square of You family. In the projection, one of Xin Yifei's arms was broken. He was kneeling on the ground and looking at Zhang Chen in horror. Why did you use the bloodthirsty grass to concoct pills? This, you're not going to tell me? Don't. I'll tell you. These pill formulas were given to me by my father. The bloodthirsty grass can help him cultivate his cultivation technique. Sure enough, it's your father. It seems like your father has cultivated a peerless evil cultivation technique. He wants to transform the bloodthirsty function of the bloodthirsty grass into his own body. Once he succeeds, he can use this bloodthirsty function to forcibly absorb the blood and qi of others to improve his own strength. Am I right? How did you know? Humph. The bloodthirsty grass can't be consumed directly. Therefore, you want to combine other herbs with the bloodthirsty grass to transform this bloodthirsty function. That's why you have been trying to concoct pills, but to no avail. Feng Luo sect is a righteous sect. Your father, as the great elder of Feng Luo sect, has cultivated such an evil cultivation technique, absorbing the blood, qi and essence of others. This is against the heavenly Tao, so you can only do it secretly. This isn't the end yet. I also know that once you succeed in concocting pills, your father's evil cultivation technique will reach the major realm. By then you and your father will overthrow the current ruler of Feng Luo sect and rule the sect. Am I right? Everything that happened on the square could be seen clearly through the projection. The originally quiet scene erupted in an instant. None of the people present were fools. Even if Zhang Chen's words couldn't be trusted, the projection in the crystal ball was absolutely true. Furthermore, through the projection, they could see that Zhang Chen didn't threaten Xin Yifei at all. Everything was Zhang Chen's guess, and it was a very accurate guess. Xin Yifei's face was ashen and full of despair. Now he was truly convinced by Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen had always been meticulous and would never give his opponent any chance. From the moment Zhang Chen decided to come to Feng Luo sect, he had already made full preparations. Fish. Swish. Gazes full of anger and sadness fell on Shenao. There was no need to say anything. It was an absolute fact that couldn't be denied. To the people of Feng Luo sect, this was a huge blow. The great elder whom they had always respected turned out to be such an evil person. Once the great elder succeeded in concocting the evil cultivation technique and rebelled, Feng Luo sect would be plunged into a reign of terror. The thought of dying in the hands of the person whom they had always respected was indescribable. Chapter 1790. Swish. Zhang Chen waved his hand and kept the crystal ball. With an indifferent smile on his face, he no longer spoke a word because there was no longer a need for him to speak. In a flash, he flashed to the side and assumed a posture of watching a show. What happened next would be the internal affairs of Feng Luo sect and had nothing to do with Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's goal had been achieved. Feng Huazi wouldn't let Shenao off. As the sect master, he had to give an explanation to the tens of thousands of people in Feng Luo sect. Damn it! This father and son are really plotting a rebellion. The great elder has really cultivated an evil cultivation technique and deceived all of us. What a cruel and unscrupulous bastard. I never thought that Feng Luo sect would raise two ingrates. He's really good at concealing himself. We were all deceived by his sanctimonious appearance. It turns out that beneath his loyal appearance, there's a heart as vicious as a scorpion's. The people of Feng Luo sect couldn't restrain their anger at this moment. They didn't believe what Zhang Chen said at all. But now there was no need for them to quibble. Instead, they should thank Zhang Chen. If it wasn't for Zhang Chen, the hidden crisis beneath the seemingly prosperous Feng Luo sect wouldn't have been discovered. However, this merciless excavation had nearly torn the hearts of everyone in Fengluo sect apart. Compared to anger, they were more sad. Some of them couldn't accept such a reality and couldn't help tearing up. The one who was truly sad was naturally Feng Huazi. The reason why Shin Ao could reach his current position was because of Feng Huazi's trust. Shin Ao's expression was incomparably unsightly. His last hope had vanished. It was useless to say anything else as the evidence was conclusive. However, he didn't feel that he had let anyone down. He only felt pity that his great undertaking was strangled before it could be completed. The person he hated the most and wanted to kill the most was also Zhou Xian. Feng Huazi's eyes were about to bleed. He looked at Shin Ao and said, "How many years has it been? I've always treated you like a brother. How can I believe all of this is true?" Feng Huazi's voice trembled a little. As a supreme figure at the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm, he was a mighty figure with an incomparably strong temperament. Now that his mind was in a mess, it was like a blow to his soul. When a man was truly heartbroken, it was very hard for him to control his temper. "You heartless and unscrupulous thing. We've respected you so much and left all the matters of the sect to you. I didn't expect you to do such a thing that is worse than an animal." An early-stage immortal venerable elder shouted loudly. He was extremely agitated and heartbroken. Shinlin suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Powerful waves of qi surged out from his body. His qi waves were mixed with a black luster and an evil aura began to fill the air. His eyes turned black and it was as if he had suddenly become another person. It was as if he had become a completely different person from before. He was the incarnation of evil. Voila! Upon seeing this, many of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. After witnessing the evil cultivation technique that Shin Ao cultivated, they were even more certain that this was a conspiracy that had been hidden for a long time. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, Shin Ao would have succeeded one day. At that time, no one could imagine how big of a disaster he would bring to Fengluo sect. Bloodthirsty devil art. Feng Huazi's qi rushed out. He was, after all, the sect master of Fengluo sect. He couldn't afford to lose his composure. After a short moment of sadness, his face immediately revealed a fierce expression. He knew very well that Shinlin had changed completely. In Shinlin's heart, he was now a person that must be killed. Shinlin's purpose was to kill him and the old ancestor after he had succeeded in cultivating the evil cultivation technique and replace Fengluo sect. In Feng Huazi's heart, Shinlin was no longer the great elder of Fengluo sect or the brother that he had known for so many years. Shinlin was just a mortal enemy, an evil devil. "That's right, Feng Huazi. Since I've almost failed, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid that you won't be able to stop me from leaving today. I'll come back one day when I've succeeded in cultivating the evil cultivation technique." Shinlin's momentum was powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards Jiang Qin in a flash. Shinlin's current action was obvious. He was going to leave Fengluo sect. Before he left, he would do his best to save his son. Even if he couldn't, he would kill Jiang Qin to settle the hatred in his heart. Today's situation was completely caused by Jiang Qin. He wouldn't be reconciled if he didn't kill Jiang Qin. "Watch out, Jiang Qin." Feng Huazi's expression changed drastically. He initially thought that Shinlin would attack him or leave, but he didn't expect that Shinlin would charge in Jiang Qin's direction. What was even more unexpected was that Shinlin's speed was so fast that even he was a step too slow. "Jiang Qin, you've hurt my son and ruined all my plans. You deserve to die 1,000 times over." All of a sudden, Shin Ao struck out a palm at Jiang Qin. This was an extremely violent and ingenious move. There was a weak point in the attack. Once it hit Jiang Qin, not only would he be able to kill Jiang Qin, but he would also be able to save Shin Yifei. Honglong. Shinlin's movement was too fast. The huge palm engulfed Jiang Qin with a rumble. The void was completely smashed and turned into a land of destruction. The reason why Shinlin didn't escape and even dared to attack Jiang Qin was that he had great confidence in his strength. He had been cultivating evil techniques in secret all these years and his combat strength had become so terrifying that even Feng Huazi might not be a match for him. The only person in the entire Fengluo sect that he was afraid of was the old ancestor, which was why he had been enduring all this time. As long as the old ancestor didn't come out, no one in Fengluo sect would be a match for him. Not good. Feng Huazi exclaimed inwardly. All the people of Feng Luo sect exclaimed. Jiang Qin would certainly die a graveless death if Xin Lin used this move. In any case, Jiang Qin had helped Feng Luo sect. In a sense, he was the benefactor of Feng Luo sect. If he was killed like this, how could the people of Feng Luo sect feel good about it? Xin Lin, it seems like you don't even care about your son's life. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Qin was dead, Jiang Chen's voice sounded not far away. Innumerable eyes looked over and saw Jiang Qin carrying Xin Yifei in his hand. There wasn't a single injury on his body. What? Upon seeing this, Xin Ao's eyes widened. He couldn't believe this was true. He knew all too well how terrifying his attack was just now. Killing a puny early immortal emperor was as easy as flipping his hand, but the reality was that Jiang Qin had escaped his attack effortlessly. Chapter 1791. Xin Ao wasn't the only one who was shocked. Feng Huazi and countless experts of Feng Luo sect were also dumbfounded. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Qin with astonishment. How did he do it? What a fast speed. Isn't his reaction too fast? Not only did he defeat Xin Yifei with his early immortal emperor cultivation base, but he was also able to escape the powerful strike of an intermediate immortal venerable. How could such a figure be unknown? Why haven't we heard of him before? The people of Feng Luo sect were astonished. They had no idea what kind of technique Jiang Qin had used to evade Xin Ao's attack. Plus, they had never heard of a genius like Jiang Qin before. This was something that was very surprising. Jiang Qin ignored the shocked gazes around him. After all, he had already gotten used to such gazes. He looked at Xin Ao and placed his palm on Xin Yifei's head. Since you don't care about your son's life or death, I'll help you kill him. Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent. Jiang Qin, how dare you? Xin Ao's facial expression changed dramatically. Ooh. Unfortunately, one of Xin Ao's heads was crushed by Jiang Qin as soon as he'd finished speaking. He didn't even have time to cry out in agony. No one had ever dared to question Jiang Chen's courage. When it was time to be cruel, Jiang Qin had never shown any mercy. Just like now, Jiang Qin didn't have the slightest change in his expression when he killed Xin Yifei in front of Xin Ao. In the entire world, who would dare to kill Xin Ao's son in front of him? Bastard! Xin Lin roared. His originally black eyes immediately turned blood red. He was like an injured beast, and his entire person began to enter a berserk state. Seeing his own son die in front of him, yet unable to do anything, anyone would be enraged if they were in his position. Jiang Qin, I'm going to kill you. Xin Ao went berserk. He unleashed the bloodthirsty devil art. His speed reached the extreme and his terrifying black claws clawed at Jiang Qin. Xin Ao, you deserve to die 10,000 times over. Feng Huazi struck. A terrifying chi wave of a peak intermediate immortal venerable was unleashed. His majestic body blocked in front of Jiang Qin. It was his carelessness that almost caused Jiang Qin's death. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Jiang Qin, you leave first. Feng Huazi said to Jiang Qin. At the same time, he stretched out a palm to clash with Xin Ao. Rumble. The air was completely destroyed and there was a destructive aura everywhere. Some of the weaker disciples couldn't bear the shockwaves and their faces paled. Some people coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Jiang Qin left unhurriedly and stood not far away, watching the show expressionlessly. A battle between intermediate immortal venerables was naturally terrifying. Jiang Qin wasn't a match for such an expert, but the shockwaves of the battle couldn't affect him at all. Furthermore, with the Great Void technique, not even the old ancestor of Feng Luo sect could stop Jiang Qin, let alone Xin Ao. Hong hong hong. The intense battle between Feng Huazi and Xin Ao made the disciples of Feng Luo sect feel extremely complicated. They had never thought that such a war would break out in Feng Luo sect one day. This was destined to be a tragedy for Feng Luo sect. Bloodthirsty devil palm. Xin Ao shouted and a huge blood-colored demonic palm was shot out. It was like a hand of heaven and earth. It was so huge that it could easily smash a mountain. This was the most powerful move in the bloodthirsty demonic art. Even Feng Huazi's expression changed. What? Yi Shiwen was shocked. What? Unpredictable wind and cloud. Feng Huazi unleashed his life's greatest technique. Only now did he realize how great the crisis that Feng Luo sect was facing. Xianxia had hidden his true strength too well. He had been cultivating an evil art in the dark. His combat strength had already reached such a terrifying degree. Just like what the projection in the crystal ball had said, if Xianxia was allowed to cultivate the pill, he was afraid that the day he mastered the evil art would be the day of his death and the doomsday of Feng Luo sect. Honglong. The ultimate attacks of two intermediate immortal venerables collided with each other. This was simply a pinnacle battle. Even though the battlefield had been sealed, it had still caused a great shock to the mountain gate of Feng Luo sect. The mountain below had begun to disintegrate and many buildings had collapsed. Deng deng deng. Feng Huazi retreated a dozen steps before regaining his balance. His facial expression turned incomparably unsightly. Xianxia, I never thought that your cultivation of the evil technique has already reached such a terrifying level. Feng Huazi smiled self-mockingly. How could he, the dignified sect master, not notice such a great danger lurking around him? He even had to rely on an outsider to tell him about it. This was simply ironic. Feng Huazi, let me take Xianxia away today. From now on I, Xianxia, will no longer have anything to do with Feng Luo sect. Xianxia's emotions were fluctuating wildly. All he wanted to do was to kill Xianxia. Don't even think about leaving today. A dazzling combat sword appeared in Feng Huazi's hand. Haha. Feng Huazi, you are no match for me. If you insist on stopping me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Xianxia burst into laughter. Xin Yifei's death had greatly stimulated him, turning him into a madman. He stretched out his palm and launched another attack at Xianxia's direction. The terrifying, towering palm covered an incomparably wide area. It could be seen that this attack wasn't only aimed at Xianxia, but also the people around him. If this attack hit them head-on, at least hundreds of disciples of Feng Luo sect would die tragically. There was absolutely no accident. Damn it. Feng Huazi's facial expression changed once more. No matter how strong he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop Xianxia from slaughtering the innocent. If an intermediate immortal venerable expert who cultivated a terrifying evil technique started a massacre here, it would surely bring a great loss to Feng Luo sect. Feng Huazi struck out his sword, but it was blocked by the immortal weapon in Xianxia's hand. On the other side, seeing Xinlin's attack, many people's expressions changed completely. They could smell the scent of death. That was a great threat to their lives and it was not something they could endure. Under the pressure of Xinlin's towering palm, they had already lost control of their bodies. After all, the gap between them and Xinlin was too great. Damn it. This insane bastard is going to kill all of us. It's over. We're dead for sure. Chapter 1792. At this critical moment when everyone's heart was filled with despair, a wave of qi suddenly enveloped hundreds of them. It was the aura of a domain. In this domain, these disciples of Feng Luo sect immediately felt safe. Swoosh. Just as the gigantic hand was about to descend, the domain shifted and disappeared from where it was. In the next moment, everyone had already moved over 10 miles away. At the same time, the gigantic hand had also attacked the place it was at before, destroying a part of the void and turning it into a land of destruction. Fear lingered in the hearts of the crowd. All of their gazes were fixed on one figure. Xianxia. He's the one who saved us. With their cultivation base, none of them were fools. All of them could feel that it was Xianxia who had unleashed his domain at the last moment to save their lives. That's right, it was Xianxia who launched the attack. The combination of the Great Void technique and Great Divination art allowed him to escape at an extremely precise time. It wasn't a problem for Xianxia even if he was carrying hundreds of people. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Someone clasped his fists at Xianxia. There was no longer any hostility in their eyes towards Xianxia. Xianxia was their savior and the benefactor of the entire Feng Luo sect. No matter where Xianxia came from or what identity he had, Feng Luo sect had already treated him as one of their own. After all, Xianxia didn't show any hostility towards Feng Luo sect from the beginning. Apart from avenging his father, he had also helped Feng Luo sect greatly. Feng Huazi and the other elders were grateful to Xianxia. At the same time they were shocked by Jiang Chen's speed of escape. Even a mighty immortal venerable wouldn't be able to do that. Jiang Chen, I'd like to see how good you are at escaping. Xianxia was infuriated. The black immortal weapon in his hand drew out a chi wave like a black heavenly river, piercing through the void and slashing towards Jiang Chen. The current Xianxia had already forgotten his current situation. All he could think about was killing Jiang Chen. Humph! Just then a cold harumph sounded from the void. At the same time, a golden palm appeared and grabbed the black light, shattering it with a bang. An old man stepped through the air. He was dressed in plain clothes and looked to be in his 60s or 70s. However, he had a sturdy body and didn't look old at all. The aura he exuded was enough to completely suppress the tyrannical aura in the air. Old ancestor. At the sight of this old man, Feng Yunzi and many elders of Feng Luo sect rejoiced. Today Feng Luo sect was in chaos and Feng Huazi, the sect master, was on the verge of losing control of the situation. If the old ancestor didn't appear now, no one knew how much damage Xianxia would bring to Feng Luo sect. Seeing the old ancestor, Xianxia regained his sanity. Immediately he felt a little regretful. He knew that the old ancestor was in seclusion to break through to a higher realm and wouldn't show up. Therefore he should have fled the moment his plan was exposed. As long as the old ancestor didn't show up, no one would be able to stop him from leaving. He could have come back for revenge after he had completed his evil cultivation. This was Xianxia's best plan. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had killed Xin Yifei, which had completely infuriated him. It was already too late for him to leave now. No matter how confident he was in his bloodlust devil art, he wasn't confident enough to fight the old ancestor. The old ancestor was a late immortal venerable expert. The gap between them wasn't small at all. Let's go. Xianxia didn't dare to hesitate any longer. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave anymore. Traitor! Do you still want to leave? The old ancestor was incomparably infuriated. He appeared in front of Xianxia like a ghost. All of a sudden his huge palm turned into a huge cage, trapping Xianxia inside. No matter how hard Xianxia tried, he couldn't break free from the cage. Upon seeing this, the people of Feng Luo sect heaved a sigh of relief. Even the elders who had a good relationship with Xianxia didn't think that Xianxia's cultivation base had already reached such a level. Fortunately, the old ancestor was here today. At the same time, they were glad that Jiang Chen had come today. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Xianxia's secret wouldn't have been discovered. By the time Xianxia truly rose to power, they were afraid that even the old ancestor wouldn't be a match for him. That would be the true disaster for Feng Luo sect. Please spare my life, old ancestor. I've made a mistake. Xianxia fell to his knees and kowtowed to the old ancestor. I hate traitors like you the most. I've long stopped meddling in the affairs of the sect, and the entire Feng Luo sect was almost destroyed in your hands. The old ancestor harumphed coldly and looked at Xianxia with eyes full of disgust and anger. Kill him, old ancestor. Kill this traitor. He must be executed on the spot. Xianxia's actions had completely aroused the anger of the entire Feng Luo sect. Xianxia could be considered as the first person in the history of Feng Luo sect to do this. Hold on. Feng Huazi stepped forward and looked at the imprisoned Xianxia. Xianxia, I'm afraid that you have a lot of accomplices since you're plotting a rebellion, right? Tell me and consider it the last thing you've done for Feng Luo sect. Feng Huazi wasn't a fool. On the contrary, as the sect master he was very smart. He knew that since Xianxia wanted to rebel as the Grand Elder, he must have won over a lot of people in the dark. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Xianxia to take complete control of Feng Luo sect even if he and the old ancestor were killed. As soon as Feng Huazi's words fell, there was a commotion in the crowd. It could be seen that many people's expressions had begun to change. The elders and disciples exchanged glances with each other and were filled with vigilance. It seemed like they could no longer trust each other. After all, Xianxia's influence in Feng Luo sect was too great. Sect Master Feng. Seeing the changes in Feng Luo sect, Jiang Chen hurried forward. Brother Jiang Chen, do you have anything to say? Feng Huazi smiled. His attitude towards Jiang Chen had undergone a huge change. Sect Master Feng, there's no need to do this. I believe that even if Xianxia has accomplices, most of them were forced by him. Now that Xianxia has been eliminated, I believe those people have already seen the consequences of rebelling. This is already the greatest deterrence. Under such deterrence, they will surely be loyal and won't dare to have any second thoughts. From now on, Fengluo sect will also be united. Killing one to warn the others is enough. There's no need to turn Fengluo sect into a bloody storm. What do you think? Chapter 1793. Jiang Chen's words enlightened Fenghuazi, an old ancestor. At first, Fenghuazi was blinded by anger and only thought of unearthing all the traitors. However, he neglected the most important point: the impact this action would bring to Fengluo sect. Jiang Chen was right. Now that the Grand Elder had betrayed Fengluo sect, the most important thing for Fengluo sect was unity. The scene became more restless. Everyone in Fengluo sect had begun to be wary of each other, which wasn't what Fenghuazi wanted to see. Furthermore, just as Jiang Chen said, those people were bewitched by Xianxia. Since Xianxia didn't rise, they wouldn't rebel anymore. If the sect could let bygones be bygones, these people would surely be grateful and be absolutely loyal to Fengluo sect in the future. In this way, Fengluo sect would be more united because of this matter, and there wouldn't be any ill feelings between each other. Those who had secretly promised to rebel with Xianxia would naturally be deeply grateful and perform well. In this way, Fengluo sect would surely prosper in the future. Could be said that this was a blessing in disguise. Fenghuazi, an old ancestor, looked at Jiang Chen with admiration and gratitude. No matter who this young man was, Fengluo sect would treat him as a distinguished guest. They were well aware that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Xianxia wouldn't have been unearthed, and the situation that Fengluo sect would face in the future was simply unimaginable. Fenghuazi, an old ancestor, were also grateful to Jiang Chen. Those who had secretly planned to rebel with Xianxia nearly knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's words at the critical moment not only saved their lives, but also restored their reputations. All right, since Brother Jiang Chen has said so, we won't pursue this matter any further. Our Fengluo sect will surely prosper in the future. Xianxia, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. It's a worthy death for you to die in my hands today. As Fenghuazi spoke, the sword in his hand pierced through the ancestor's prison and pierced Xianxia's forehead, killing him. Fenghuazi acted quickly, leaving almost no chance for Xianxia. His purpose was very simple. He was afraid that Xianxia would act out of desperation and expose his subordinates. By then it would be hard for him to not deal with it. Therefore Fenghuazi decided not to give Xianxia a chance to speak at all. He wanted to return justice to Fengluo sect. Jiang Chen nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Xianxia was dead. Fenghuazi's method of killing Xianxia also showed his wisdom and decisiveness as a sect master. Swoosh. After killing Xianxia, Fenghuazi raised the sword in his hand high. The powerful sword qi directly gathered into a dragon, circling in the sky. It was completely condensed by sword qi, revealing a strong majesty of a superior, which made people tremble in fear. Everyone in Fengluo sect, listen up. Xianxia is dead. This is the fate of a traitor. I hope that Fengluo sect will be united and prosper in the future. Fenghuazi's thunderous voice spread thousands of miles away, causing sound waves to circle back and forth in the sky above the entire Fengluo mountain range. The people are united and we will prosper. The people are united and we will prosper. The people are united and we will prosper. Countless elders and disciples of Fengluo sect were shouting at the top of their lungs. All the grudges and speculations between each other had vanished along with the passionate shouts. No matter what happened in the past, Xianxia was dead. Fengluo sect would usher in a new era. Everyone's heart would be tightly bound together. The chaos in Fengluo sect had been completely pacified. Even the old ancestor who usually wouldn't show up had taken action. This showed how significant this incident was. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen had become the greatest benefactor of Fengluo sect. Everyone in the sect was grateful to him. The hundreds of disciples who were saved by Jiang Chen from Xianxia were even more grateful to him. When Fenghuazi and the old ancestor approached Jiang Chen, Fenghuazi said, "Brother Jiang Chen, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, Fengluo sect would have suffered a great loss in the future. I'm really unable to repay your kindness. In the future, if Brother Jiang Qin needs any help from Feng Luo sect, feel free to speak. I Feng Huazi will definitely help you. Feng Huazi spoke in a heroic manner. He was also a heroic person. Sect masters being too polite. I'm here today because Xianxia injured my father. I just want to seek justice for my father. Jiang Qin said with a smile. May I know where your father is now? Asked Feng Huazi. Father, come out. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen's figure appeared beside Jiang Chen. The Zulong Tower was invisible and hidden in Jiang Chen's body. Even the old ancestor of Feng Luo sect wouldn't be able to detect it. Jiang Zhenhai seemed very excited. After all, his cultivation base was too weak. He felt very uncomfortable standing in front of an expert like Feng Huazi. If it wasn't for the support of Jiang Chen's qi, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand still. He had seen everything that happened just now. He felt very proud to have such a son. Seeing a peerless expert like Immortal Venerable being so polite to his son, Jiang Zhenhai's heart was filled with extreme satisfaction. Jiang Zhenhai greets Sect Master. Jiang Zhenhai clasped his fists at Feng Huazi. There's no need to be so polite, Brother Jiang. It's your greatest pride to have such a son. Feng Huazi also clasped his fists and addressed Jiang Zhenhai as Brother Jiang, which made Jiang Zhenhai feel flattered. He had never dreamed that a mighty Immortal Venerable would speak to him so politely. Of course, Jiang Zhenhai didn't get carried away. He knew very well that Feng Huazi was giving face to Jiang Qin. Without Jiang Qin he would be nothing. Alright, since Xianxia has been eliminated, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Feng Huazi and the old ancestor, then turned to leave with Jiang Zhenhai. Hold on, Brother Jiang Qin. Feng Huazi called out hastily. His gaze towards Jiang Qin was filled with even more admiration. Initially he thought that Jiang Qin would at least ask for some benefits from Feng Luo sect. After all, Feng Luo sect would surely try their best to satisfy him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qin turned to leave. It was rare for a young man to have such a temperament. It would be a great fortune for Feng Luo sect if they could cultivate such a genius. Is there anything else, Sect Master? Jiang Qin smiled. Brother Jiang, I can see that your father's condition isn't very good. Why don't you stay and recuperate for some time? I have the best alchemist, the best herbs and the best cultivation environment here. I believe they will be of help to your father. Today Brother Jiang has done us a great favor. How can I feel at ease if you leave just like that? That you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.